to answer for anybody or determine who's going to answer next. What I was saying was that when I started to respond, the guy now tried to cut me off, and you said, let him ask his second question. I was expecting you at that moment for you to now say, no, I gave my response. Somebody else wants to respond, so I should keep quiet. When you now open.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, hello,
Yes,
hello. Can
you're
you hear
here.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What you did was by you when I was responding to him, and you now said no, let him ask his follow-up question. One, you cut me off. Two, it doesn't matter whether he is responding. I didn't say that he's not going to respond, but you responded. I too want to respond. So you have to wait. If I go onto a platform and I ask a question, other people might have a response. So when I now ask the first question, somebody responds and somebody is responding, and I now jump to my second question. It's not proper for you. As you said, you didn't have the right to give us a number system. You didn't have the right to ask to hear his follow-up question until I finish talking. I hope you can acknowledge that. That's all.
Absolutely, my brother. I acknowledge that.
Okay, Snyder,
My.
let's
Wait. Let
let
me
you
just
need to
finish,
stop
brother.
talking
Please,
now because you've been
one
talking a
second,
lot now.
please, one
Okay,
second, please.
move on after you. Thank you.
1 second. I understand that. My issue was that you guys were talking over each other. And if you don't allow him to finish speaking to ask his question, then you cannot have a proper logical response to his question. And that is where we ended up with argument. And up to now, we don't even know what the follow was going to be and how you were going to rebut him. We did not allow
Yeah,
him to speak. That's
yeah.
the problem.
Oh,
That's the
let,
Okay,
let,
problem.
let,
okay,
oh,
Mr. R,
let me,
Mr.
let,
R, Mr.
That's
R,
enough.
Mr. R.
These
You're
are
next.
the
You're next.
these are
no,
the
No,
people
Mr. R is
teaching
next.
our
R is
these
next.
are the
R is
people
next.
teaching our younger generation in university. He's a professor. This man that is speaking here.
well, Nigeria first, don't do that, man. Let the next
No.
speaker.
Exactly, Zango. Nigeria first. We don't need that. Just leave it, please. Yeah, leave it. Mr. R or R, you next, brother. If you're there.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, AI? What's up, everybody? Greetings, greetings,
The
wherever you are in the world. I just want to know what the hell's going on between Schneider and Summer. It's like someone must have like said some madness, like offended someone, or give me a backstory to it.
No, it's the FBA, brother. Yeah, the Mike TV. To me, these guys they do not like us to see African children coming together and discuss our issue. These are people that tend to look down on us, thinking they're better than us. Yeah, not all African American. I'm talking about this cultish group called FBA. Not all of them, but there's some of them that think they're better than Africans. We are savages. They look down on us. The way they treat us, they come to our panel, they do things that they would not tolerate us doing on their panels. But this is not my show. This is Kaiser and what
AI,
it's entirely up to them what they tolerate on their show.
can I
But I
respond?
think something needs to be stopped. Something needs to be done
No,
about it.
finish. I'll give him a perspective while like we
No,
kind of like
of course, yeah,
about
yeah.
Schneider's situation. Give him a
Can I
perspective.
quickly respond quick?
Yes, of course. Go on.
Yeah, I just want to say, today, I don't know if anyone's on the Mike TV show, but today they really humiliated a woman from Sudan and that. Yeah, I don't know if she was high on drugs or if she was drinking alcohol. I don't know, but I get your point with the FBA is not liking African folk. But should we look at ourselves? Should we look at our own countries, like how we mistreat each other? Like I remember some years ago, it was on Ben TV, a West African TV channel, and I didn't know the name of the professor, and I really wanted to get his books. This professor was Ghanaian, and he talked about. I'm never going to forget this. This is where I learned Willie Lynch from this Ghanaian professor. He talked about Africa because one of the brothers mentioned that other regions in the world, other continents, are doing better than Africa. And this is one thing he was truthful, and it was hard for me to understand. And he's telling the truth. Maybe one of you will disagree or agree, but he talked about Africa being one of the most least respected continents. It doesn't matter what country you are in Africa, but that's the truth. We are the most least respected continent in the world.
Yes, I agree with that. I
We
think
agree. We agree with you on that. That's right. I agree. I don't know.
yeah, we're the least.
Like,
Yeah,
like, like in terms of being least respected, yeah. Why is it if you go into a shop, you could be a white boy, a corner shop, he could like dress like with a tracksuit and a hoodie. You could be a white guy walking into a corner shop or convenience store. The ethnic shop owner, whether it's Indian or Arab or even white, he's not going to look at that white guy as a thief or having any suspicion that he's going to steal something. You could be a rough-looking Asian and you can walk into a convenience store, but you're not going to have that perception. But why is it with black and African, and this includes FBA folk? It doesn't matter where you come from, but that's the perception.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's because they commit the most crimes within the vicinity where they stay. I mean, it's not hard to decide.
No. I'm talking about. You could dress nice, and there's YouTube.
In the UK, well, let me just correct that.
Yeah, I don't want to generalize.
Yeah, in the UK, the black people are not the biggest crime committers in the UK. They do in terms of percentage, but if you go to the poor white areas in the UK, they're the one that go and thief in the shops. They rob in the shop. They commit a lot of crime in the shops than the black kids. But
I'm saying like what Dr. R
AI,
said.
I did explain to
Dr. R, Dr. R, wait. I was saying that based on the vicinity where they say, let's say like in the big cities, like for instance, maybe like I'll just give an example, right? Maybe Chicago, south side of Chicago, right, where like the blacks are predominant. You understand? Like there's a tendency that they might do certain things like that, right? But if you come to a place like maybe when I was in Springfield, Missouri, man, the majority of the groups are pretty much white people, and the white people are the ones who are committing the robbery. That place, if you go to those kind of places, they're gonna, as a black person, they're gonna view like you are the ones committing the crime. It's not like that. Because I actually experienced that, like dressing differently.
Okay, I got you now, Dango. I understand what you meant, my brother. Yes, Mr. R.
I was gonna finish. Kaiser talked about in his previous stream about black people committing lots of crimes in UK, and I corrected him on it. Like, did you know that the top people that commit the biggest crimes are those from places like Albania, from Romania, from all these other places, that the type of crimes these people commit? And if you look at black people, they are at the bottom of the crime statistics.
Yeah, I agree with you. Black kids in the UK are less likely to go and claim welfare benefit. Black guys in the UK, they rather go and sell drugs than go to the job center. They're less likely to go to the shop and do robbery. The black guys are less likely to beg in the street or beg for money. Black guys in the UK are actually really humble and hardworking, or they're more likely to be a drug dealer. Yeah, and a middleman. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
brother,
very
yes, but brother, please, we know that most of these welfare benefits.
Snyder, sorry, you can't take over the panel, man.
No, I don't want to add to what you guys are saying.
Okay.
I say like most of what guys are saying about the black people receiving benefits in most of these Western countries. Majority of those receiving welfare are white people. The black are just a minority, just that they are more pronounced. They're more pronounced than what is going on within the black people receiving the white people receiving benefits.
In London, there are a case where majority of the black guys in London, there is a case where most of the crime is probably committed by black guys, and some of the crimes, it all depends on what type of crime. I agree with that. Maybe that's where Zulia is actually trying to object on, where I also will agree with him. Yes, in London, some of the cases of the crime, are committed by black people. But then if you look at the black population in London, it's very huge. So you're gonna expect that. But if you come out of London, let me say you leave London and Birmingham alone, you look at the crime, which is obviously outside, the crime is actually, you find out like the city where I live, most of the crime is not committed by the rob, like for thieving in the shops, like burglary in the shops, or pickpocketing, or like this low level crime are not committed by black guys. They won't do that.
We shouldn't make it like black. I mean, because generally,
it's property, right?
In Africa where we come from, generally, I mean, black people do still, right? So, I mean, and I'll give you an example in the case of Chicago. Right? I mean, majority of the people like in south side of Chicago, the ones that committing the crime, like majority of them are not really bad people, but it's only the bad apples that tend to tarnish the image of the majority of people, right?
Yeah.
So,
it's like in Islam. It's Islam. The few jihadists, they whatever they do encompass all these.
But Schneider, I have, especially when you say you're a professor, you know, even when you speak about Nigeria, you know, even sometimes when you speak about the house people, you know, why are you not objective a little bit, you know, from that angle? Like from an outside speaking in, why don't you give other
Ask
people
me
like?
specific questions, please.
But anyway, that was
Might I say something?
yeah, that was just by the way.
Ask me specific questions and I'll answer you.
Yeah, I
Might,
don't want
might,
to. I don't
might,
want
might
us
I ask
to
you a question?
change the conversation.
Yes, yes, my brother.
Yes,
Ask
yes.
question. The Asian
Let's go
brother.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah,
Why
yeah,
do you
yeah. I
always
said that the. Oh, sorry.
Schneider always want people to ask him questions as if he's the oracle? Dude, say your
No, no,
position.
no, 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 no. You know, there's a misunderstanding if questions are not direct. They are general. So we have to be specific.
So,
Yes,
may
please.
I ask a question then?
Yes.
Basically, y'all said something along the lines of the black image throughout the world, and one of the things wrong with that is that a lot of us we contribute to it. Like even when Ruto came to America, the black Somalian, he tried to question the infrastructure and security on a large platform, which devalued the mission of the trip. Because he came with strength, he came with a beautiful image, he came projecting strength. But when the man asked him a question, he was trying to shoot him down. Like, oh,
What
what
what was the question that was asked to him, please? Be specific.
okay, all right. So do the lack of image because like Ghana, Kenya, all these guys are projecting image, which is what other nations are doing. We not celebrate the shifting of the narrative enough. We try to critique it too much to the point which we devalue it. Should we celebrate the new vision or the new casting of projection of power? Should we
Okay, I can
support
answer
it
that
rather
question
than
after. I'll answer your question after he goes.
Go first, brother. Please go first.
Can we make it
Okay.
quick then, you
I'll
two,
make it
please?
very quick. Yeah, I'll make it very quick. Listen, look. Again, I don't think anyone is dismissing the paradigm shift allegedly of power. Remember, listen, in Nigeria, the time of Fela Kuti during the 70s and the 80s, and when he was singing, Nigeria, Obasanjo did the what do you call it, the Festa Games. Everybody was like, Nigeria is moving, blah blah blah. Fela was the only person amongst few who
That
was
was the prophet
actively.
telling the truth. Go ahead. Go ahead. Speak. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dustin Love, man.
Fela was the prophet. Fela told the Nigerians what the country was going to be and
Wait, wait,
what the
wait, wait, wait,
United
wait. I think he's
Nations.
speaking. Wait, wait.
Can you guys hear
Go
me?
ahead. Go
Oh, it's
ahead.
better
Yeah.
now.
So
It's better now. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
It's kind of
so
went
yeah.
out.
When Fela was singing at that time, the African Americans were like, "Oh, Fela is giving us a negative image when Nigeria is improving." But guess
Africans
what?
in general, not
Nigeria,
not
but
African Americans.
yes, but
Africans
no,
in
no,
general.
no, no. I said the African Americans were complaining. Like the gentleman, I'm not saying he's complaining, but he's saying that when you give a negative image, and Ruto is trying to project strength. So Obasanjo was trying to project strength to the world of Nigeria, but the reality was on the ground, the average Nigerian was not benefiting from this projection of strength. The average Kenyan is not benefiting from Ruto's show of strength. Build your
Absolutely.
strength in your country first before you sit down there. Our mothers used to tell us, even black mothers in the South would tell their children, mind your own business before you worry about somebody else's business. That's what our mothers tell us. So
Abs-
we as Africans need to clean the dirt out of our own eye before we try and project strength. That's
exactly.
all I'm saying.
Exactly, my brother. Let me just continue from where you stop. Like I said from the beginning of this conversation, that we Africans, we know what the truth is, but we try as much as we can to ignore it and to pretend it doesn't exist. Fela was a prophet telling us everything that was going to happen, but we pretend that he was smoking weed, he was crazy, and we push him to the side. But everything happening today in Nigeria and in Africa, he has already told us. Let's say that, for example, now Kenya is going to fight for the interest of Kenya. But even if Kenya doesn't align with America, the truth is she's going to align with somebody else, either with Russia or China or India. So we have to pick our friends. What is the benefit we're going to get from our friends? That's what is important. China is going to take Africa in a couple of years. We're going to have very little point. You go to Zambia. China have now police stations, police control on the road. Even in South Africa, they have control. The point is, this guy, I know he's a racist who tried to hook up with us. We did not even allow him to ask a follow-up questions. How could we have allowed other member of the group to follow up to debunk him if we did not even allow him to ask a follow-up questions? And they will say, Schneider said, answer the first question. Yes, that's true. But if you don't allow him to ask the follow-up questions, how are you going to debunk him? You do not even give him the chance. You just block him and try to make him not to answer any questions. Not to ask any questions, you just block him and said,
Okay,
"Oh
okay,
no,
we
No,
understand
but
now.
he came in with an agenda though. He came in with an agenda to
It
make
does not matter."
Africans
You
and
would have given him
Caribbeans.
the chance to ask
So
a
It
follow-up
seems like,
question so that you can debunk
Professor, you
him.
don't even get it.
So
The
get back
reason
to
why
the
we were
topic.
complaining,
So
you
get
don't
back to
get
the
it. We
topic.
try to
Get back.
explain to you the reason,
Okay.
but you don't get it. You are still bothered about your own follow-up question that you
Give
didn't
him
answer.
the chance to ask you the
Right.
follow-up question so you can
Right.
give him
That's
your point
the mark.
and
That's the
No,
mark.
debunk
you should.
him.
No.
Come on.
See,
Can I ask another question to
step by
Gazma?
step. You
Yeah,
answer.
don't ask him. Please
You
don't ask him any more questions. Ask
question,
questions
then you
someone else.
allow us to answer
What?
that,
Okay,
then
ask.
you can
You can ask me the question then, please.
follow
What
up
was the
question.
question about?
Even you, Al. Recently, China went to Europe. Were you aware of that as well? China
Yeah,
went to France,
yes,
right,
China. Yeah,
to speak with Macron. No one
yes,
sees that as a like an attack or he's friend or foe. We look at it as a form of strength because they're moving. They don't have friends. They look at people as partners and what they can
yes,
get from people. I think
yes,
that's the same approach that Kenya is taking. You know what I mean?
yes,
And that's the
yes,
same approach the AU should be taking. You know what I
yes.
mean? So I feel like, and again, I feel like the AU has some kind of agenda. I heard ECOWAS was trying to create a new cross-border police force, which
Yes.
would be a power move. But the situation with the coups happened. So
Right.
I think there's a vision of a more hands-on Africa,
Yes.
and I think we need to kind of applaud that.
Yeah, I think there's something going on deeper than basically there's stuff going on right now. Us Africans are actually still in the dark. I think the French they feel like they have lost control in their old colonies, and they are actually working in the back with the backhand with the Chinese at the moment because they realize the Chinese are gaining a lot of influence in the continent. So the French, Macron and Xi Jinping are actually talking at the moment because the French was trying to use Nigeria because they realized Nigeria is a big threat to their West African colonies. They tried to use Nigeria as the headquarters.
Oh no, there's no fact to that. That's it. That's
Can you not
speculation.
interrupt me when you
There's
speak?
no fact to that.
Excuse me. Can you just mute? When you were speaking, I did not
Yeah,
interrupt you.
there's no fact to
right?
that.
So I said, in my opinion, you listen to what I'm saying. Stop interrupting me. In my opinion, what I am noticing, the French are desperate at the moment because they have lost loads of influence in the continent, right? So they are trying very hard. They're trying to tap into Nigeria. At the moment, they're working very, very hard, to link up with the Chinese, right? Because they still have a great influence in the continent. And don't forget the French and the Chinese and the Russians. The Chinese and the Chinese got influence with the Russians, right? They actually hand in hand. And the French and the Chinese got contact. These guys got trade deals, right? Because trade deals is what connect these countries. It's nothing else. If you guys think it's because of because you're black or because of you're African or because you got the mineral resources or other stuff that they're taking from your land, is what make these countries alliance. You'd think again, because the reality is it's trade deals. The French will be looking and think, oh, which country have I got a stronger trade deal? How much billions am I making from this country? The Americans are looking at the same thing. The Russians are looking at the same thing. This is what basically makes things work, right? So Why didn't, for example, ECOWAS send troops to Haiti? ECOWAS country, one country in ECOWAS are capable of doing more than that, but they didn't, right? It's because
No,
the
but
reason
I heard Benin is sending troops though.
Benin, yeah,
Benin is sending troops. Benin.
This, when you guys say send troops to, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
yeah. So for me, I think there's something going on at the moment in the world where the Africans are in the dark and the outsiders are still talking. They're finding way to get stuff out cheap because that's their main aim. It's all about getting the stuff out of the continent cheap, right?
About
That's it. It's all about getting the stuff cheap. If you make the area unstable, you get the stuff cheap. If you have more bigger influence, you install a government, you can get the stuff cheap. You know, there's different way to get this cheap mineral resources out of Africa. Simple as that. So if we're not looking at the,
I ask you another question, though, Al, because when France tapped Nigeria to invade Niger, the AU stood against Nigeria doing that, and also when there was I think an attempted coup in your country, right, Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Right, there was an attempted coup. I think Nigeria was trying to petition against filing charges against the guy who was behind it, who was hiding in Nigeria. Do you hear about that too?
Yeah, the guy that attempted the coup in Sierra Leone, he's currently in Nigeria because the Nigerian government went. In fact, the Ribadu, Ribadu went to Freetown.
Nuhu Ribadu.
Yes, he went to Freetown. He said to our current president, "Don't worry, you know we got you. This is not going to happen. If it happens, we will put troops in the ground in Freetown." So Ribadu give him the backing. I know Ribadu will back him. Do you know why? Because our current president is very close to the previous president of Nigeria, Buhari, and is very close to the current president, Tinubu. So they will not let him fail in Sierra Leone, right? So he got that ally, he got that assurance.
Are you guys talking about the Sierra Leone opposition leader or some abstract person?
The previous president of Sierra Leone.
It's in Sierra Leone. It's not in Nigeria. I don't know what.
No, you listen to me. The opposite. Listen to me. Do not come here and lie. The previous president of Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone. The previous president of Sierra Leone. He was behind the coup in Sierra Leone.
What is his name?
Ernest Bai Koroma. He's currently in Abuja.
But he is in. He was in Sierra Leone. I was arrested and taken to court in Sierra Leone, and the ECOWAS requested that he began the asylum to come to Nigeria. He was not in Nigeria. He was in Sierra. He was in Freetown. But what are you guys saying?
Listen, are you? That's the problem. I don't think you claim to be a professor.
Ernest Bai Koroma was after the coup. They said there was a saying. Let me give me.
No, you can't.
1 minute. 1 minute.
You can't because you're misquoting me.
Why?
You're not.
Yeah, but the fact
1 minute.
The fact that he told you he's a professor doesn't mean you should attack.
1 minute.
Exactly, he's an idiot.
He was arrested.
I just said to him.
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. I just said to you, the guy.
Okay, give me 1 minute, and you can disagree with me after that. You can block me, no problem. 1 minute.
So people just answer.
Why will you say he was in Nigeria?
He doesn't like opposition to whatever he says.
Ernest Bai Koroma.
He was in Freetown when the coup happened.
He was in Freetown. That's what I'm saying.
They don't engage themselves in interaction. Well, whatever he say is final, and that's what.
Why will you block me?
Yeah, but wait.
Allow other people's opinion and consume other people's opinion.
He's an idiot. He's not a professional.
No, you cannot say that.
Wait. What is your Schneider? What is your real name, man? Like Schneider.
Ernest Bai Koroma was not in Nigeria. He was in.
No, I did not say he was in Nigeria. I said he is in Nigeria right now.
That the Nigerians, they forget about Nigeria.
The Nigerian government requests him back.
Listen, let me finish now. Let me speak.
Finishing. No, you're not. Just wait. The Nigerian government.
You don't want the truth, then?
No, the Nigerian.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
When the coup happened, guys, can you listen, guys? When the coup happened, he was in Freetown. He was requested.
You are saying this now because I insisted. You say you was in Nigeria.
No, because you're trying to put words in my mouth.
Now.
Because you're a 419 professor trying to put word in my mouth. I said
my God.
the guy Nuhu Ribadu went to Freetown to request him to be sent back to Nigeria, and he promised the president of Sierra
The
Leone.
ECOWAS requested for his asylum to come to Nigeria. ECOWAS requested. He was not in Nigeria. He has nothing to do with Nubaro. Please stop that nonsense. Please listen. Speak the truth.
You're not listening, are you? Aliou Cisse, Ribadu, and the head of the military in Nigeria, they were 3 of them were in Freetown. 3 of these guys. Aliou Cisse, Ribadu,
you never say he was in Freetown. You say he was in Nigeria.
They came to Freetown.
The one who say he was in Freetown, and you try to block me. You
try to
discredit me. And you try to call me a liar.
You put the word in my mouth.
Take my position.
You're a 419 professor. That's what you are.
Yeah, but I am far educated than you.
Wait. Schneider, I want to listen to what Schneider wanted to say. He just wanted to just a minute. Go ahead, Schneider.
No, Zango.
No, he doesn't want me to say. That's the problem. He doesn't want me to say.
Wait, because I want to listen to what he wanted.
Can you stop?
From
the beginning of word in my mouth, that says it all.
No, go back and replay this audio. Everything you're doing is recorded. Go back and replay. He said he came from Nigeria. Ribadu came from Nigeria and requested. But the problem is, the former president of Sierra Leone was in Freetown. The problem when the coup happened,
yes, it was
accused. It was accused that most members of the coup came from his personal guard. So they tried to overthrow the government. So the ECOWAS decided that this man is so important in Sierra Leone that if he's sent to jail, there can be a civil war in Sierra Leone, and we don't want to have another civil war in Sierra Leone. So we're going to grant him asylum. So the ECOWAS decided that we're going to grant asylum for him to come to Nigeria. Whatever the case in the Sierra Leone government, the ECOWAS engaged the Sierra Leonean president to allow him to leave Sierra Leone to come to Nigeria because most members of the coup plot were from his personal guard. And that was what happened. It has nothing to do with some Nigerian general.
Another question I want to have. You did say you were a professor. Is your specialty in international relation or what?
If I give you my name and you type on the Google, you'll be shocked. Who you are?
No. I just want to know. Because I know, maybe you might have an expertise in certain field.
If this guy holds
wait. For me, I'm not coming the condescending way. Genuinely, I just want to know, where does your expertise lies? Is it international relations or what? In history or what? Because I'm trying to
international relations.
International relations. Okay, that's all.
Stop putting words in people's mouth. But anyway, regardless, you asked me. Can I
never mentioned that.
Right. What's your Wait. Last question.
And then
can I finish?
You not mention that. And then
last question. Was your specialty more on West African history or what? Was it more on a particular country or what? What's your specialty? I'm asking Schneider actually.
History. Okay. Schneider. Yeah, go on. Schneider.
Was your specialty more
West African and Soviet history?
Okay.
West African and what?
No, but Professor.
West African and Soviet history.
Oh, okay.
Professor,
sovereign. What is that? Sovereign. Sovereign.
Soviet history.
Oh, Soviet. Okay.
So
go ahead, man.
Let me finish answering the question. Zango, you interrupted also, right?
Sorry. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So basically, the coup in Sierra Leone. That's true. The bodyguards of Ernest Bai Koroma, they're the one that was attempting this coup. But the reality is, it was a deal that was made, right, between ECOWAS, Ribadu, and what's his name? Chris, the head of the Nigerian
There's no
military.
proof to that. That is speculations. Stick to facts. Stick to empirical facts. Don't speculate. That's the point I'm making.
But the guy you are talking to is from Sierra Leone.
It doesn't matter. Speak to empirical facts.
Schneider, wait. Let him finish his point. And if you have a rebuttal.
I'm explaining something I've seen. Is a meeting that they had around the table, and these guys give their speech. If you understand English and you listen to the guy giving their speech, you interpret what they're speaking, and that's exactly what I'm speaking here. I'm not making. It's not speculation.
Can you prove that?
Kaizo.
No, but
Kaizo. No.
But even before
I can prove it to him. It's online. It's online right now. If you go online, you can see the video of the Nigerian what's his name, whatever his position, Ribado and Chris and Aliyu Cisse, the meeting they had, about the coup in Sierra Leone.
National Security Advisor,
Yes.
National Security Advisor.
Nigerian National Security Advisor and the head of the Nigerian military and the head of ECOWAS, their speech and the meeting that they had after the coup in Sierra Leone. If you Google that now, you will show this fool and this idiot that claimed to be
After the
a
coup,
professor.
you said
Yes.
idiot. After the coup, you are an idiot. You said after the coup. I'm talking before the coup. Can you prove there was a plan?
I did not mention
You said an
anything before the
idiot.
coup.
That is
I
ridiculous.
did not mention anything before
What
the
is?
coup.
Can you show a proof that was planned
No, but
before the coup?
they offer refuge immediately, like after the coup. So they didn't even wait for
So
investigations.
what do you mean by
Exactly.
what do you mean by an idiot? That's an illogical. That is a word of a semi-illiterate to say an idiot after the coup. No,
question he asked
we want
me
to
is
know
about what happened after the coup.
what happened before the
refugee
coup, not
guy that
after,
was-
not after, before.
I don't know what happened before the coup. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm,
then
I
you
don't,
cannot
I'm not
claim.
part of the government. I'm not part of the government. I'm not part of the coup. So I'm not going to
Okay.
be here. I'm not. You probably know.
So
because
you
you're gonna
shouldn't.
make up shit.
Oh
All
my
I'm
God.
telling you is what
Jesus
happened after
Christ.
the coup, because he asked why did they give him refuge, and if the former Sierra Leonean guy was given refuge. So the refuge was given after the coup, not before the coup.
The only
So
reason
use
why
your
they want the
brains, use your
refuge
brain
from
cells. Listen
President
to me.
Mike Roma,
Oh, you're an
and
idiot, man.
out of
You're no
Sierra Leone.
professor. You are no professor, bro. If
Nah,
you're a
I
professor,
mean,
you
if
will
you see
speak.
my name,
No,
you
you're
will
not.
scare.
You are not
If
a
you need to see me,
professor.
you have to book an
You are a
appointment to see
liar.
me.
You are a
Trust
liar.
You are a
me.
disgrace.
You are
You're a liar.
nothing.
You are not a professor.
No, the
This
professor,
is
the professor is being biased. He's very
absolute
smart. He's being
nonsense.
the
biased.
way you think
Yeah. If he's a
is
professor,
very backwards.
he is a very. If this guy's a professor,
You cannot
then
even
he
see me.
what?
You need to
He
book an
what?
appointment to see
He
me.
what?
You can't.
He's intelligent, but he's very biased.
The only reason
Kelly,
to remove
please
Mike
mute.
Roma from Sierra Leone
Please,
was
please.
because he want to prevent a civil war. That's the only reason, because
Oh
he
my
has a low
God.
popularity.
But
He doesn't
he
care.
was preaching zero tolerance, though. He's preaching zero tolerance, zero cool. Why is he?
We
like,
need to get him
seriously, for
out
me,
of Sierra Leone, because if we send him to jail, there will be a civil war in Sierra Leone.
Are
That's
you
why
a
we need to get him
Sierra
out.
Leonean?
This
Allah
guy
is
is
Sierra
a
Leonean to
complete
speak on this
idiot
issue.
and a dickhead. That's why
No,
you see a guy
I
like
was
you.
involved. I was involved in it. I know what I'm talking
You-
about.
Snyder,
If
You was
you
see,
see me,
Snyder.
you were involved in it.
Yeah, but he said he has an
It sounds like
expertise
he
in
knows
that
about the
line.
coup. It sound like he's involved in the coup.
I am a U.S. diplomat.
no, he might be
That's
right, but
true.
it's
sound like-
against,
Oh.
like I said, Nigeria
Yeah,
is moving funny.
You are
but
a
Schneider,
diplomat now.
Schneider, you gotta understand this platform. I mean, a lot of people are really not gonna, they're not really gonna respect your.
English people.
They're not really gonna respect your. They don't really gonna
Kaiser.
respect your. They're not really gonna respect your.
It
like,
doesn't
your
matter to
title.
me. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
So like,
You are a
no,
diplomat
no.
now.
I ask you personally because when you say because a lot of times like you have certain expertise in a certain area. I like to listen.
You
to
see,
like,
this
right,
guy,
right?
I'm the one who really brought up the topic of him by ECOWAS requesting asylum. This guy never brought it up. I brought it up.
Oh
They
my
keep
God.
talking about
All right.
some coup by some
You
Nigerians.
just want to claim some kind
I
of
am
credit.
the one who said
You just
we
wanna claim
choose to
credit
get
to
him
make
out
it
of Sierra Leone because he was very popular.
You
and
just
we
want to
knew
claim. You
that
just want to
if
claim
he's-
some
if
credit to
he
make
is
you sound like you're a
arrested,
professor, but you're not. That's
we
the problem.
will
Kinda
we,
they're
we
not
can
gonna
have a
listen-
civil war in Sierra Leone.
they're not gonna listen to you,
President
man.
President
How did this guy manage
had
to
no
get on here?
choice.
Honestly, how did he manage to get on? Because he's
President
actually
Bayo had
wasting
no
our
choice.
time.
He has to
You are
let him
just
go.
you are just wasting people time on this show. Because since
Oh
he
no,
came
you
on,
are
no.
ignorant.
You had problem with Gazimop. You had problem with Zango. You had problem with UFC. Now you have problem with me.
No,
So who's gonna be next?
I never had issue with him.
Yo, let me ask Schneider a question.
Yeah, Zango, you say that because you're a two-faced man.
Yes, ask your question.
Man,
Schneider,
man, you always
no,
speaking down in Ghana
No, man,
all the
you're
time,
two-faced.
man.
No,
Nobody
you're
talking.
two-faced,
Who's
man.
asking
You're
questions?
two-faced.
Please.
Yo,
I-
Schneider,
Schneider,
Mr. Professor, my brother, Mr. Professor, and AI. Yeah, Schneider, what's your thoughts on like Kenya coming into Haiti? Because I feel like it's going to be like an ECOMOG style situation. What happened in Sierra Leone and in Liberia, how Nigeria intervened in those two countries. I feel like Kenya might want to copy Nigeria in doing that.
The United States has given Kenya more than $300 million on this venture, and I believe that it will send white soldiers to Haiti. with try to save black people is going to be an issue. So I think Kenya will be a much better choice. And I think that Kenya has sent troops to many other African countries, even to Yugoslavia and other European countries. I think it wouldn't make any difference for them sending troops in Haiti to help.
Come on, Schneider. Do you think the Kenyans are not going to do what these foreign troops have done, not to hurt the population or abuse the population? Come on.
As I've said, you said like you think the Kenyans are not going to do what the other people have done. Where they might do it, but at least they are the brothers. They could be of more sympathy than the other people.
Let me ask, like, the $300 million, where exactly is it going? Like, where exactly is it going?
What do you mean by that?
I mean,
it's going to
what?
It's going to the Kenyan banks.
What?
What do you mean? Like, which industry are they really like? I mean,
no, hang on, Zongo. America is paying Kenya to send its soldiers, police officers to Haiti. The money is going to the Kenyan bank.
Oh, so they're going to use some of the money to pay like Kenyan military and their retirement.
What is Kenya doing? What is Kenya doing to help?
Wait. Go ahead, Kaizo.
Kenya's getting free military equipment, right? So the tanks, and the planes already received a few refurbished fighter jets and helicopters, right? So they're getting all that stuff for free. The money is actually there to pay the soldiers. But of course,
salaries. Okay.
However, this is euro dollars, meaning the government will put in the bank that just print some money and give it to the soldiers.
Oh, okay. That makes sense now.
The actual dollars, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I was wanting to know where the money is going. Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, so the reality is, right, when a country like Kenya goes to Haiti and on behalf of the US, if this mission failed, what would be the negative, the downside of it? Because the reality is, if do you think America might be setting Kenya to fail in this mission to start with, and then for them to use that as a reason to go in? That's my other, because sometimes I'm very pessimistic.
Of course, yeah. AI. Let's look at it. Yeah. If they were to send Benin and Togo, right, yeah, to Haiti, because they've got historical ties to that country and they both speak francophone language. Kenya, on the other hand, is the fucking alien. Is an English-speaking country in the other side of Africa, East Africa. Like, I believe that Kenya does not give a fuck about Haiti. They're just there to make their moolah, to prop up their economy. Yes. And Kenya has got nothing in that country. And they obviously, so if they send, let's say, 1,000, 3,000 that are dying, that are gonna die. You get what I'm saying? They are no different. They're just basically they are black people with a wolf skin. Come on, bro, man.
Let me ask Kaizo.
Let's not be naive. Let's not be fucking.
Let me ask Kaizo.
Yeah, exactly. But this idiots, they just think, oh yeah, Kenya is sending troops to Haiti. Yeah.
Right. Now, what's your thoughts on that, man?
Let me ask Kaizo the last question. Let me ask Kaizo. So Kaizo, if that is the case, why are people making it seem that the American government is? I mean, the money is going to help some aspect. The economy, but in a very minute way, because in actuality, it's actually benefiting, the military. It's not really benefiting the average Kenyan on the streets.
Only the leaders.
I mean, the money is paying salaries of military personnel. So the people itself is not really providing some kind of benefit to them. I mean, on a macro level, of course, the money.
Let me posit this, Zongo, right?
Yeah.
Guys, just to context, Benin and Chad are also going. Kenya is just leading the mission. Nigeria is also. So we had Nigeria, Benin, Chad, Barbados, Bangladesh, and a couple other countries. So all those countries are going. Even China is going.
Hey, Kaizo. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Right.
Okay. Hey, Kaizo.
This is the United Nations. Go ahead.
Good question. I didn't know that.
Does AD have resources down there? Do they have a lot of resources?
Yeah, they have iridium. They have a near complete. Let's say only one of the few countries with iridium, huge.
So So that's what you think they're after that, or what?
No. I don't think so. They're after. I mean, if America wanted it, they could just take it, right? I think the America's main thing is that Haiti doesn't become like Cuba or Venezuela, so that they are protecting the Western Hemisphere from communism and Russia's sphere of influence. So this mission is really to prevent Haiti from having a revolution. Yeah, so it's there to prevent Haiti from having a revolution.
How much?
The resources? Go ahead.
Kaiser, and also, do you think Obama is behind this also?
Obama
is different.
How?
Obama is behind this.
I mean, it's America's an empire, right? So
How?
I think
Of course,
all
I mean,
America.
of course, Obama has some kind of connection to Kenya.
As Obama, please explain, please.
I mean, he's gonna have some kind of leverage to kind of like
How?
make things
How?
possible.
How?
I mean,
Yes,
I'm
yes,
not sure.
yes,
I'm just guessing. I mean, the thing, because I mean,
He
he's from
does.
that place. He has influence, connection back to the home.
Been out of
But anyway, actually, I have a question for you, Schneider. I have a
8 years.
anyway, I have a
8 years.
question for you. I'm just kind of like digressing a little bit.
I know you're trying to test Snyder if he's a professor, but his behavior doesn't sound like a professor.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I mean, he said that I'm not even, I just gonna like
One thing he did said that's true. If the opposition leader wasn't removed from Sierra Leone and that guy was prosecuted and put into prison, we're probably gonna end up with a civil war in Sierra Leone.
You agree with me?
On that side,
Schneider, that's okay.
Everybody,
that's okay.
Zango, stop talking. He talking
At least
about.
black people can agree on certain things. That's okay.
If you're right, see me, I'm the guy. If you're right,
go ahead.
I will tell you.
Obama has been out of office for 8 years. So tell me, how is he involved? Tell me.
Oh man, Schneider, man. I don't want to speculate, but I mean, Obama is deeply connected to the Democratic Party, and then I mean, if Kenya comes into play, I mean, they can always use Obama to kind of help, pursue some agendas that they may have. I'm not saying at the governmental level, but I mean, behind the scenes, he can kind of like pull the strings to kind of make things happen. I mean, from that angle, I mean, there's a possibility, right? It could happen, right?
On the issue of Haiti.
So basically, for me, Kenya been on the news that they're sending the police into Haiti, and Nigeria, Chad, and Benin is not been mentioned. I don't think that's fair, because it looked like it's only Kenya that's doing something to helping the Haitians. West Africans we are not. I don't know if it's the Kaiser bias stream is causing that, or maybe it's Western media. Kaiser, can you answer to that?
That be based on Kaiser. Okay, so let me give context, right? So, okay, you guys have been making assumptions that this is an American mission. Well, technically it's not. It's a United Nations mission. And the same way that they send troops to Somalia, they send troops to DRC, this is basically more or less the same situation. So it's not an American sanctioned mission, it's a United Nations sanctioned mission. America just happened to be the first country to say they'll fund it. And then they're the ones who kind of helped select Kenya, right? Kenya actually volunteered, they weren't asked to do this. So that's actually the reality of what happened, right? So let me just share the countries going there, right? There's a lot of misinformation. There's about 6 or so countries.
Great response, Kaiser.
Already going.
Kaiser, can you
let Kaiser show this to you?
Hey, let him share. Come on, man.
Yeah. So let me just show you the country. Let me just find Nigeria, for example. 1 second. How do you do the Control F? Anyway, I can't do it for some reason. Yeah, it's not working. So let me just find it down, because I like to give evidence.
Kaiser, can you admit one thing to me?
Go ahead.
Do you admit that
can you hear me?
Kenya has become a non-NATO ally, and this is along with hello.
Man,
I can hear you.
Kenya is a non-NATO ally now, really?
Yeah, and I want Kaiser, I want Kaiser to admit me. You are America's basically dirty little whore. Kenya's America's little whore.
Obama is doing something.
How can you speak?
Come on, what does Obama have to do with this? Come on, guys.
Wait. Oh, no. China, wait. I mean, we just kind of like, not like serious.
Go on.
Why, Zongo? Why can't I not say that?
Yeah, no, let Zango say something. What were you gonna say?
I'm gonna say, how can you speak vehemently against Ghana, but then you see Kenya being a non-NATO ally, and then that
That's what
you have no,
this is what I'm
you
gonna
have
come
no
to.
comment on that. Oh, come on, man.
Zango, this is what I'm coming
I
to. This
didn't.
is what I'm coming to, Zango. This is what I'm coming to. I'm coming. Me and Kaiser, you know me. I always build up slowly to actually beef. Yeah, me and Kaiser, we're heading somewhere in a minute. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, Kaiser is showing the stream. Let him finish.
Yeah, so I was
But I
saying,
mean,
yeah, so it's actually you got Benin. You obviously because you need countries that speak French, right? Benin, Chad is there. Nigeria is going to be there for the numbers. In fact, Benin and Chad are sending more soldiers in Kenya. Kenya is just is acting as a head of military.
There'll be 2,500.
Exactly right. Kenya is just
Kenya
acting as a
going to
head
get
of,
1,000.
Snyder, wait, let him. I want to hear what that Kaiser got to say first, brother.
Kenya's
Sorry.
only 1,000. In
Oh
Kenya,
my God.
only
Okay.
1,000.
Yeah, Kaiser, go on, Kaiser.
Yeah, so Kenya is acting mostly as a head of intelligence
Yeah.
because the Kenyan police they do have this a reputation. I'm not talking about the dusty ones on the street. Kenya has like several extremely highly trained police officers. We call them DCIs, etc. Right, Directorate of Criminal Investigation. So they're the ones who are going to be going. There's a few corporals, of course, and etc. But it's going to be high-level police officers for intelligence. So figuring out who's the gang heads, how the gang operates, how they get the economics functioning, how do they get the taxes, so that they can obviously help stabilize the country. Because the main point here is to give Haitians back control of their country and also training the Haitian police. That's the mission. The mission is not to fight the gangs, right? The mission is not to. That's why it's police officers and not even military.
Military,
So
yes.
this
Right. So Kaiser, is it not weird that a French-speaking, English-speaking country been sent into a francophone country as the head of the intelligence, right? Because when you're doing intelligence gathering, you obviously the language come number one, right? And can you not interrupt, Professor? Can you just stop?
I mean, Professor says he's a diplomat. Man. He can give us inside
control.
inside information.
Can you just wait? Let me finish. You can speak after me, please, Professor. If Kenya is leading this mission, do you think Kenya has been chosen to lead this mission for a reason? Because the Haitian are connected, basically genetically, and we have more relation with the Haitian from West Africa than East Africa. And also, they speak English, they speak French. A lot of these West African countries speak French, like Chad and Benin speak French, right? So how comes Kenya is leading this mission, and they have the intelligence that speak a different language to the locals? That doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to me.
But the connection is not based on
but
culture.
let Professor respond to this, please.
Yeah. I mean, okay, go ahead. Man. I mean, the connection is not based on culture, man. It's based on experience and expertise, man. Come on.
Yeah, but the language, how can it be when you gathering intelligence, the language comes to the
Anyway,
top,
Kaiser then Schneider. I want to know Schneider's
anyway, Schneider, can you respond to that? Because you're the diplomat.
Yes,
Schneider.
With geopolitics, the issue is when we talk of Haiti, though it is has remnants of a French colonial history, we must also consider geopolitics. We have known that in several years, when the Haitians fought to kick out French rule in Haiti, the France has very little or no control in Haiti. So cannot compare that with the Francophone countries. The problem is we have attempted in several occasions sending UN troops to Haiti, and they have failed. Some Americans, some Asians, they have failed. This is the very first time that we are attempting to send an African-led forces to Haiti to see if it will succeed, and be funded by the United States with more than $350 million. There are many cases, like after the earthquake in Haiti, there were peacekeeping forces from Nepal, from India, everything. All those have failed. This is the first time. But I strongly believe that it is the right choice because the Haitians have resisted every other race coming to try to make peace within them. And I think we should try an African race to see if they can respect their brothers and try to fix things to see how things can work together. But what I'm saying, it comes down to the point is every other country race have sent troops to Haiti, it does not work. this is the first time we are trying to say, okay, let's send African troops to Haiti, but let's fund them and see if it would work between black race within themselves. If they're not savages, maybe they can respect their brothers and say, okay, let's work together and see if we can fix things. This is the first time we're trying to do this, please.
Right. So, I mean, if it works, that would be a really good thing, because this is going to be East, West.
Let Kaiser give an input. You want to say something?
Yeah, sorry, Kaiser. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there was a little bit of ignorance thinking that this is just some American mission. They've had several different people going there. America's even been there before, but it all failed because, again, it's not an invasion, right? America can't just go in and invade Haiti for no good reason, especially when Haiti is not showing signs of communism, right? So that's why they have to kind of find a strategic way. Kenya is just there because they have extremely trained DCI police officers, but Benin and Chad will also be going to help now with the translations of French. So, because remember, if you're in this country, you have to camouflage yourself. The police officers are not just going to be going. Let me make it quite clear, right? The police officers are not just going to be the ones in uniform, right? It's going to be ununiformed people as well who are going to be part of this mission. I'm guessing more from the Francophones, who are now going to try to penetrate into these gangs somehow. So, yeah, it's an interesting mission to me, but I don't think it's special or anything. It's like the same thing will happen in DRC. It's the same stuff going on all over the world. It's just United Nations. Even China will be there, right? But that I don't know what they'll do. But Chinaman can be spotting for miles away. And shout out to Spellcaster for $5. Kaizo, here you go, man. Keep the African pride and spirit strong. Thank you very much, Spellcaster, for the support. I appreciate it. But again, you guys will say Kenya's a coon, and I don't
get the bag, man. Kenya, get the bag,
man.
Not
on this one, Kaiser. They cannot be coon on this one. On this one, they actually are doing great, and this is one of the reasons.
Yeah, but a non-NATO ally, come on, man.
AI, but you have to admit it. Kenya and those countries that support America in Africa, they are America's whore.
Yeah, and NATO. You can't speak against Ghana and then give a pass to Kenya as a non-NATO ally. Not a mission in Haiti.
Zango, let me finish. Not on this United Nation.
Of course.
It's a different thing, right?
Of course.
Thank you. That's the reason why I'm saying. I totally agree. Kenya in the past, they've not been good. Their reputation is not good. And also, some of the stuff that they do into Congo in East Africa, I don't like it. Kaiser, though, that's one of the reasons.
Hang on. One second. Let me correct you a little bit on the East African one, right? I know we had a Congolese guy the other day who came in and said the whole of East Africa is bad. Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, they're all oppressing Congo. Kenya is actually not oppressing Congo, right? He couldn't give evidence. His evidence is that the men
in Congo for sure. That's for sure.
Because for me, as a West African, anyone that hurt Congo.
Wait, man, let us learn something about East Africa, man.
Anyone that hurt
Let's
Congo
listen to an East African perspective. We speak a lot about West Africa on this.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's listen.
Okay, sorry, Schneider, you said something for a second. What was it? Then I'll continue.
Congo has nothing. Kenya has nothing to do with Congo.
Okay,
the problem
good.
with Congo has to do with the Rwanda genocide in 1994.
Exactly.
Where we have the Hutus who escaped after the genocide ended in the Eastern Congo.
Rwanda. Yep.
Can I speak?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, the Hutus who escaped into Eastern Congo during the genocide, and they have refused to accept Rwanda as a state. They form what they call the Interahamwe, and they have decided that they are going to take Rwanda back by any cost. So they have formed various militias within Eastern Congo to try to launch border attacks and counter-attacks within Rwanda. But the problem is, the Rwanda government has also sponsored the M16? Yes, if I'm correct. M16,
M23.
who are fighting these groups in Eastern Congo. So therefore, there can be no peace in Eastern Congo until the Interahamwe are eliminated, or there is a peace treaty between Rwanda and Congo that will eliminate the Hutus who are bent on taking back Rwanda pre-genocide.
Because also in West Africa, you cannot destroy Congo. You cannot kill our Congolese brothers and be a friend to us.
Oh,
in
no,
West
no,
Africa.
no, no. Congo is very big. You are talking a different Congo. We're talking about Eastern Congo, within Goma, within North Goma, and
Yeah,
within
very
Goma,
specific area.
North Kivu, South Kivu. That's what we're talking. We're not talking about the Western Congo. That's totally different country, and that's different. We're talking about the Eastern Congo, North, the Goma region, North Kivu, South Kivu, with the border of Rwanda. Where all the refugees who committed genocide, who escaped Rwanda in 1994, ended up in Congo. And most of them call themselves Congolese today, but they're still Rwandans, but they have created militias who are bent on destroying Rwanda. And Rwanda will not accept that. That is why we have permanent war in Eastern Congo.
Because I was on a different platform once, a brother from Congo who came on.
Yeah, that guy was lying when he mentioned.
No, you know, guys, it was a different platform.
Oh, okay.
This brother, he said, when I look at West African people from Senegal to Nigeria, he said, you are my brothers. He said, we look the same, we are related people. He said, but we feel like you guys have abandoned us. And it's true, because don't forget, most of our mother side came from Congo in West Africa. There's no one
about the Bantu race. You can divide Congo into two. If you go to Goma, the people in Goma and in North Kivu, South Kivu, they're of Hamitic race.
Okay, I didn't know.
Hey, AI, I have to correct you.
They are totally different. Most of them are totally different. Maybe there's a few that's a Bantu, but majority are
Niger Congo people. The Niger Congo people.
Niger Congo are Bantu.
Okay, that's true.
But
Yeah,
AI,
so
what do,
go ahead, Dad.
but
Yeah, go
AI, what do for example, you come from Sierra Leone. What do someone from Sierra Leone and Congo got in common? They're completely different.
Very good. Most of the people in Sierra Leone are actually, you'd be surprised. See, Sierra Leone, we have, you remember, I don't know if you remember, a lady came here the other time, the Gola Kissi, right? The Kissi people of Sierra Leone. Basically, us West African, our mothers are from that region. These are people that came from the forest and came and settled in the far west, became fishing villages, fishing towns, right? Mixed with our ancestors. That's what we are.
Sierra Leoneans are not Bantus.
No, they're not Bantu.
They're Niger Congo.
The Niger Congo people. They're not Bantu, but they're Niger Congo.
Yeah, there's two types of Niger Congo. There's two types. There's Niger and there's Congo. There is what they call them,
Sierra Leone are mainly Mande group.
Those who returned as slaves, those who were descendants of slaves, are of Bantu race. But the rest of Sierra Leoneans are not of Bantu race. Even Nigeria.
But AI, it's like me saying.
That's true.
AI, it's like me saying my country and people from Chad are the same, but we're not. You know what I'm saying? It's like Congo, like a Congolese person.
No, but you don't understand.
I have two questions for Schneider. Schneider, two questions. The first question is like the Haiti, those gang rebels, like who do you think like is kind of providing them those like with the ammunitions,
Good questions. Of course, the weapons are coming from America.
Oh my goodness, man.
Right.
Really?
Yes, of course, yes.
Damn, man.
But AI,
and then they are funding the war, and then in turn they are acting like they are the peacemakers at the same time.
What's the distance between Haiti and America? Maybe like an hour drive or 40 minutes underwater. Oh yes, the weapons are coming from America. Yes.
Yeah, yes. DR, you was going to ask me a question. What was that again?
Yeah.
So let me finish with the
Zango, you too much, man. Enough, man.
The last question, I said two questions. I did say two questions. Come on, man. Stop it, man. And then the second question is like, because like there are a lot of like people in America, like the descendants of slaves are mostly of Bantu. How then like
spell
wait. How then like does like most of like the slave castles are mostly within like because you do find a lot of it in Ghana. Like, how did that happen? They move like slave from the Bantu areas all the way to maybe mostly like Ghana area and then transport them. Like, how did that happen?
You see, at the time where those slave castles are right now, the people were governing that time were the Coromantine. they were not taken as slaves. If they were taken to the Caribbeans, not in North America.
Oh,
They
okay.
were the guardians of the castle. The Bantu were taken from mainland, but other what they call the Amazonians, those were the Amazonians, those female warriors of Dahomey.
Mhm.
They went inland and taken the Bantus from southeast Nigerian, Cameroon, Congo, and bring them to the border. But the issue is that was a holding facility. It was not a facility for the indigenes of the region. It was a holding facility.
Snyder, you said one thing that's
Where,
not correct.
which at region? Oh,
Snyder, you said one thing that's not
just
correct. Let me. Can I just? Can
man,
I
I
just
asked him a question. If you have a
okay.
rebuttal, let him finish. Then you give a rebuttal.
It was a holding facility. If we look at the names of the ships that left West Africa to North America, majority of them left from the slave coast, which is in the Bight of Biafra.
Oh, okay, around that area. Oh, okay.
Not
So, like,
from the Gold Coast, which is in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Right. Okay, Snyder. Okay, we understand now. Snyder.
Man, oh, come on, man! I'm trying to learn something. Come on, man. Listen.
AI, can you finish up what he's about to finish
Yeah,
off?
let him finish, man.
Yeah,
People
but it's taking
conflicting
too
that.
long.
They're
It's dragging
conflicting
it
that,
on.
right? So, like, there was a different migration, like,
Hold on, brothers. I think after he finishes, there's a difference of opinion because I'm gonna have a very big question. Who told us what is Bantu? No indigenous people ever called themselves Bantu. But go ahead.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
that's a good question.
No, you can
That's
go
not-
to that later. It's okay. It's okay.
Wait. Go ahead. Finish your point.
People keep confusing the Gold Coast and the Slave Coast. They are not the same.
No, what I mean is that the Gold Coast, a lot of like the castles are mostly
Yes,
concentrated.
but they were holding facilities.
Oh, okay.
They were not made for indigenes because indigenes were the one protecting the castles.
Exactly. Yeah.
For example, in Ghana, the Ghanaians were protecting the castles, and they were not selling themselves.
Oh, okay.
They only helped the Europeans to help send the Bantu into slavery. The Ghanaians, the Coromantine at the time, that's how they were called. They were not selling themselves.
You mean the Fantis and the Gans? Those people are the coastal people, like those.
Yes. If you look at history today, the Coromantine are the people that were holding case. It's documented in history. This is not this. This is a fact.
So can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? If that is the case, how then did Coromantee end up in Jamaica?
Yes, because they were minor. If you see the history of how many of them end up in Coromantee in the Jamaica? They were a minor figure compared to the amount of Bantu that was sent to North America. And
this is what I'm trying to say. No, sir, only about not more than I think a few million made it to North America. Majority of the people who were taken ended up in South and Central America and the Caribbean. That's where the majority of the people who ended up taken were.
Yes.
And then America, hold on, sir. America had the breeding farms. So what they did a lot of breeding. So that's where you get a person like Shaquille O'Neal, who is 7 feet tall but moves like a ballerina, because they were doing a lot of animal husbandry, select genetics with the people. So this is what they were doing in America.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
let him finish. Let him finish. No, Schneider, let him finish. Go
ahead.
Let him finish.
No, go ahead, Schneider. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, that is true. There were only about a couple of hundreds of thousands entered in North America, but the problem is majority of those who left the West Africa at the coast, who left the slave coast, what they call the Kingdom of Judah, in slave coast, who ended up in North America, particularly Virginia, Maryland, and Louisiana, came from the Bight of Biafra, not from the Gold Coast in Ghana. Then,
but wait.
Let me finish. Wait. Those who ended up in South America and the Caribbean you are talking about, majority came from the Bantu state of Congo and Angola. If you go to Brazil, more than 200 million of all Negroes in Brazil are from the Portuguese colony.
I did watch an interview from a professor of Yale who did say, like, if you go to like the Brazil, man, there were like quite significant amount of them that that still hold like the Yoruba culture. I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
Yoruba,
No,
exactly.
that's not the
Yoruba,
point.
no,
Exactly.
That
no
is not the
Bantu,
point.
right?
That's not the
Yoruba.
point.
Schneider,
Exactly.
They were Yorubas, quite right,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But
So
you have to know that Brazil was a Portuguese colony.
yeah.
Exactly.
Majority
Right,
of
yeah.
all,
So what what's the point?
90% of
What's
all slaves who came from Africa to Brazil, 90% were of Portuguese colony. Who were most of them were even shipped from the Inquisition of
that's why we're
Spain
saying
and
there's no
Portugal.
such
They
thing
were
as
of
Bantu.
Congo and
There's no
Portugal.
such thing as Bantu. If
They,
you say
they're
Niger
of Bantu
Congo,
race.
if you say Niger
90%.
Congo, if you say Niger Congo, I
Yeah, but
agree.
Yes.
why
There's no
then like
such thing as
to
Bantu. Bantu is just a myth. They're
No, no,
Yoruba
no,
people.
no, 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 no,
yeah,
no, no,
but
no, no,
I
no,
think
no.
that's a
Bantu
good
is not a
question
myth.
of
That is
asking
not
about
Bantu is
like
not a myth.
Bantu.
Schneider,
Bantu
Professor.
is a term coined by the Europeans.
No,
What do you
it
think?
was
It's a
not coined.
European
It was not
term.
coined. No, 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 it was not coined. That's a
Okay,
mistake.
okay,
It was not coined.
okay.
Schneider, I
Yes.
got a question for you. Schneider, you know, Peru and Colombia. Did you know in Peru, the majority of those slaves came from Madagascar? But why do those slaves in the ones that now live in
Because the
Colombia and Venezuela?
Madagascans are
No, but
advanced.
no, but why are they different? Especially the women. They don't look like Black American women. Where in Africa do they come from? The way they
Because
look.
the Madagascans are mixed with Asians. They are
Asians,
kind of a mixture.
They're
But they are
Asian.
Bantu race. They are Bantu race.
They mix with
Listen,
Bantu. The Asian mix with Bantu, but the reality is
yes,
there's no
yes.
such thing
Of
as
what
Bantu.
a couple of
There's
like
no
the
such thing as
DNA is like
Bantu. Bantu, there's no such thing. It's
the
say
DNA
Niger
says
Congo.
that the
If
DNA
you say
My
says
Niger
brother,
Congo,
my
if you
brother.
say Niger Congo, yes, but Bantu.
This has
there's
been
no
a question of
Shanna, let me ask you a last question.
when we say coin, what does
Language,
coin
just
mean?
wait, man.
Coin
Oh,
means
okay.
I invent. I try to create something. That's coin.
That's what we meant. That's what we meant
Yeah.
actually. That's what we
No,
meant by using
but the
that term.
Bantu is not coin. The Bantu is a ethno-linguistic group.
Linguistic.
Defined by whom?
Ethno-linguistic group is a
Linguistic.
people.
Defined
It's a
by
people.
whom?
You cannot separate the language from the people. They are one and the same.
Which language is called Bantu? Name me one language called Bantu.
There are more than 300, 400 languages of the Bantu language, but they have,
The
but
Niger
they
Congo
all,
language
but they
is
can
not Bantu.
understand each
Niger
other.
Congo.
They, no,
Niger.
they
Wait.
all can
Ah,
understand.
wait. I'm trying to understand that.
Professor, have you done your research about this particular topic?
I am a Bantu. I'm of the Batanga clan. My people are from the Batanga clan. The Bantu are a race of people, not only by language, by genetic, by DNA. You can identify them as one and the same people.
Bantu means
Sir,
people.
sir,
That's what it means.
Bantu,
Bantu means
They have a
Bantu does not, sir, what you're doing is you're taking European epistemologies and
No.
forcing them. Okay, let me finish. Sir.
The European guy.
Sir,
China, wait,
sir,
China, wait. Let's gas them up.
Sir, what you're doing is you're taking European epistemology and you're forcing it down the throat of Africans. It's very dangerous. So now, we Africans, we have to be very careful about using European categorizations. We never call ourselves Bantu. As a matter of fact, the place that we're calling Nigeria today used to be a part of what we call Western Sudan. But how many Nigerians consider themselves Sudanese?
There's no argument
How
about
many
that.
Nigerians today consider
Hey, do you have proof that Bantu is a European word?
No, absolutely
No,
not.
I didn't say it's
So
a European
what
word.
is your argument? What is your argument?
I said, okay,
No,
I'll
it's
tell you
argument
once
that
again.
in the
Can
local
you listen?
language, they never view themselves as Bantus.
Thank you. That's all. That's it. No Isoko person.
But how do you
No Igbo.
identify the
No,
Niger Congo group? How?
Oh
How
my
do you
God,
identify them? How?
please, sir, listen. You're a professor, and I challenge you to look at what we call, again, epistemology. There's a great book by Mignolo called Local History, Global Design. The world that we live in today has always been seen through the eyes of the European gaze. And so the problem
Let me give you an
that
example.
we're having-
I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me give you an example, right? See, in the tree language, for instance, right? I mean, Asantis, for instance, they are dark people, right? And the word black in the tree language means tuntum, but they never call themselves tuntum. They call themselves BB4. You understand? So like that kind of distinction. But like the white man is gonna call them like black, right? But they never they recognize that they were black people, right? But there's a distinction between the term black and how they describe themselves as black people too in their own local language.
All right, so
That's
what is the problem
That's
with what this brother is saying? What is the problem with it?
The Ashantis are more closer to us in the West Africa region.
I mean, the point I'm
than
trying
they
to
are
say is
to
like they're setting like
in the South.
the thing is like the question Gastamab is asking, which I also agree, is that how did those people in their language, how do they view themselves like
They,
before like this
Exactly.
superimposed? How do
Exactly.
within their
so,
language?
They keep
so
saying that
Also, let the brother
William said
explain.
coin the language Bantu. No, he identified it. He did not coin it because the people already exist. And you can identify the language with the ethnicity of the people. It has nothing with coin. He identified the Bantus as Bantus. Even till today, that is still part of themselves. The language is
What
part
about
of
the
themselves.
Hausa
It has
people?
nothing to do with
Wait,
the white man. No, it's their
Hausa
language.
people Bantus too? Hausa.
Hey, so where can you find the
No.
Bantus?
Exactly.
Where
Good
they where they
question.
at? Where they
Wait,
at
let me
in
ask you.
Africa?
Hausa people, are they Bantus?
No.
no, they speak a
Houses are Chadic people.
Chadic,
Okay.
They speak a Chadic language.
Afro-Asiatic. But are they not black people?
AI. Let me ask you this
Are
question.
they
You know,
Hey, hey, Schneider. Hey, Schneider.
Because
So
the question is
where
like,
where
we want to
are the Bantus
understand.
today?
We
Where are
want
the
to
Bantus
we want
today?
to
Where they at?
understand the psyche of
Of
those
the black-
people within their own language before. I mean, because someone from outside looking in might describe it in a different way, right? But
Yeah.
how did the people at that time saw themselves? Like that's
yeah.
that's like,
but
from like,
but
You know,
how do they?
point of view.
there's
Yeah.
been a lot of mistake. People trying to equate Hausas and the Fulanis. The Hausas are about 50% Bantu. The Fulanis are not.
Of
The
course,
Hausas, even with
but,
the Hausas,
but, so,
Schneider.
but
the
Schneider, this is the
Hausas are
problem.
Wait, well,
Bantu.
But
The
Schneider,
Hausas
No,
are
the Hausa
Bantoid.
are not Bantu.
Schneider,
Hausa are
Schneider.
Afro-Asiatic.
Hey, let me
But
ask you
the,
The
but
this.
the,
Hausas are Bantoid.
You
They are
see,
Bantoid.
hold on.
Afro-Asiatic.
wait.
You see,
So hold on, but I thought the Fula, I
Guys,
thought the Fula language was a
guys.
hold on, brothers, hold on. Wait, no, I haven't spoken. I
Yo,
want to
Al.
speak.
That's
Yeah.
not
Hold on, I
going
want to wait. I
Yeah,
want to tell you guys. This is
Sola,
what I
this
said.
guy is so lost in it.
Hold
Bless him.
on, Al, hold
Hey,
on.
you guys
Listen,
also
look,
got to give a
this
chance
is
for the new guys to speak too.
Yeah, Sola,
sure.
you coming after.
But wait, listen, gentlemen, listen. Here's the problem, and this is why I said, you know, we have to expand our understanding of what we're reading. If I go along with the European definition or categorization of something called Bantu or this or that, now I have problems. And you see, this is why I ask, right? So when people say things like, oh, we had this empire, that empire, and this nation state, blah, 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 there was no Fulani or Awusa or Isoko or Mandinka who had a passport prior to European territorial boundaries. We didn't have passports. How did people interact? We weren't analyzing race or Niger Asiatic. All these are European paradigms. And until you escape them, you'll continue using their categorizations, running around in cul-de-sacs, confused and not understanding why we're having problems. We didn't do this. You can't even say these things in our languages. So when I come on and I say these things, you guys get upset. You say, oh, everything, people criticize me and say I'm after the... No, we have to get away from European epistemology, which is another fancy way of just saying European knowledge and European forms
So
of
are you
knowledge.
suggesting that we're all like one race or something like that?
No.
See, I've never said anything like that. I'm just saying...
Can I
My
play
brother,
some more?
my brother, trust me.
Listen,
as a Bantu, trust me.
Jazola, you next.
Wait,
Jazola,
as a Bantu, trust me, we can tell who is a Bantu and who is not. We can clearly distinct ourselves. Even in Africa, even anybody who has never read any book, we can tell. Yes, we can tell.
Schneider, you know, in West Africa, are they the same? People from the Sahel and those from the coast? Because if you compare both these people, phenotypically and their body type, they're not even the same people.
Some of them, as I've said, they are mixture within the Bantu and the Hamite.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the ones that are unmixed because of their desert environment.
Oh, I see what the issue is.
The
whole
Bantus are not West
terms
African.
Hamite and all these Kushites.
Bantus are not native to West Africa. Genetically, they've never been. They never have. Bantus are from Central Africa, for the from
What do
at
you
the
mean by
bottom of
Central
Cameroon.
Africa anyway? What do you mean by
From where
Central Africa?
from
No,
where
no, they're not
Cameroon
from
is,
Central.
from where
But
southern
you are from
Cameroon.
West Africa. What do you mean by
No,
Central
no,
Africa?
you're never recognized as West African. Never in history.
No.
Never
Can you tell that the guy call them Cameroon?
Man,
Can you say
some
Cameroon
cheese.
is
Hey,
not
so
West
so
Africa?
Gaston,
No, but it's true though.
Gaston, do you believe in the whole
That's
Bantu
a
expansion?
political statement. It's
From
not.
southern
It's not
Cameroon,
We never used Bantu
anthropological.
before, man.
That
from
is a
southern
political
Cameroon,
statement.
from
Cameroon
southern
and
Cameroon,
Nigeria are in the same region.
from
Can you
southern
say Cameroon
Cameroon,
is in
Hey,
West Nigeria
hey,
is West Cameroon? No,
from
no,
South
no.
Central.
That's a
hey,
political
Schneider.
statement.
You are from
Hey,
South
hey, Schneider.
Central,
Hey, Schneider. Let me
Yeah,
ask
but
you,
that's
man.
true.
Cameroon,
Hey,
Gabon, Congo
South
are
Central.
all
Yeah,
in West
Yeah, because
Africa.
if you look
South
at even
Central.
the southeastern Nigerian culture, they tend to share similarity with southwestern Cameroon culture.
They are the
Thank
same
you.
people,
They are the
not
Yeah,
same
yeah.
sharing,
people.
not sharing. They are the same
They are
people.
not. So
They are
you're not from.
one people,
You're not West
same
African
fathers.
then. So you're
Can
not
you
West
say Nigeria
African.
is in West Africa, Cameroon? Come on.
No, some part of
Even
Nigeria.
are you talking
Cameroon.
about Northwest Africa,
Ca-
Southwest Africa?
No,
What do you
but
mean?
you can't, Shinada, you can't say that, but because like southwestern Nigeria and southeastern Benin might
No,
share similarity.
Cameroon and
These are not
Nigeria
West
are in the
Wait,
Africans
wait,
either.
same region.
We in West Africa know you're not West African.
I'm talking in terms of culture wise. Like, let's say
No,
the
no, no,
Europe.
no, 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 no,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no.
wait, 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 wait. Come on, wait. Look at
This
the
guy
Europe.
is
Some Europe
lying at
that
the end of that.
extend in Benin country right now, right? So you can't just say
Bantus are never
there are
known to be
Benin
West
is in
similarities.
African.
eastern Nigeria. Why you bringing up Benin to Nigeria? Come on, Benin
No,
is
I
not
mean,
Cameroon,
eastern
well, I mean,
Nigeria.
no, I mean the Benin country, man. What are you talking about? There are
Benin
Yoruba people
country is eastern Nigeria. That's Lagos, eastern Nigeria, going to Togo.
Benin,
Not
no,
not close to Cameroon
So
border.
the
That's West
Yorubas,
Nigeria, man.
are the Yorubas
Benin
Bantu
country is
as
in
well?
Western Nigeria. What are you talking
Yoruba
about,
is
man?
in western Nigeria. The
But are they Bantu?
Igbos,
Are they
the
Bantu? Are they Bantu?
the Biafra and the Bantus in Cameroon are the same people. They were one until 1961, when they break up by the British.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
I'm
Have
we.
saying,
given
That's what we're
Cameroon.
when you
saying.
say like, guys,
Schneider, hold on, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question because I never
wait.
good
This
talk.
guy's
Wait.
another.
Hey,
This guy's
let me ask you a
another
question,
fool
man.
in
Yeah,
this
but
panel.
Schneider, I think you are making
Schneider.
a point. You are missing the point I'm trying to say. I'm saying, like, for
You-
instance, like, they're not in Nigeria, the
Yeah.
Hausa people, they share more cultural similarity with the people in Saudi.
and
They are
even
the same
genetics,
people. They are the
and
same
even
people, right?
DNA.
It's just territorial borders that kind of divides them, right? So you
Yes,
can't just say
yes.
Nigerian and entire. You can say, oh, maybe southwestern Nigerian,
And
That's what
West
southeastern
I'm telling.
Cameroon.
Nigerians.
And West
Tango, that's
Cameroon.
what I'm telling him.
Exactly, that's what I mean. That's
That's what I'm
my
telling
point. I'm
him.
saying.
Have you
Bantu.
separate West Cameroon from West Africa, and then you say part of Cameroon is in East Africa,
This is
Central
what I'm
Africa,
telling.
and
This is
West
what I'm telling
Cameroon is
you.
West Africa?
Bantu
How
are
do you
not
separate that?
native.
The Gulf
Bantu
of
are never
Guinea,
native
the
to
Bight of
West
Biafra is
Africa.
in West Cameroon. Gabon,
Listen,
Equatorial Guinea, Congo. Come on.
Man, in
these
your
are
local
Central Africa.
language, do you call yourself Bantu, man? Schneider, man, in your local language.
Yes, we are. I am
How do you call Bantu?
my
What
tribe.
is the
My
translation
tribe.
of Bantu in
My
your local
tribe.
language?
My
Lies.
tribe is the Batanga. We are the Batanga. We are
Yeah.
the original
Batanga
Bantu.
is not Bantu.
The
It's
Batanga.
not Bantu, man. Come on, man. Stop it,
Oh
man.
no.
You can
Every
tell
time
this
you hear
Bantu.
the
It says
word
Bob,
Making up
Batanga,
shit.
Man, that's
Batanga.
a tribal name,
Batanga.
man.
No. When you hear the word
Batanga
ba,
is a Bantu name, though.
No, but
when you hear the
Bantu.
word ba,
Ja.
Man, the
means
white man had no knowledge
children
of
of
the.
Jacob, children of Sam, children of this Batanga,
No,
Ba
it's
Congo,
Batanga.
Ba this.
Jazola.
We are
What
the
you call it?
Yeah,
Batangas.
but Schneider, that's the issue I have with you though. Even like with the knowledge about say being a
His
professor, but
narrative is so poor.
you tend to identify like the Middle Eastern region as place which is dominated
No.
by black people, man. Like it's really
The Bantu migration started from my homeland, the Batanga group. That is where the Bantu, even the modern historian said, this is where it started.
Oh,
You cannot dismiss that.
also, those people,
man, but you
Wait,
can't
hold
say
on,
like the
gen-
people in
hold
Israel are
on,
black people, man.
gentlemen. Gentlemen, here's
is
the
a
problem.
fake. That's why I
Hello,
said he's a
gentlemen.
fake professor.
Schneider, can you tell the
Gen-
difference between all
Schneider,
Bantus?
hello, Schneider. Listen, gentlemen. Once again, no one is saying that they don't have so-called Bantu expansion. Remember, the person who is calling it Bantu expansion is the same person who gave us the Berlin Conference. So why don't I'll give you guys an example of what I
An
mean.
idiot.
Let me give you guys an example. So now, if you tell a young child in Africa how many continents exist, you know what they'll say? Oh, there are 7 continents. They will tell you that Europe is a continent. But the definition of a continent is that is any body of land that is surrounded by water. Europe is not surrounded by water. Europe is a part of Asia. So there's no 7 continents, there's 6. But because the Peace of Westphalia and the Westphalian Machiavellian state must exist in the minds of Europe, that's why they call themselves Great Britain. The arrogance of these people, they are great. And mind you, the Queen of England is the only person in the world that is not required to have a passport, right? They're still a monarchy. That's another thing, but I don't want to get into that. So these are the same people that give us Berlin Conference. I'll give you another example. They will come and tell you sub-Saharan. Can you imagine me calling a Mexican sub-Mojave? Because there's a desert in America. Why don't we call Brazilians sub-Mojave? It's stupid. Let's stop accepting their definitions. You can't live life like that, going with their terms and definitions. At a certain point, you have to, look, guys, listen, let me finish.
Honestly, sub-Saharan, right? It reminds me of like subhuman.
People like the agenda.
Listen, guys, listen. It's like Harry Potter. Harry Potter will take his wand and go bugudugubu, and that thing will become that. The Europeans came and just took their finger and said, "You mugulugulu," and we said, "Yes, sir. You're the white man. Anything you tell me, I accept it." That's what we do. When are we going to say no, thank you? That's not what we called ourselves. My people didn't call themselves Bantu. We didn't say any Bantu expansion. What the heck is going on? What is wrong with us?
But this is where Bantu.
Africa academians, they are not creative.
And this is where Bantu. No. This is where
They
Bantu.
hardly do research. They hardly do things based on Africa. They
No.
rather just copy
Nothing.
their own
Ancestor.
Brother, not
Okay,
like
you're
that.
not-
Not like that.
follow
No.
through with it.
If you
Very-
look at the
Snyder,
very
once again,
They don't-
Snyder, you have failed.
Let's be honest. Look at
okay,
this.
let me say something now.
Our-
You guys can all
our-
criticize
our
me. It's okay.
innovation is
You
going
guys
to
are
come up
all
from this
you
kind
guys
of
are all
thing.
criticize me. It's okay. Let me say something.
Our
One thing, please,
innovation is
please,
going
brother,
to come
please.
up from this
1
kind of-
minute,
Allow
please,
my Bantu brother to speak, man. Come on.
please. 1 minute.
1 minute, please, and
You
then
see-
can you let
you
others
see-
speak now, please?
You see, historians went to Israel and they dug up the graves of all the Ashuraris in Israel. They dug up the graves of Jesus and all the. Have you guys come across that?
They were all Bantu.
Okay, their names. No. Forget their names were by this, by Michael, by Jesus, by this, by Mary. The only people this is a fact. You can research this on Google or go to any museum on the Ashuraris found in Israel of Jesus. You can find out. It was written in the blocks by this, by Jesus, by Mary, by this, by Judah.
So was
The only people.
Congo.
Wait, no.
Was Jesus a
Please,
black
please
man
wait.
too?
Hold on,
Please
listen. Let the
wait.
Bantu brother speak, please.
Please wait. The only people who answered this operation is the Bantu. So we keep claiming that it was a white man who gave us this name. But the problem is, my people, just like the Ashuraris found in Israel, these are facts. You can go Google.
All right. Okay, we heard you. now.
Listen,
All
man,
right.
I agree with him.
Let me finish.
Bro, you can't
Let me
say
finish.
Bantu, man. But
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Wait.
I agree with him.
But
Let me finish. These are
Wow.
evidence. These are facts that are
stop,
available for research and intellectual debate. We are the Batangas.
Yeah, my people, don't let me just
We are not.
Yeah,
the
but
white man
listen,
did
but
not give us this
yeah,
name.
but-
amalgamation,
These are our
amalgamation of
names.
West African and Bantu. So
These are our
I
names.
gotta give credit to my Bantu brother too as well. And
Yeah,
Bantu people, hold on,
Yeah.
Bantu people are God's people. Bantu,
Yeah.
Baba,
So
Abba.
Bantu, yeah, Bantu
Abantu,
are
Abantu
between the
means
Bantu
Abba.
languages.
Listen, Abantu means Abba, Father, which in two means people. So God's people, Father, God's people. Abantu.
Listen.
This is not a
Yeah,
white
listen.
man thing.
Our
It's not a
father-
white,
Yeah,
exactly. It's not a white
Yeah.
man's thing. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
but
not.
what are the Bantu language? The
Yeah.
Abba, Jesus.
Yeah,
What
listen
language
to me.
specifically
guys.
uses that kind of
Guys,
phrase?
this guy-
you know?
It's Abba,
This guy
Baba.
is
A lot of a
No,
lot
but
of languages
Bantu,
use
yeah,
that.
but Bantu it means
A lot of
people
languages
from
around the
different
world use
languages.
that
But
word to describe the
what language
Father.
specifically? What language specifically among the Bantu language?
There's no
Do they
such
have
thing.
those kind of naming
They have
systems?
Niger
you know?
Congo languages. Niger Congo languages.
Wait,
Yes,
what I
but
mean
all
language
the
is
original- all the reason why they say Cameroon and Southeastern Nigeria is where the Bantu migration started, because the original tribe there answer the name Bameleke, Bali,
Oh,
Bangwa,
Bangwa.
Barondo, Bangwa, Bakundu,
what?
Baki, they still answer the original name that they had before.
Yeah, but so
migration
how
started.
is their naming system? Is it like
Baluba, Baluba. Don't forget
All, if
Baluba.
you go to Cameroon, all
Listen,
the
Ja,
Bantu tribes
please
start
stop it.
with Ba. That
Oh,
is
even-
where
Listen,
grow.
Al, I gotta
Jude-
agree with my
even
brother,
Jude-
man. I gotta agree with my
Even
brother.
Jude has the same bar on his name too.
Yes.
No, man.
It has nothing to do with the white man. The white man before the white man
Schneider.
came, it was exist.
Hey, Schneider, hey, let me ask you a question.
Do you know? Okay, well, hang on.
Hold on. Let me.
I'm starting to sense some jealousy here, man. You people know that Bantu people are the God chosen people.
Nobody.
Are you guys jealous?
Nobody, man.
Keep
Are you guys jealous?
Keep quiet on
Hey, nobody's jealous, man. Nobody's
But
jealous.
anyway,
Hold on.
Listen, Zongo. Abraham is Bantu.
Chance and Ja,
Hey,
you the guys next.
Hey, this guy's trolling, man. This Ja guy.
Guys, even Jude that's not even
No cap. I kind of agree with him because I've listened to like some of the prophetess of like the prophets of Congo, right? So you got Simon Kimbangu, Simon Togo. They spoke about these things that he's saying.
Hey, nobody on the continent. On the
yeah.
continent, nobody's going out there calling themselves Bantus, man. It's only online. Hey,
Never.
hey, Schneider. Hey,
No,
Schneider.
but they have the names. They have the names like Bakongo, Baluba, Bangwa.
Hey,
Jude doesn't have his name Bao's
No,
name,
but
man.
Jude come from the Bangwa tribe. Bangwa, Ba.
Don't listen to that.
Yeah, but no, but his name does not have Bao on it. His name.
He's a KK.
Yeah, but his tribe's name is Bangwa,
Yeah,
bro.
but
It has
his
Ba in
name,
it.
man. Their naming system.
Hey, no.
Jude was colonized, man. Come on.
Let me ask Schneider.
No, Jude has a cultural name, man.
Yes.
Hey, Schneider. Where's Schneider at?
Man,
Yeah,
Judah's
I'm
name is
here.
Daryl. Come on, man. Stop
I'm
it.
here.
So, I'm a Yoruba.
No,
So are the
his name is
Yoruba,
Joanone, man.
No, I'm messing with you.
Oh, guys, wait. Let me ask this question, please.
It's not below me, man.
Yeah,
I'm
I
messing
asked
with
you. I was gonna ask you, man. Are the Yorubas Bantus as well?
No, God, no.
Wait. You guys, wait.
Hold on. You guys, if you say Yoruba three times,
Yorubas are West African brothers.
guys,
They are
wait,
West
No.
African
I just want to
brothers.
ask him. I just want to ask him, man. I don't know.
Wait,
hold on.
wait.
Yoruba. It has Ba in it.
Wait.
Nah, this guy.
Culturally, listen, no.
Guys, calm down. Let me explain. Let him explain, man.
Bantu are not West
Culturally,
African.
in terms of culturally practice, they are not the same cultural practice to the Bantu bed by DNA and haplogroup. The same DNA. They are E1, B1A. They are the same people.
Yeah.
But they have been separated for some time and they have different cultures, but they have the same DNA marker. They are one and the same people.
Can I say something to Schneider? Can I respond to that, Schneider? So what I think, right? What I think is that you have these West Africans. These guys are from like the Northern Kingdom, and then you have the Bantu. They're from the Southern Kingdom, the Kingdom of Judah. You get what I'm saying?
The Bantu only came later. The West Africans has been there. The Yorubas and the Igbos have been there long
No, the
before
Bantu are the newest.
The Bantu only came about 3,000 years ago.
No, you're right on that. You're right. Those group in Cameroon,
the Bantu only came later.
They're very new to.
They are the same people. They're Israelites. They are the same people.
Same people. They just been separated. They just been separated.
Yes. The Bantu only came later, after the West Africans and the Igbos and the Yoruba has already come earlier, which were the Northern Kingdom. But the Bantu came. They were the last group to come to Africa. And the end of the migration.
Hey, I gotta ask you another question.
Hold on, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen.
I want to ask Schneider a question too.
Very new.
Hold on, okay. Let me.
Let's all get in line. Let's get in line. Come on.
Give Schneider a chance.
Yes.
But wait, I didn't. Schneider is saying things, and he has to be checked on his facts, right?
Go ahead.
But let Chance speak though, because he just came on.
Yeah. Hey, Schneider. So like early on, you were saying something about Ham. You said curse of Ham, and those are black people, right? Is that what you said? You said that earlier. If I'm not, is that what you said earlier?
I said that was what the modern Christianity tells us.
There's no curse of Ham. It's the curse of Canaanites.
Yeah, there's no. Even the Canaanites were black because the Canaanites they were the
Nilotes. They were the Nilotes.
The Bible
okay,
says
so
Canaanites were
what
black.
I was gonna ask. So what I was gonna ask next is that if they are cursed, right? So do you think that's what's going on to this day? That's why everything is messed up.
Can I answer that, Schneider? Can I answer that? Because there was two sets of
anybody.
Yeah, so there was two sets of curses according to the scriptures, right? You have the curse of the Canaanites, the Ham, people call it the curse of Ham, but it's specifically to the Canaanites, right? And then you have the curse of Deuteronomy 28. So you had, God's people, the Israelites, they were cursed because they didn't follow God's laws and statutes, so that He cursed them. Yeah. So you have two different curses.
So some black people are cursed.
So
that's what you're
when
saying.
it comes to God, when it comes to the God's people, right, the Israelites, right, they had the curses and blessings. I don't want to just paint it as just a negative curses, but it was curses and blessings. And if you follow God's, laws and statutes, then you will get blessings. But if you, go against it, you will be cursed. And then, this is what a lot of Bantu Israelites they say that this is what caused the translated slave trade, the Indian Ocean slave trade that scattered Bantu people around the world. Honestly.
Yeah,
this is why I can't take these facts.
Listen,
I don't know about that, man.
Gaston, this is based on this is based upon religion and stuff like that. You don't have to agree with it. I mean, it's based upon Abraham religion.
I don't believe that. I think the white man just looking for slaves. That's
exactly.
First and foremost,
religion. Gassimo, one second, Gassimo. One thing I agree with.
I let these guys go on. And look, one thing that we have to be very
stop that rubbish, man. Yeah, go on, Gassimo.
No, I'm just saying, gentlemen, that to me, right, if we're not careful, we're gonna end up repeating these same mistakes that our forefathers made. First and foremost, anybody who comes on a platform and tells me that I'm supposed to accept their scholarship and is telling me anything biblical, even though it has been proven, for example, that there has never been a historical David, there never was a Temple of Solomon, none of these things. Right? It's beyond me that people will sit down there and still promote this stuff. There is no curse of Ham. What is confusion upon confusion? Fela had that's always said, confusion break bone. It's confusion upon confusion. There is no Bantu Israelite, blah blah. First and foremost,
that's his religion. That's his spirituality. How can you condemn it? That's his spirituality.
I never condemned anything.
Point, man. Come on, man.
I never condemned anything. I'm saying one thing that I want to challenge all of you. Let me finish now. Let me finish, please.
Don't start.
I want to challenge all of you guys is this. When we are studying, quote unquote, his story, let's always try our best, not just to study the history. Let's look at the linguistical evidence. Let's look at the anthropological evidence. If you look at the anthropological evidence, you'll see that the entire Bible, the entire Abrahamic disposition is false. They themselves will tell you that is nonsense. They themselves admit this. Like I said, there was never a King David. There was never a King Solomon. They don't even have a Solomon's temple. The idea that that Israel was taken by Babylon and sent away by the Romans, it never happened, because guess what? The idea of moving people in mass with mass transit,
but you have billions of people that believe this around the world.
Now,
billions.
Let me finish.
Can let him finish, because I want to come on. I want to come on after that. Thank you.
The Romans didn't have trains and planes and buses to move people en masse. And if you don't believe me, you can go and read an Israeli historian. His name is Shlomo Sand. He actually wrote a book called The Invention of Jewish People.
There's no history of
you're going to the synagogue of Satan for information. Come on, man.
He said there's no history. There's no history of any Jewish slavery.
Let me finish now. If you read Shlomo Sand, who talks about the mass conversion of Khazarians into Judaism, that's how you saw the rise of Judaism in Eastern Europe.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
That's the Jewish people.
There never was a King Solomon. There never was a King David. There never was a mass exodus. It never happened. So now it's so sad that people from West Africa who are more ancient, who are older than these so-called Israelis and Abrahamics will now be telling me that they are a Bantu Israelite. Come on.
Oh, my brother, listen. Let me ask
Snyder. No.
Let's not respond. Come on, man.
No.
Let's not respond.
My brother, come on.
Let my brother, my Bantu Israelite brother, my Israelite
please.
brother.
Oh
Okay,
man, keep
because you
quiet
said,
over there,
because you
man. It's not
said,
your turn, man.
because you said,
Shut up,
because you
Paul,
said
man.
Ja,
That's not your turn, man.
because you
Don't
said
be
Ja, I will let
Zongo,
him,
be
I will
nice.
let him, and I'll let him after. Ja,
Please.
I will let him after because you said
Go
so.
ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. After I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Okay. One thing you said that's true. That group in Cameroon, whatever you want to call them, Bantu or whatever, they are new. They are new to West Africa, to West Central Africa, because I see southeastern Nigeria as more, central or Central Africa to us. Because if you go further, in fact, south of Cameroon, it's Cameroon, for example, it's not even belong to our bloc in the West. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah. So the expansion did not even come towards the further west where we are. However, we do have in Niger, do have some Congo group that came to settle in the far west, in Sierra Leone. I don't know if you know the opposition leader that former president of Sierra Leone that you mentioned earlier, Ernest Bai Koroma. If you want to class Bantu as such, he is one of those because his tribe came from that region and came to settle in Sierra Leone. But they're different because his tribe is genetically different to our tribe and the other tribe in Sierra Leone. That's a proven fact. What I'm trying to say is there's no such thing as Bantu. Yeah, there's no such thing as Bantu. We in West Africa in general.
What about in a linguistic sense? Is there such thing?
The Niger Congo group, which I understand, and the Niger Congo languages in West Africa.
But the Bantu language is a specific language group within the Niger Congo group and family.
There is no such thing as Bantu languages in West Africa. In West Africa, we only got Niger Congo and Afro-Asiatic languages. That's it.
Snyder, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So that's my
Snyder, go ahead, bro.
You see how I made it short? Okay.
You see, a lot of time, like we have in many cases misinterpreted English wrongly. Like when people say what was written in the top of the cross of Jesus Christ as the King of the Jews, no, was a Diorum Judean, like Nazarenos, Dios Ediorum. That is the King of the Judeans, not as King of the Jews. Nazarenus Ediorum, King of the Judeans, a territory, not a religion, a people. It doesn't matter whether they were Muslims or they were whatever they call themselves, but Nazarenus Ediorum, King of the Judeans, not a Jew. This Jew is a modern invention that came up about the 16th or 18th century that were related mostly to the European Jewry, who are mostly converts. Now, if my brother said, he said Yorubas were not, what did he say? Please, can you refresh my mind, please?
I said that again, there is no such thing as a Bantu anything. The people who called us Bantu, you cannot take a group in Congo and say, not Congo, in Cameroon, and say, well, the group in Cameroon is the primogenitor or the foundation of one group that is Ijo or another group that is Ewe. It's impossible. How did they know? Remember, like I said, the region we are calling Nigeria today was a part of what they also called Western Sudan. If I now come out and say as a Nigerian that I'm Sudanese, the Sudanese people will laugh in my face.
Okay, stop there.
At that time, okay, go ahead.
Oh, stop there.
You're right, Gasemo.
The problem is
genetically, the Bongo tribe has the largest concentration of the AWO gene.
Stop there.
Which is the oldest.
Stop.
Guys, you're right.
It's like historical Ghana, even it's not within the present day.
Brother,
Ghana.
I only have 1 minute. I want to ask Gastem one question because I only
Kaiser,
have 1 minute.
Can you contribute on this after Kaiser? Because I think you wrote something.
Wait, let me ask one question, Gastem. There's no such a thing as Afro.
You sound far away.
Do you think there's no such a thing as Afro-Asiatic? Because you were talking about this.
I am simply pointing out that whether I think or whether I don't think, the people that live there never define themselves as Afro-Asiatic. No ancient Ghanaian grandmother, no ancient Ga grandmother, no ancient grandmother from Sierra Leone said, I'm Afro-Asiatic. No Fulani grandmother says she's Afro-Asiatic. What the hell is wrong with us, man? Let's cut this BS out. A European told us we're Afro-Asiatic.
I know, brother.
So let's
please,
stop
please.
going along with it.
Yes, please. Yeah, that's
Thank
true.
you,
You're
brother.
right. Please, let me say something. You are right. The Bantu and the West Africa and the so-called West Africans in ECOWAS, even though most of the Bantu, what they call the Western Bantu, extend all the way to Angola, even though we said like they keep saying that ECOWAS is West Africa and then the rest of West Africa is not West Africa. Leave that aside. It's true they are the same people, but over time, it depends on the time they arrive in Africa. Those who arrive in West Africa in what they call ECOWAS today arrive much earlier. There are about two Bantu invasion of West Africa. And the way anthropologists can determine this is by their language, how they have differed from each other. That means to say, if I plant a banana here today, how many years it takes a banana for somebody else to harvest it? How different the banana became. So they have differed so much of each other that they have become so distinct culturally, but not genetically. Please take this in mind. Culturally,
Oh my
but
God.
not genetically.
So then if that's the case,
Oh,
see, this is
dear.
my question to you. I'm not a
Yeah.
geneticist, I'm not a DNA expert. I don't go into all that nonsense because like I said, none of my ancestral Africans were sitting down there with passports saying, hey, the Fulanis are coming into my land. Let me see your passport. No, we weren't doing that beat. You understand? This is stupidity. But I will tell you this. Why don't the Europeans apply the same nonsense to themselves?
Oh,
The
they do.
Europeans,
They do.
wait now, slow down. When Britain was going into Scotland, when they were going into Ireland, they didn't see the same
Oh,
people,
you mean the
but
English?
so-called
That's not
genetically.
English. You mean English?
Wait,
You,
but
meant
okay,
to
I
say
should
the English, not the
sorry.
British.
Okay, wait, hold on. Listen. When the so-called British or whoever, because I don't care about them, but when they were entering into Scotland to colonize, when they were going into Ireland to colonize, right? They didn't see themselves. As a matter of fact, I've been telling people this for years. The Romans, people don't even know. The Brits, the Europeans that claim to be Rome, they're not even Romans. Because Charlemagne and the Holy Roman Empire had to do with
Tuaregs.
right? So
Wait, what?
Tuaregs.
Oh, let me finish.
Tuareg what?
Tuaregs
Holy
were
Roman,
one of the main holders of the
the
Roman Empire
Holy
when they entered
Roman
England.
Empire had nothing to do with actual Romans. Charlemagne was not a Roman. Charlemagne was a Germanic who the Romans enslaved. So many people
I'm out.
today
This
will
is
see
getting too pseudo
bullshit.
for me. I'm out.
No, let me
Can I
finish now.
help
Let me
you?
finish. Wait now. Oh, see, you guys. Listen. Wait. I'm not getting pseudo. I'm telling you the facts. You can go and read Harold J. Berman, who was the premier Harvard legal historian. Google him quickly if you think look, when I come on these platforms, I don't bullshit you guys. I am very well researched in this shit that I say.
It's exactly what a bullshitter would say.
So thank you. I'm a bullshitter, whatever. So my point is that you can go and research it. Harold J. Berman, read his works. He gave the entire history on the Western legal tradition. And in his book, he pointed out clear as day that Charlemagne and the Holy Roman Empire had nothing to do with Rome. Proof number one. Romans were pagans. How can you have a holy pagan society? Does not exist. The Romans believed in Zeus and Hera. Now, when Constantinople switched over to Christianity, that was on the eastern side. I mean,
What does
the
that
eastern
got
side
to
of
do with the Bantu?
Listen, and they incorporated their
So,
pagan traditions into
Come on.
Christianity. All right, we know
so
that.
Do you know the
thank
guy
you. So
that
wait,
conquered
That's
the
why we
Romans?
have That's why we have Christmas. We have
I
Easter.
just
These are all pagan
just
traditions.
just
Oh,
no,
God.
come on.
He asked the question. He said,
Yeah.
wait, listen, he said, how does this have to do with the Bantu? My point is this, is that if you talk to a European today, they will say something that is so stupid. They will say Greco-Roman.
Yeah.
But guess what, gentlemen? There is no such thing as Greco-Roman because the Greeks were not Romans. That is like saying, if you're in America, that I'm a
You don't understand
Mexican.
what the phrase means.
Yeah,
Oh,
let
can I
the white
finish?
man speak among
Why is that
his
different
people.
from what I said was?
Please.
Let the white man
Let me
speak for his
Basically,
people.
finish.
No,
I'm
let
going
me
to answer
just
the question.
yeah.
Damn, you guys, just chill out, please.
All right.
Now,
Keep quiet,
Greco-Roman,
John, man. Shut up over there, John.
equivalent.
Now you shut up,
That is
nigga. Watch your mouth, nigga. Come on.
okay, please, gentlemen, please. Let me just cook and you guys can pick it apart later. Look,
Zango, you
if I say
changed it up.
Well, we're just here, your captive audience.
wait,
You're cooking on something that's rotten.
listen, please, listen. Greco-Roman, right? Now, they're not the same thing. Greeks and Romans are not the same people. So that's the
what
equivalent
is your
of like if I'm an
point?
American.
That you are still
Let
not
me
making a point, please.
answer.
Flow stay.
Simplify
Let
it.
him finish, and then you
Simplify
can
it.
respond afterwards. Flow stay. Let
Jesus
him finish,
Christ,
and then
when
respond
they do
afterwards.
this to you, you get upset. When they do this to you, pissed off, man. Chill out. Again, Greco-Roman is the equivalent of me if I'm in America saying I'm Mexican mafia, Peru, Crip, Blood, GD. They're mixing things that don't have any reason to be mixed. That's why I said to you guys, when they come and they label you Bantu, Google, you accept it like Harry Potter. They don't do it to themselves. And if you look at their history, they're neither Greco nor they're freaking Roman. That's the point I'm trying to get you guys to understand. But you guys are so fighting me. It doesn't make sense.
Well
But all
done.
that
Well
is
done. That's
irrelevant.
one second. The Tuareg, the guy that conquered England, the Roman military general who
Man,
conquered
man, come on,
England,
man.
the
Come on.
Listen
Roman
now.
military
Listen,
general
please.
who conquered England was a
Pseudo
Tuareg.
history, man. First of all, Schneider.
His body,
First of all,
his
Listen,
body
Schneider.
is
let him
currently
speak.
buried.
Let him
His
speak. Don't
body,
don't
thank
interrupt
you.
him, please.
Thank you. His body is currently buried in York Tower. This is not
First
me
of all,
saying it.
Schneider. First of all,
Oh, you
Schneider.
guys stop. Let
You're
him speak. Let him
fucking
speak.
idiot. His body is currently buried in the York Tower. It's in the museum in the UK. This is not me saying this. You come to the UK and go to the museum and find this guy. I live not far from Bath. He's the guy that built most of the military barracks in the UK. His son.
Man, shut up with your
Can you
pseudo lecture
shut
that
your
you
stinking mouth?
quiet over there,
Yeah.
man, with your pseudo lecture over there.
His son wasn't strong enough to carry on his stuff, right?
Oh man.
The Berber Tuaregs were the military generals of during the Roman Empire.
Man,
The
do they
guy
even
that
have a
conquered the
nation
UK
state
was
in
a
Africa
Berber
now, the
Tuareg.
Berbers?
Oh man, let him finish now. Come on.
Zango, what's wrong with you, man? Why you?
All this used to be, I mean, just
since you've been to America, bro, you seem like
regurgitating
you're
this.
taking some shit over there, bro. But honestly, you changed. You never.
Man,
used to
you
be
like
like this.
regurgitating this studio history, man. This Tuareg, man. The Berbers, man. Do they even have a nation state in Africa, man?
Let him finish.
They
No,
used
you
to.
can speak after him.
What's wrong
Come
with
on,
this
bro.
guy? Why can you not just behave yourself,
Let
bro?
him speak.
Man,
You
like
speak
the
after him.
Berbers,
Just
man,
because I don't
conquered
like
Europe.
Ghana, just because you can't
That's
force
like
me to like Ghana. You cannot force me
Man,
to like
that's
Ghana.
nothing to do, man. That's like a hotep, like, you know,
Yeah,
point,
let
man.
him finish now. You speak after him. Come on. Come on.
The English people, the great English people where I live in right now, yeah, in their homeland, in their great museums and their historical books, and said it. The guy who conquered the UK militarily, you know, he built a fort in this country, was a Berber Tuareg, right? He came from Africa. So the Roman Empire, as Gassama was saying, it wasn't on, you know, at the end of the Roman Empire, some time of the Roman Empire wasn't at the hand of the Italians. It was at the hand of other people because the Roman Empire was very multiracial at its times. So it wasn't an empire that was just based on one.
Exactly, and that is why you can't go along with their definitions.
It's correct. It's correct. When you sit there and go on about Bantu, there's no fucking such thing as a Bantu. West Africa was mixed. The Tuaregs are native to West Africa. You know, the Manding are native to West Africa. The Hausas, which are Chadic people, are native to West Africa. Those people that you call so-called Bantu in West Africa, where Cameroon is, they're new to Africa. they're not really, they're not the true native of West Africa. So us people like to think the dark skin color is more native to Africa, or the browner skin, the darker your color skin is, the more you are native to the continent. That's bullshit. It's just fooling ourselves. You need to go back to your history. You need to study genetics. You need to look at everything else. You need to speak to the people that live in the land. You can't just look at one factor. Add all the factors together and come back. This is the trouble with black people. We're not looking at the fact. We just base our fact on emotions. Now I will let whoever fucking want to come next speak next. Zango, do me a favor. Go and fuck yourself. Don't interrupt me again, all right?
Oh, keep quiet over there. Shut up over there.
Dickhead.
I mean, the thing I want to say is that, see.
No, you can't. Let someone else speak. You've been speaking all night.
I just want to address Greco-Roman. I just want to clarify what Greco-Roman is. The Greek and the Roman cultures developed side by side, and as such, they share a lot of cultural similarities, linguistic similarities, religious similarities. So Greco-Roman references the combined shared culture.
That's false. That's
no,
not
it's
true.
It's not.
That's 100% false. You can read Martin Bernal, Black Athena. You can even read.
I'm not taking homework assignments. I'm just explaining what you don't understand.
I didn't tell you to take. I understood it clearly. You don't need to give me anything. I don't need your lecturing. I totally understand that. As a matter of fact, like I said, Martin Bernal,
It
Black
didn't sound
Athena.
like you understood that.
Well, to you, that's great. I'm not here to teach you.
You said
and
that
I'm
they
not
were
here to
separate
teach you.
cultures. There's no such thing. I'm telling you,
There's no such thing as a
referencing
Greco-Roman
a
because
shared.
the Greeks and the Romans are not the same thing. The Greeks are tied to who? The Romans are tied to who? Ancient Rome comes from the Etruscans. The Greeks have nothing to do with the Etruscans. So again, what you're saying is wrong. You're barking up the wrong tree, sir. Please do your research.
So Greco-Roman is a phrase that is used that actually means nothing at all.
It's a phrase that was coined by Europeans trying to invent their history. They didn't want to admit that they were the actual slaves. They were the barbarians at the gate that the Romans refused to civilize. So the truth of the matter is the people who colonized Africa had nothing to do with Rome. They were actually the ones that the Romans rejected. That's why they even stormed Rome, because the Romans refused to civilize them. Go and read the falling of, as a matter of fact, listen, look, the largest enclave of Romans outside of Italy was in Turkey. Turkey has always been a multiracial society. But when they show us Roman culture, when we watch 300, it's so funny because when they show us Persian,
300, that's where you're going to reference. I'm over here pulling out books by Julius Caesar. You're referencing 300. Is this a big cope to show that who the real slaves are? Is that what's going on here?
No, sir. You don't listen. Again, one.
Hey, you outgussed him up, man.
The reason why I reference 300 is to show my audience, my African audience, the trick that European Mzungus play. When they want to show you 300, they'll show you Gerard Butler with a British accent when he would have been a slave to the actual Romans. And when they show you Prince of Persia, they put a white boy there. So which one is it? Because in 300, the Persian guy was a black dude, and they
Romans were so successful?
and they kicked him down a never-ending pit after the white woman said, "Yeah, kick him down the pit." But when it's Prince of Persia, they put a white boy there because the Persians.
Do you know what one of the keys to Rome's military success was? Integrating. I know that you just want to have a soapbox to stand on. It was integrating the conquered people. So
I don't need you to tell me what Rome's success was. What Rome's success was. The point is that my African brothers. My African brothers are unaware that Europeans have been lying about their connection to Rome. That's why they invented something called Greco-Roman, which never existed.
Okay, we're gonna move on past that. I see that you're dug in on that didn't exist. It references something real, but that's okay. Let's talk about the question I just asked you. Why was Rome so successful at keeping conquered territories?
You can't come here on these platforms and tell us what we're going to discuss. Maybe you're used to doing that with the rest of you. I don't need you to address me. I don't answer questions to Mzungus, okay? At the end of the day,
well, I can talk at you as long as Kaizo allows it. So we're both basically in equal standing here.
Listen, I didn't say that we weren't. Maybe you're not used to that. The point is, it's very simple. Again, for my African brothers, the people
that you're talking out of your ass and selling some snake.
You don't know why. Are you fixated with assholes? Because you've been referencing that a lot. Like, if that's okay, if that's what
Didn't
you're
I just-
into,
Is that the only time I referenced it? You're really reaching for something to hold on to, aren't you?
But the point is that, again, my African brothers, don't let Mzungus lie about their history. They're neither Greco
This
nor
is
they
why you can't answer questions, because you're lying.
The ancient Romans
You have a
tied
script.
themselves.
You have to power through it.
Ancient Romans tied themselves to the Etruscans. The Greeks have nothing to do with the Etruscans. So there's no way they could have been connected at all. And that's why I referenced the book.
The Greeks
Black
preceded
Athena.
whom?
I referenced I didn't say they
preceded
preceded.
whom?
I said the Greeks had nothing to do. I didn't say they preceded. I said the Greeks have nothing to do with the ancient Etruscans. So you need to get the wax out your ears. The point is, my African brothers on this panel, there is no such thing as
Greeks
Greco-Roman.
preceded the Romans. The Romans came out of the Greeks.
The Romans did not come out of the Greeks. The Romans came out from the Etruscans.
Have you ever looked at a map?
Now you think you're sort of.
Have you looked at a map?
Have you? Because I'm sure you believe Europe is a continent, which it's not.
You notice that Greece and
I'm sure
Italy
you
are pretty close to each other.
Just the same way you notice that Italy and North Africa are very close to each other, which is why when Garibaldi allegedly united Italy, they told him he didn't unite Italy, he simply divided Africa. Silence. Exactly. Mzungus don't like Africans who read. This is how you get.
I'm pulling up a map. I'm pulling up a
This is
map.
how
I
you
still
get
have
them, ladies and
questions.
gentlemen. He always wants
I'm
to pull up
pulling
a map
so that we can look at
Ladies and
this.
gentlemen, this is how you get Mzungus. Read their books,
Oh,
learn their
please,
system, and use it against them.
Don't
What is
disagree
a
with him.
Mzungo? Is that
But
like
don't
a
call him
cracker or
Mzungus,
something?
please. Don't disagree
You're
with him.
Have a nice
Don't
day,
Mzungus,
Mr.
please. We want to bring everybody on board. Just disagree with him, but don't call him Mzungu, please.
He's a Mzungu.
What is
That's
that?
exactly
I'm not offended. I'm just curious.
Don't disagree with him. Just
He's a
disagree
Mzungu.
a point
Sir,
of view, but
he
please.
is a Mzungu. He's
Yes,
a part
yes,
of the
I
people that
understand that,
labeled
yes.
us. Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean,
He labeled
Schneider,
us.
don't
He
defend
labeled. You see, Schneider loves to save people.
So
I
is
don't
it
know
a
why.
bummer to
It's
get
okay.
schooled by Mzungu?
So we want to build a family. We want to build a
At
family.
the end of the day, excuse me, Schneider. This is not my family. He's a Mzungu. I don't know what
I
you're
know,
talking about.
but we have no choice. We have to build a family.
I'm trying to
No,
teach
you
you
have no
something.
choice. You have
Mzungu
no
cannot
choice.
avoid us. We cannot avoid
You-
Mzungus.
Well, that's you. You live your life like that. Maybe you'll let a Mzungu, make your women squirt. That's you. You should give
No,
the.
no, no.
Listen,
The
Mzungu.
Mzungus that or that
If Schneider is, if you guys are looking for women, go and meet them. Maybe you want the women in your family to be.
Mzungu supremacy.
Defending black race, please.
Yes, thank you. Defending the black race, sure. All right, you're a Mzungu lover. It's okay. I understand.
I don't even know what that
The
means.
Mzungus who have
Now,
died.
here we can look at the map and we can see that Greece and Italy are really fucking close to each other, can't we?
Let's just be.
What does that mean?
Point our
What
views
does that
and
mean?
defend it, please.
That means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. You haven't. You haven't
shared many aspects of culture.
Sir,
I don't even know if it's a Mzungu or not. I don't know. I don't know. I
Desperate to
zero
not have a
knowledge of
back
that.
and forth.
Greece
Desperate
did
to
not
have a back and forth.
I'm having. Listen, I don't have a back and forth with people who are not going to come in
You
good
don't have a
faith.
back and forth because you can't demonstrate your point when I ask you questions. Because
Listen,
I
I don't
understand the
need-
topic you're speaking on.
Just debate him,
not
please.
because I'm not. Listen,
Don't call
I'm
him
not
names.
debating.
Don't call him names,
Yeah, but
please.
I mean, but I think Greece
listen,
are more closer to Albanian, Macedonian.
Listen, gentlemen, can you, gentlemen, hold on, listen, hold on, listen. This is why we had the issue the last time out. When I was saying this guy comes on and defends these people who come on here, they said the wrong thing, and instead of this guy to
Brother, I don't know them. Just
Can you-
defend
can you
your
stop
points.
interrupting?
Don't call them
So-
names.
so-
What I'm
so-
saying is
so-
don't call them names. Just defend them for your point.
Listen,
Defend
don't
your
tell me
point,
what to
please.
do. Listen. Don't tell me to defend my point. If you don't want to hear me call them names, then go and eat a sandwich.
Please, there's no need for names. There's no need for names.
You don't tell me that.
In intellectual debate.
Schneider.
We don't need to call names.
Can I request that the guy calling me names get out of his feelings and continue on with the
In
conversation?
intellectual debate, we don't need to call names. We have to defend the point. Please.
Schneider, please stop being a woman. Be a man. Use your
God.
testicles, Schneider, please. We are
Okay.
African men. Use your
Okay.
testicles, please.
Okay.
You're embarrassing your great grandfathers. He would have stabbed you to death if he saw what you're doing today.
Okay.
You're not acting like a man. Please be a man. If I'm talking to this Mzungu, mind your business and step aside. Because
I
guess
don't
what? If
know
you
if
were on their
it's Mzungu or
platforms,
not. I don't know.
listen. If you were on their platforms, they would never defend you. So keep quiet. Okay, please. You're part of the goons that mess up our place. Just let me deal with this Mzungu.
I've had many of them on my panel many times. You don't know what you're talking about, which is par for the course I'm learning.
Okay, again, like I said, there is no such thing as Greco-Roman. The gentleman is trying to tell you.
Colonizing your grift?
The gentleman is trying to tell you that because Greece and Rome are located near each other, that somehow, some way, that is proof that the Greeks are in tandem in terms of their departure with the Romans. And I have just said repeatedly that Rome comes from the ancient Etruscans. The Grecos or the Greeks have nothing to do with the Etruscans. The Greeks have their own lineage that they come from. Now, what happened is that in the if you let me finish, thank you. With the rediscovery of the classics, the Europeans, because they so-called rediscovered the classics, and that's another proof that there was never a Dark Ages, because they could never have claimed that they forgot about the Greco or the Roman history that they were so tied to. That's BS. There was never a Dark Ages. So, as a matter of fact, there are books that even show there was never a Dark Ages. So what they did is they invented this idea when the Arabs reintroduced them to the classics. So now, in order to create a history for themselves, because deep down they know that they are the barbarians that the Romans talked about, they now have to claim that they are Greco and Roman. And then by some twisted logic,
990 brings up a good point.
But okay, wait, let me finish, and you can respond. Then by some twisted logic. By some twisted logic, they now also say that they are Aryan. So once again, they are now also Caucasian, which is near the Caucasus Mountains.
Fine. We're taking the Egyptians then.
So again, what this is showing is that by some twisted logic, these people, if we were to bring their theory or their logic into modern day parlance, there are Mexican mafia, Pyru, Crip, and GD at the same time. They're telling you that they're Greco,
You're
they're Roman,
intentionally
they're
being
Aryan,
stupid.
and
You're
they're
intentionally
Caucasian.
being stupid.
This is what they're telling you, and you people
No,
believe
it's
it.
not.
That's like you
No,
people
it's
also
not.
believe that Europe is a
No, it's
continent,
not.
and this is why you
That's
don't listen
what
to
you're doing is
Zulu.
called a straw man fallacy.
Everything they do. See, he doesn't want to address it. Now he wants to ad hominem attack me and say, "Oh, you're doing the
That's not an ad hominem attack.
You're
Let's allow
coming
him
at
to
me.
tell
You're
us
this.
I'm
what
attacking
is
the
Roman
argument.
fallacy.
No,
Please,
no,
let's allow him to tell us what is that.
No, not tell me what
A
is
straw
that.
man
Please,
fallacy.
please.
Let me.
We know what a straw man
Gentlemen,
fallacy is,
gentlemen.
sir.
A straw man fallacy
we
is
don't
when
need
you
you to tell us,
construct
sir. We don't need
an
you to tell
argument.
us. We know what it is. Don't call
Dude,
gas.
this
No,
guy is desperate.
don't call gas. We don't need him to teach us. No. Don't call me, please. It's rubbish. Don't call me. No, don't call me. Don't call me. Don't call me. Look, you guys have to be men. Stop being women. We have to be men. Stop being women. This guy, if
Hey,
he
what
wants to
kind of
address-
architecture is this?
If he wants to address the points, let him address the points. I brought up the point. If he wants to, no, please let him address the points. He doesn't need to
What
tell
kind
me
of
straw man
architecture is
fallacy.
this?
All he has to do. No, I'm not answering your questions until you address
I'm
the
not
points.
answering your
Then I'll
questions.
answer your questions. So then you're just here to waste our time. Go to your platforms and talk to your Mzungus.
Why would I answer your questions when you answer mine?
Why?
I'm not even
I
calling you
answered you
names.
already.
I'm attacking your point.
I answered you. You didn't attack my point. I said enough information to say that the European has lied about their history. They can't be Greco-Roman, Aryan, and Caucasian at the same time, and you haven't addressed that. Address that, sir. How can you be Mexican Mafia, Crip, Blood, and GD at the same time? It doesn't work. It's bullshit. They invented their history. They were reintroduced to the classics by the
fuck.
Gangster as fuck. Well, again, this is the people that this guy is defending, Al. This is why I get angry with you guys. You
Straw
guys,
man.
it's
Straw man.
like self-revelation.
I'm not defending anybody. We just say let them speak.
People like
Don't let them speak.
Let
Don't
them
let them speak, Schneider. You don't let them speak. No, you don't. That's why we got destroyed in the first place, because it was people like you, when Gas Them Up was saying, kick these Mzungus off our land, people like you said, we can do business with them. There's nuance.
No,
let
I said let them ask that question,
They
then you
have
can
problems.
debunk them.
And
If
it
they don't
was
ask
these
questions,
same
how do you
questions.
debunk them? If they
It was
keep
people like
talking,
you. It was people like you that
come
had
on,
us
brother,
end up on the
please,
boats.
please.
That's why
Let
we
them
ended up on
speak
the
so you
boats.
can counter them. If they
Yes,
don't
no,
speak, how
you
do you
don't.
counter them?
No, you destroyed them before they even speak, because you know what they're about. You know who they are.
Guys, them up. Listen, right? I basically I didn't want to get involved in it, but me, I live in Europe, and I kind of studied some of this history, right? And the reality is, some of these empires and their borders, is very it's very difficult to split Rome, the Egyptians, the Italians and the Greek. If you go back to history, it's very difficult to split them apart.
How is it difficult, Al? Once again, I just told you, the ancient Romans come from the Etruscans. The ancient Greeks come from who? Not the Etruscans. So the reason why you're saying that it's very difficult to split them is because you're reading the history that was created after they so-called rediscovered the classics. Remember, if they're claiming, listen to this.
The way that
Listen,
you would like it to.
listen to this. These people told you that during the Dark Ages that Rome collapsed and they forgot everything. That's
your own
impossible.
history, sir.
They could never have forgotten everything if so-called Rome collapsed. Because think about it, African people were enslaved. African people were snatched from Africa and brought to Brazil and Cuba, yet they still brought food like Acarajé. They still brought their religion like the Orishas over to Brazil and over to Cuba. Yet these people want to tell you. These people want to tell you that all of a sudden, after the so-called Dark Ages, they forgot everything that was Greco and Roman, and they lived in total obscurity. Bullshit. So how is it that they forgot all of this stuff? Then, like I said, now they're also telling you that they're also Caucasian, and they're also telling you that they're Aryan, which is from India. So these people are bullshit artists, and that's why it goes to the point. The guy saying, "What does it have to do with Bantu?" It has everything to do, because they are so quick to give you a category to tell you who you are. But if you look at their history, they end up like this Mzungu trying to lecture you, so you don't look deep into who they are. And this is proof. It's on this panel. And instead of the Africans to open their goddamn eyes and say, "Oh shit, this guy got
not the question. It's a fact."
He's not saying that. He's here defending them.
Bantu don't exist. We don't know that. That's just a myth.
Oh no, it's a people. They exist. It's a fact.
Bantu mean my shit. It doesn't mean nothing, bro.
Well,
I mean, but Schneider, it doesn't mean nothing.
Tell that to a
Bantu. The Bantu actually means nothing, though. Like
nothing. Shit.
Go to Africa. Tell that to them. They will disagree with you.
It's just a categorization of people that speak certain languages.
That's not even the point. Let this guy ask this question so you can debunk it. But if you don't ask,
we are not really interested to learn about
listen. Let me do something to you. Listen, hold on, listen, guys. If we were interested in what this Mzungu had to say, we would listen to him. Obviously, we don't care.
If you could defeat my point, you would, just to get me out of the way, just for logistics.
No, I don't want to defeat your
You're
point.
choosing to keep me around and having me be more annoying to you because you can't answer the question.
Listen, we don't care. We honestly don't care. Obviously, you
might not care, but everybody else is saying something differently.
No, everybody else is not. It's only one coon
Yes, they are.
that's not true. There's only one coon on the platform that's kissing your ass that wants you around. Everybody else doesn't care about your questions, dude. Why are you
I
here?
wish your camera was on so I could see your micro expressions. You sound like you're about to cry.
Listen. You don't need to. Of course, yeah. I'm about to cry and this. Dude, why are you here? Stop talking to us. It's the weirdest shit in the world. You don't like our people. You don't like our people, but you come here and you talk to us. Why? Why are you here, dude? Go talk to the people that Shouldn't you be at like a rally?
If you'd like help with what Greco-Roman meant.
Dude, listen, shouldn't you be?
Someone says Bantu is a Zulu word.
I'm colonizing your grift. I already told you that.
Bantu is a Zulu word. It means it's just.
You're colonizing my grift. You're a moron. Like, you should spend your time fixing your country with their shitty healthcare system, and you're disturbing me.
Let's get back to the original.
Fix your country and the shitty healthcare system. Make sure your President Trump doesn't get indicted by the, deep state. Focus on that. Leave
it's
Africans
all made for TV drama.
Why are you talking to us? Go fix
You
your
think I
country.
should be
and
out here
fix it.
solving the president's problems instead of
should.
right here
You should.
solving the problems in front of me?
You're a proud American. Go fix America, dude. Stop
I
coming
am
here
a
to talk to us.
proud advocate of truth,
No,
and
you're a
you
proud
are
American, sir.
desperate
Sir,
to not have a
don't know
conversation with
truth,
me.
sir. You don't know truth because if you wouldn't know truth if it shot you in between the eyes. So again, go and fix America. Stop talking
created
to us. Listen, we're dusty Africans, right? That's what you guys say. We're low IQ. Why are you here talking to us? Go and fix your country, dude. Leave us alone. We don't want nothing to do with this. Only one coon on this platform who wants to talk to you. It sounds boring. Of course, go fix your country, dude. It's unfortunate that people like Kaizo let you on. If it was up to me, you wouldn't be on the platform. But for some reason, and I pray Kaizo gets over it, he has to learn to leave the white gays alone. Kaizo, these people don't validate you, man. I know you think they do, but they don't. Let go of these people. They're not important. You can build your own platform without
I'm
putting
pretty important to you. I'm right in the front of your brain.
No, dude.
I'm the only thing you can think about right now. I'm the only thing you can think about since I opened my mouth. Your voice keeps getting a little bit higher pitched. You keep making these straw man arguments. You keep trying to talk. So you don't.
You're obsessed with me, and that's some sick shit.
With you. Do you have a Facebook?
Yeah, that's some sick shit. That's some sick shit. I think you should, stop looking at me. Again, dude, are you into men? I think you should go on someone Grindr. Go on Grindr and find what you're into. Because
I'm
it's
not into men. I just want to be friends with you. Just you.
Grindr, sir. I think you should go on Grindr. Go on Grindr and you'll find what you're into. You like a black buck? Is that what you're into? You like black bucks? Is that what you do? You like black bucks? You like black bucks? Is that what you're into?
Sorry,
go on Grindr. That's what you should do.
Sorry, but the thing is, right, regardless of what we think about him or our opinion, it doesn't matter. This is Kaizo's platform. And
no, I'm not saying that. Kaizo, let the man speak. Yeah, he can speak, but he keeps directing his conversation to me, and I don't know why.
So can I ask him a question? Okay.
Sure.
Flo, when you talk about the Roman Empire, because, this is what we obviously, you came on to talk about. The Roman Empire, would you say the Roman Empire was just based on Italy and Greece? Would you say the North Africans and some of the West African were part of the Roman Empire?
Yeah, well, it depends on what period in time, because the Roman Empire definitely grew to include all those areas. And what I was trying to point out earlier is that part of the reason that the Romans were so much more successful than their predecessors at conquering and maintaining conquered lands is because they integrated the conquered people into Roman society. So they didn't keep their boot on the neck of the oppressors. They brought them into the culture and to the country. So
right.
So yes, definitely at different points in time, North Africa, the Middle East, most of Europe, all that stuff was part of the Roman Empire.
Yes, because in the UK, for example, in Northern
Now,
England.
do you know that West Africa was also a part of the Roman Empire?
Yes,
that the Romans went deep into West Africa as well?
Yes.
Okay, so my point is, Al, is that, and that's why I brought up 300 and the Prince of Persia. You see, Mzungus are never honest. When it's time for imagery, in 300, they will show Gerard Butler with a British accent and 300 white boys kicking a black guy down a well.
Next time I direct that movie, I'll make sure to put in some more black guys.
And the Persian leader is some brown dude, right? And they make it seem as if it's this all bashing of whiteness versus this all terrible invasion of blackness. Yet when they now make the same movie, Prince of Persia, they put a white boy there in Persia. So you see, this is my point, Al, and that's why you got to be very, very strict. I'm not saying that if the gentleman really was like, being honest and we could have a conversation and disagree, but he's not coming here for that. He's coming here to just poke hole. See, gotcha at this. He's not trying to be,
sorry, let me respond to J9910. Yes, West Africa, some of my people, I said this before, people were laughing. This guy is a Fulani extremist or blah, blah, blah. West Africans in the Senegambia region were eventually part of the Roman Empire. This is not me making this. Is actually in the British museums. The Roman Empire, as Flo was pointing out, the reason why they were so successful, there was actually very multicultural and acceptance to the people that they conquered. It wasn't based just on color, but it was actually based on competence. You know,
But Al, if that's the case, then that proves my point. Like I said, there's no such thing as Greco-Roman, because the people who gave us Greco-Roman are the people who are from what we call Gaul, and the people who the Romans refused to civilize. So
You don't
they
know the
invent
great
this idea.
city-state of Greco-Rome?
1 second, guys. I'm back in a minute. Carry on.
Greco-Rome has nothing. The people who told us about being Greco-Roman are the people who are British, French, right? The ones who colonized Africa and colonized the world.
Hercules founded Greco-Rome back before either Greece or Rome.
Okay. What I'm saying, sir, again, what I'm saying is that when you read so-called the classics, right? If you read like Foucault and his talk about, Greece and all these things, when you read these European writers talk about the classics, what I'm trying to show is that they are trying to tie their, for example, philosophy. They're trying to show that there's a continuation. They go to Aristotle and all these things to say, oh, well, this history goes all the way back, and it goes, and you get to Immanuel Kant and all this stuff. But the reality is that they have no real ties to people like Pythagoras or Aristotle, because Pythagoras and Aristotle were, like you guys just alluded to, from a multicultural society. They never admit this. Now, when you put pressure on them, they will acknowledge, well, yeah, Rome was a multicultural society, because the largest the largest city-states outside of Italy were actually Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, and Egypt, right? So they will acknowledge this then when you put the pressure and say this. But in good faith, they don't say that. That's why I'm referencing again, for example, the film 300. And I didn't hear one Mzungu complain yet when BBC did a Roman special.
It was a really good movie.
When BBC did a special and they showed a black Roman soldier who was a military leader with a white wife, people were saying they were making up
about it
history.
until this instance. I don't really watch a lot of TV.
People were saying that they made up history, that it's nonsense, but these same Mzungus didn't complain when 300 was shown, or when Jake Gyllenhaal, whoever he was, played the Prince of Persia. So this is what I'm saying. They're not coming in good faith. If they were coming in good faith to say, yo,
all this because 300 didn't have enough black people in it,
then I can acknowledge this. But they're not doing that. And I remember I said multicultural, not black people. So you can see what he's doing. I never said
you need a real struggle. This isn't a real struggle.
I never said black people. I said multicultural. So you can see what he does. He comes here and he pontificates and he lords over you guys, and you guys accept it.
I'm only lording over you. I'm interacting respectfully with everybody else on the panel.
Sir, once again, I told you should go to Ryan. Why are you still talking to me?
Let's make this respectful. No, that's fine.
But Al, you're telling me to make it respectful. I have not said anything about this guy, but just simply chose not to engage in any type of back and forth with him because he's not in good faith. And his little smart remarks show this. And now, instead of you to tell him, brother, stop with the smart remarks, stop with the slick comments.
What I'm trying to do,
Al, I'm gonna call you out. He has made 3 slick remarks.
I wasn't here. I just came back on.
He said some of the slick remarks when you were here. But look at what you did to me. You said gas. Be respectful. Please, Al, can you also tell him to be respectful? But why? You won't say that to him.
Flo, can we make this conversation flow as your name, yeah? Because what we want to do is have a fluent conversation so we can all learn from one another. Because, Gazamop is a very smart guy. I heard him speak a lot of time. I knew him from a long time. And I've seen you make some great point also. And so basically we're here to learn, right? And on someone else, this is not my platform. I'm just trying to learn from you guys. So can we just do that? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. So basically my take on basically the Roman Empire, what I think the Roman Empire was successful and still is. Gazamop, to be honest with you, I agree with the point that you're making, that these movies that we see out there today, basically their agenda is to whitewash our culture. It's true. It angers everybody, but the reality is there's nothing we can do because we do not own these industries, right? The reality is, I live in the UK. When I mentioned the last black emperor, where I found this information was from the UK, from the British archive. And also, when I was young in the UK as a teenager, when I just arrived here, it's when I saw the documentary on the channel. It wasn't on the movie. The title was The Last Black Roman Emperor, right? This thought, the title itself fascinated me. I thought, wow, I'm going to watch this, right? So this guy was a military general, Roman military general, who actually forced his way through the UK. He done the job. He finished the job. A lot of military general couldn't finish. He done it. He was so tough. No one could stop him. Only tough last bar, because this land was a tough land.
Was it black like Obama or black like West African?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? See, this is the problem with the self-hating niggas like you, Zango. He was.
Oh man, I'm trying to seek for. Man.
He was a Baba Tuareg. These people that you Africans hate, that you want to wipe out. You calling them when it suits you.
I'm just seeking for a clarification, man.
And you, as a Hausa guy, you should be ashamed of yourself, because Baba Tuareg are the closest to you people than any other Africans.
No, keep quiet, man.
And the Kanuris. Well, anyway,
I was just asking a question, though.
Okay,
it's like the reason why I asked those questions, like, what's Europeans? Wait. Let me just see. I was in Turkey before. Even in Turkey, for instance, they even call Arabs, even Yemenis, as black people. Because to them, they look dark skinned to them, right? But it doesn't mean how Africans see black people. So sometimes you kind of conflict a lot of things, when you are looking at things from a historical point of view.
This guy was a Baba Tuareg. Tuaregs are black people of Africa. Yeah?
Okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm just giving a different example. When I was in Turkey, these Turkish people always used to call Saudis and these Yemenis are black people, Because they was a little darker, yeah. But were they dark compared to the Africans? No. So I mean, sometimes you gotta put context into play as well when you're doing this kind of analysis.
Yeah,
that's why I was asking. What do you mean? What kind of black are you referring to?
Wait. Let's answer something.
The Tuaregs are mixture. We all know Tuaregs. You have some Tuaregs that's really dark. You have some Tuaregs that really light.
But Al, let's get away from this idea that every African is this dark, TV screen that's been switched off. This blue, purple, black. This is nonsense. You have Igbos that are extremely yellow, or
the
light skin.
Egyptians were white. I agree.
Yeah, some of them are white, light colors.
Yeah, what I asked, I'm just
fucking around now. Hey, guys, I got to jump out of here. Mostly, I wanted to come out here, clear up the Greco-Roman thing, and just point out that the dude that's trying to monologue is full of shit. But I think that you guys can see that yourselves. Thanks for having me on. Salutes to the chat.
Take care, mate.
Yeah, man, I asked that question because I'm not saying like, Africa was just bad.
I want you. You see, I'm going to point something out. No, I want to point out something out. You see,
ask this question.
I'm going to let you respond. I want to show Al something. You see, Al, let me tell you, my brother, and all the Africans. You see what these people do, and that's why Kaiser, you guys, look, I challenge all of you all the time. We got to grow our balls. You can never go on their platforms and do what he just did. He came here because, you see, they get triggered because what I'm saying, it's factual. You see, he didn't want to address the facts. There's no such thing as Greco-Roman. It pissed them off. They're agents. They listen. And they know this information. Black people will go and research this and start to question and say, wait a minute, this is bullshit. They don't want black people to awake. So they come on the platform. He doesn't say anything. Everything else that we talked about, this guy never came on here and said anything. But now he flies on the panel and he says, oh, yeah, I just want to say the Greco-Roman thing because, I eat granola and I watch, I do jujitsu and I listen to Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan says, that's a matter of fact. This is who they are. And you didn't say anything to him. You instead you said, guys, be respectful. Al, stop being deflective to these people. We don't need to defer to them. They're not smarter than us. They're not more intelligent than us. Just because they speak with a matter-of-fact voice and they eat granola or they're vegans or they're paleo. We don't need to listen to these people. They don't have more knowledge than us. Call them out. Stop accepting them on these platforms. These people, they're sick people.
Yeah, ask them out. You gotta speak to the host of the show, though, not us.
Exactly.
Listen, hold on. Yeah. I'm not coming at the host of. Listen, I'm not coming at you. I'm only saying you heard before he left. The last thing he made sure that guy is full of shit. I don't care. He can say that, because he's talking about his mother. That's why she leaves and goes to the Caribbean to get banged out. But my point is that when you see this behavior, people on the chat will not say, "Oh no, we love you here. Well, this is the Black America." Look, they don't give a damn about any of us. These Muzungus, they don't care.
Let me gas them up. Do you know these people? These people are screaming Bantu. Those Bantu supremacists. Those people that scream more Bantu are the people that are more likely to do this to Africans. It's always proven the fact. These are the people that, if you look at the region, look at slavery itself. People always complain, making up like us in the West, we're the one that always were the slave traders. Look at slavery, man. Those in from Cameroon further down to Central Africa sold more black people than any other person. I mean, Shaka Zulu, a known Bantu warrior, killed more African than the white man, the entire world put together. He genocided the Khoikhoi.
Why did you have issues?
Can I finish? Yeah, he genocide the Khoikhoi, the Khoisan, and the other African race. And people don't talk about this.
But if we say Shaka Zulu, because remember, listen, I'm not saying he was right to attack or whoever, but listen, you see, when Africa was forming, if you look at the history of the wars that we were fighting amongst ourselves in Africa, Europe was doing the same thing. They had the 100 Years' War, 20 Years' War, 40 Years' War. This one didn't like this. The Brits invaded Ireland. The Brits took over Scotland. This. What he said one thing about Scots, there's too many of them. This is who they are. They were attacking themselves too. They were able, that's why, look, listen, I tell you guys, we got to be very, very strong about our reading. There's a great book, Local History, Global Design. Their local histories are what has been used to design and shape the world. So while they were fighting and defining their own territories, we too, if they had not colonized us, we too in Africa would have shaped and defined our own territories. For example, most likely you would have seen that part of Cameroon would have been down with or connected with the southern Nigeria, and northern Nigeria probably would have made themselves more closely connected with Niger, right? Because they're closer in cultural identity. But you see, when you allow a Muzungu like Flow State, aka Lugard, to come to Nigeria and say, you guys are now one, you always have Africans who will go along with it. Why do we go? This guy comes on this platform and says nonsense, doesn't add anything, says two good things about you, and you think these people like us. They don't care about us. They're no different than their ancestors. That's why when I pointed out, I said, if you look at 300 or you look at the Prince of Persia, I'm not saying that it's not Hollywood. I'm showing you the psychological games they're playing. When you call this out, you see, he couldn't defend that. So he said, you're bringing up 300 as a historical reference? Ha, 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 ha. No, I wasn't. I'm showing the psychological games at play. I already told him he could read not out of Athena. He could also read out of Black Athena by Martin Bernal. He could also read the book that criticized it to show that Greece and Rome were multicultural societies and they had nothing to do with each other. So when I said earlier that Charlemagne had nothing to do with the Roman Empire because he was the Holy Roman Empire, it had nothing to do with it. As a matter of fact, the Roman Empire, when it collapsed, became the Roman Caliphate. That's what happened.
That's not about like.
So my point is, when you guys see these people, you genuflect for them. Why?
It plays maybe.
Go ahead.
It plays maybe multicultural, right? But there are certain culture that are going to be dominant over other cultures. There's a possibility that could also happen as well, right? And I mean, a lot of people just speak highly of like Constantinople. I've been in Istanbul before, actually, right? Now you do see even Turkish Christians over there, but the current like Turkish in Istanbul are mostly overwhelmingly influenced by like Islam, right? But then they are like minorities over there. I mean, undoubtedly, but they have no influence over there. So there's always this one culture that has overriding.
Remember, Turkey has always been a hotbed for intercultural mixing. That is why, if you look at the Roman Empire, Turkey was the largest Roman city, Anatolia, outside of Rome. Yeah. They were the largest, right? So my point is that I'm not telling you that modern day Turkey Remember, modern day Turkey was under the caliphate, right? There was the Ottoman Empire. Who broke up the Ottoman Empire? The same Muzungus like Flow State. People like this clown, what's his name? Lawrence of Arabia. The woman who was called the mother of Iraq. Google her name, the mother of Iraq. Is a white woman. She's no different than Flora Shaw, the prostitute who taught all our Nigerian girls to be ashawos. Because she was sleeping with Goldie and his dick wasn't good enough, so she went to Lugard. This is look, man. If we don't read our history and read their history, they will come on these platforms and baffle us with bullshit.
No, I know about the Turkish history. I was there. I lived there for a while.
No, I'm not saying.
Can I just address? Can I just
address these people?
Can I just address this homeless FBA woman called Alexis? Listen, we are not Bantu. We never will be Bantu. We belong to a different group of race. These so-called Bantu people, you're not even African. I don't know even why you're getting involved in this conversation in the first place. You know, that makes me feel
who's Alexis? Is it Alexis Fowler?
Yeah. She just vibes.
Is that Alexis Fowler on Diners Channel?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's how. No,
I don't care. No, that's not Alexis Fowler. No, that's not her.
Okay.
Listen, the point is, like I said, and that's why I was telling that other gentleman. I forgot his name. Maybe he dropped off when he's saying Bantu. Schneider. Look, Schneider has. Look, I'm sorry to say, man. I don't like to call people this.
Man, he's been here 20 years, man. Goddamn, man. I'm kind of surprised, man.
Schneider has some deep coon energy. Schneider loves them. Schneider is deeply in love with the Muzungu.
Or maybe he's married to one, though. He could be married to one.
I hope he is. I don't give a damn if you're married to one. My enemy is my enemy.
This so-called Bantu, they're self-hating Africans who are not proud to be African.
There's no such thing as a Bantu. Because the people who call you Bantu are Muzungus. Muzungus went into one part of Africa, saw a small group called Bantu and said, yeah, according to our information and our estimation, you're all Bantu. And according to your genetic disposition, you are Bantu. But guess what? When you now challenge them and say, well, wait a minute, if we are Bantu, then you guys cannot be Greco-Roman. Because again, you guys, it's like, I don't think you guys process this. He showed you the map. I'm glad he showed it to you. He told you that Greece is next to Rome. Then these same people will tell you that they're Aryan, which is traced all the way to India. Then these same people will tell you that they're Caucasus, which is near where they look like Habib Nurmagomedov. They're from the Caucasus region. So how is it possible that you are Greece, you are Rome, you are Indian, and you are also Caucasian? Like I say, I don't know any gangs in the UK, but that's like I'm a Liverpool gang. That's like I'm a fucking Man City gang. That's like I'm a Sheffield gang. It's fucking possible.
Pyru and the GD, man. GD is like
that's like saying I'm Pyru, GD, Crip, Mexican Mafia blood. What the fuck are we talking about? But we allowed them to get away with this shit. And because I said that, that's why he came on, because I was showing you people that these people are not who they say they are. These are the same people that will tell you Europe is a continent. They teach our children. Hold on, Al. They teach our children that Europe is a continent. There is no such thing as a European continent. Yeah. But if you go out and say this publicly, they'll come after you. But it's a fact. According to their definition, a continent is any large landmass surrounded completely by water. Europe is not surrounded completely by water. So no, wait, out. Hold on. So my point is that when we see these people, don't smile with them. Don't think they're your friends. They are not our friends. They are our enemies, because if they really had good faith, you think, let me ask you a question. If they really liked you, everything that Gas has just said, don't you think they would have told you first? If Flow State is such a good Muzungu, as some of you people in the chat are saying, wouldn't people like Flow State come on here and tell you guys first, hey guys, there's a problem with that Bantu, ideology and the Bantu categorization? No, he will never say that. He wants you to go along with his word magic. So when I now show to the Muzungu, wait a minute, you can't be all four things at once. You say, you don't know what you're talking about. Come on, you're a straw man. That's an ad hominem. They start using big words, but they will never address the fact that's ad hominem. Well, I eat granola. I read the New York Times. They start speaking big English that don't mean anything. This is the same thing they do to our African leaders. Look, Sheikh Kuti was saying this. If you want to get a contract now in any African country, you must bring a white person next to you. That white person doesn't know anything. Just have them there. Let the white person say any nonsense. Well, President Lukumbu if you look at the externalities within the microeconomic demand and supply,
That's
because
not, I
what
mean,
you're seeing is the Laffer curve. The African leader will say, yes, yes, the contract is yours. They know what they're talking about. But you, that African, that's not decent,
Come on,
they'll
man.
never
Gas them
see
up,
the
man.
contract.
I mean, come on, gas them up, man.
Why do you,
They
why,
are
You're
very
telling me,
limited.
come on. You're telling me,
They
come
do
on,
have
and this guy
limited.
did it.
They do
Wait,
have limited African
you're
leaders,
telling me,
though.
come on, and you just saw this guy, what's his name, do it in front of us, not once but twice. When
Who?
the black American guy came on and insulted us, he kissed his ass and defended him.
But
Now, Flo State came on.
that was Schneider, though. I mean, he did.
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Schneider
That's what
is
I'm
a
talking about, yeah.
reflection of African leadership.
Yes.
That's my point.
A reflection
Schneider
of
is the typical African elite. That is who he is.
All
This
right.
is Schneider.
Anybody that wants to come in now. I'm
Yeah,
running another stream. So if you want to come in now. I'm only here for a moment.
Okay. It's a reflection. Gazamop is a reflection of the typical Bantu mentality in Africa. These are the people that would claim to love black. They think the only African man is a dark-skinned man that came from the forest in Congo, are the only African. These are the new people who came to the continent and destroy and sold our people and teach the people in the far west how to sell another black man. It never changed throughout the history. It will never change, in the future.
Yeah,
And
but
if you look at-
if
if you look
someone,
at it-
even when I
no,
asked you earlier about
yeah,
was it like a black as in Obama black? I mean,
yeah.
I was just seeking for a clarification. I mean, because the fact that the person is African doesn't mean he's your people. That's the point I was just seeking the clarification from, right? That someone sitting somewhere in West Africa wouldn't think the Roman African they were referring to actually originated from his side of the continent. Maybe they were probably somewhere in the north, somewhere like on the continent. So I was just seeking for that kind of clarification. It doesn't mean you have to dark skin or white, but sometimes it's very important that you do know where
No, but
you do come from. Yeah.
the Romans, that the black people that joined, that was in the Roman Empire, some of them came from the Senegambia region, some of them were Tuaregs, some of them were Afro-Arabs, some of them were Berbers, some of them were white Europeans. These are the group of people who were the Romans during the Roman Empire.
But Al, forget about that, right? Can we all acknowledge that there's no way these people are Greco-Roman, Aryan, and Caucasian? I want you guys to acknowledge it before you get off, because it's a very, very important pivot in terms of how you see the world. I promise you, when you stop looking at this BS, because then when they label you Bantu, you now throw back at them and say, I'm not Bantu, just like you're not Greco-Roman. You see, that's why Flo State ran out of his cave and flew to come and attack me. He didn't attack anybody else. He didn't say anything to anybody else. Right away, he came, because what I did is I pierced the ideology that they brainwash themselves and they brainwash others to believe. And once you stop believing in them, once you stop believing the great white hope, that's the end of their bullshit. Now you see them for a bunch of savages that the Romans didn't even want in the first place.
Gassimo,
But if you don't,
me and you both listen. I lived in the UK. I studied the Roman Empire, and this is the thing. This is the empire that empowered the Europeans to conquer the world and to actually put them in a position where they are today in the world. There's no doubt about it. I always said this. Without the Roman Empire, Europeans will not be where they are today. They will not be able to control us and control the world. However, that on that subject, because I'm not really educated. Someone mute, please, because I'm not very educated on that subject. I don't want to comment on it because otherwise I'll sound like a fool. You
won't sound like a fool. I'm just telling you to go and do the research. Take the time. Everybody in this panel, take the time and go and check out how is it possible that these people are Greco-Roman and all.
I doubt that it's just the empire that they might get some kind of motivation, but it's part of the culture, man, to go beyond their territorial boundaries.
No,
I've been in Turkey. Even in Turkish. When I was in Turkey, a lot of them used to clamp on like the idea that they used to rule the wall, like the Islamic wall, for 800 years, And
It
they
did.
yearn for those moments, but those days are dead gone, man. Like they got
But, but,
they
but
gotta
what I'm
try
asking
something
you,
else.
but wait, brother, hold on, brother. I want you to acknowledge: is it possible that these people are? I'm not talking of the Turks. I'm talking of the Mzungu, because it's like I don't want this to go over your head. I'm going to reiterate this point. Is it possible? You tell me. How is it that they are Greco, Roman, Aryan, and Caucasian all at once? Because he pulled up a map. If you pull up a map, you look at the map of Greece, you look at the map of Rome, then you look at the map of where the Aryans originated from in India, then you look at a map of where the Caucasians originated in the Caucasus Mountains. You will see there's no way that these people all come from all these same regions simultaneously. Because they invented the history of who they say they are.
Yeah,
This is what they do.
Yeah, but
So, no,
but
I
if
want,
you
I
are
want that
speaking,
to address that. Yeah.
if you are speaking from American context, right? Because American context, they tend to lump all the ethnic groups and all nations as white people, right? I mean, someone who comes from Africa, I
No,
always
I
don't
didn't
look
say
at this from
American
another angle.
context. No, but I didn't say American, brother. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Let me
I
reiterate.
understood what you're saying. Because I mean,
So,
the point I'm
what am
trying
I
to say is
saying?
that you say like Greek and the Roman Empire, and then the Greeks, like the empire they had, they cannot be all the same people at the same time because
No,
the
no,
the
no, no.
like
That's not what I'm saying. No. I'm saying that the people who today will tell you that their lineage is Greco-Roman, which are pretty much the Western Europeans, will tell you that their philosophy and their lineage is Greco-Roman. It's impossible because, on one hand, if you look at it, Greece and Rome have two different origin points. That's one. Two, if you also look at it, then they'll now say at the same breath they'll tell you that they're Aryan and they're Caucasian. So I want you to address that. How is it that these Europeans can be all four things at one time?
Good question. But I think Europeans are not all the same anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they are the same people, man. I don't think
No, I'm not. Again, I didn't say they're the same people. See, you guys are not getting it. They are saying that they are Greco. See, guys, listen. Gas is not saying this. This is
I
who
mean,
they tell
let's
you.
ask Al. Al, you live in the UK. Do you think the white people in UK believe that they are Greco-Romans? Like when you
No, not that they believe. No, not that they believe. If you read their history books, this is who they tell you they are.
I mean, but Al says he did read some bit of history. So I
No,
mean,
I'm not saying I'm not saying who they say they believe. If you read their books,
let's let this conversation flow now. Let's let it. Can someone let Jazula in, please? If one man, can you let Jazula in if you can hear this, please, brother? And also Alexis, I'm not. I don't know if you're Alexis Fowler or Alexis. I'm not saying it because of that. I'm just saying what I said because of a comment I saw about Bantu. We are not Bantu in West Africa. We don't want to be forced to be Bantu. The people that you call Bantu are very new to West Africa. They are not native to the West African region. We don't know them. We probably are kind of related to them in some way, but we are not the same people. West Africa, we are not Bantu. Simple as that. Just to leave it as that.
Yeah, but surprisingly enough, I mean, Al, okay, you say you come from Sierra Leone, right?
Yeah.
I mean, going up, I mean, going from Ghana, like,
yeah.
even within the Hausa language, when you're having a conversation, man, like, nobody coins the term Bantu or something like this. All like when you start to learn the English language, you start hearing like new terminologies that that is a little bit contrary to what people on the continent kind of view themselves. So I kind of get it, right? So I don't use what I hear within the English world when I go back to my native tongue and communicating with my own people. I know like, okay, this is a some kind of conversation within the English world. That's how they view Africans as. Right? That's not necessarily means like the people back home kind of see themselves as such, right? That's why I wanted to ask like Schneider. That, I mean, he did say his expertise is more into international relations, but then he was speaking about African history as if like he's like an expert on that subject matter, which is not really so.
Schneider is a typical African,
typical Zango. People like Schneider are the people that believe our people are new to Africa. They're the original people of Africa. These are people that came to our region in Africa. and trying to cause havoc, and we stop them expanding. You know, if we go back to the history, we stop their expansion and we place them where they are throughout century. They still haven't got over it.
Do you know where he lost me? At some point, even before you came, I think. I mean, he was saying those Palestinian regional, the Israeli.
Wait, why hasn't this guy let John Zola in?
Because he was saying like,
yeah.
Because he would say Bar Mary, but in other words, he's saying Mary and oh Jesus, they're all like
idiots, complete idiots.
Black people. I mean, like he's going on like to claim other people's history. I'm like, come on, man, stop it.
But Django, the trouble is, like us, you're a Hausa, I'm a Fuller.
Yeah.
This is the trouble. We throughout history, we've been in this. We've been in West Africa before any tribe, before any group of people. West Africa, from the beginning of West African history, and the Yorubas and those in the rivers in Nigeria. If you look at the map, if you look at the genetic, if you look at the people, these people have been in that region from the day one, right? But if you go to further down to where Cameroon is, there's a new group of people that came there who wanted to impose themselves and make themselves like they are the native of West Africa. But our ancestors did not let them expand. So they went further south and the east to expand from that area.
Exactly.
These people, we never tolerated them. You know, in fact, I was in a platform with Dynas where Jude was arguing with, the Ghanaian boy, what's his name? African Royal, you know.
The guy from Canada, right?
Yeah, the Ghanaian boy from Canada, yeah. You know, the boy from Ghana that go to Dynas platform. Yeah. Some from Black Royal. Black Royal, he said to Jude, he said even him, they learned the history from his tribe. That a lot of us in West Africa, we went down to that area where Cameroon is to stop them expanding to West Africa because they wanted to come to West Africa to expand. We stopped them. Our ancestors stopped them from coming to the West. Then that's when they went to the further south and the east to go and conquer other African tribes. So these people like Snyder, they belong to that group of people. And these people, if they were to have the upper hand and come to West Africa, they would have claimed to West Africa is their own land. Where the foreigners. It's very interesting, you know. This is the same agenda that is pushing.
Let me respond to Ja. See, Ja, I'm like, nobody's really hating on the belief system of Schneider, right? I mean, but you cannot conflate belief system with history, you know. I mean, if you want to speak about history, speak about it, but don't be conflating like both at the same time, you know.
Yeah.
I was raised a Muslim, but I'm not kind of trying to like wiggle my way throughout to trying to justify Islam having some kind of roots with my cultural tradition. I'm not gonna do that, man. Like nobody's gonna do that, right? Like, you know, even the Hausa people have tried to do that, you know, trying to claim that they come from, you know, Iraq and all those kind of bullshit, that's the kind of mythology they have. But anytime I listen to them, I'm like, man, these are some crazy Hausa people, man. I swear to God, man. Have you heard some of the Hausa mythology before I gassed them up?
You got them. They think. Oh, you know what?
Gassed them up. Have you heard some of this Hausa mythology before, man? If you ask them what their origin, they're gonna claim they come from Iraq, man. And some Arabic guy came to teach them the language, man. When I heard that, I'm like, hell no, man. These ain't my people, man. I'm not gonna claim this bullshit.
Do you know why they do that? They think that they're gonna go heaven when they die. You know?
Exactly, man. Right? So like this mythology exists, man. But I mean, nobody takes them serious, man. I mean, but I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I met a lot of northern Nigerians that kind of like they kind of believe those things, though. Most of them they don't look at history objectively, you know. They kind of always look at it from the Islamic point of view.
Zango, I ain't gonna lie. The Quran, your people are my people. The Quran have brainwashed them big time, bro.
Yeah, of course, man.
You know, this is a big problem we have. Yeah,
they're like Baijida. He's an Arabic guy. I'm like, how can the father of Hausa people be an Arabic guy, man? Come on, man. Even before Islam, you guys have your own ancestors that were having their own belief system.
Yeah.
But a lot of, the challenge they have is a lot of people, they don't document their history, it's through like oral traditions and If people come and
need to document our history because, like you said, Bayajida coming from Arabia, the Yoruba people say this nonsense too. They say, "Oh, Duduwa came from Arabia." It's just madness. What it is that Africans became ashamed when they encountered the European, and the European belief system was an Abrahamic belief system. They lied about their belief system. So, for example, if you look at Christianity, Christianity is a polytheist religion pretending to be monotheistic, because you can, again, you see these psychotic contradictions. On one hand, you have a God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and they combine them by some form of magic. They call it, if you study Humusian, or I can't even pronounce it, HM or something like that, and they mix them together. And then you add Marianism, which is their worship of the cult of Mary. So it's just pure madness.
Yeah, like
right?
Islamic point of
And
view.
then with Islam, but hold on, I must say this about Islam. I like Islam in terms of the Quran, only the Quran, because I believe the Quran, when you read the Quran, it gives you a manual for how to properly have multicultural cities. Because what was happening, right, when you look at the conditions on the ground, what was happening was that with the Quran is a book that allows people of different cultures to live in harmony. If everybody abides by the book, right? So now we can do business together. We have contracts that we have to honor. There is no such thing as poor, because if there is a poor, we have to give to the poor. And if we do business, we cannot do business with interest, because that is haram. So if you have that in place, you have a very, very good society. And then also, when the covering of women, people don't understand, during the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, you had, and I'm not a Muslim, but you had women, the only women who could be covered were the women of the sultans and the top men. But when the Prophet came into power, the veil or the hijab was a woman empowerment tool, because he said, no, it's not only the rich man's wife who's going to be covered. Every man's wife is going to be covered. Every man's wife is going to be a jewel. Now, with that said, my issue with Islam is twofold. One, if you look at northern Nigeria, I've always challenged my fellow West African Muslims. You see these people in northern Nigeria, they're burning people. You know it's haram to burn somebody. Yet the Ummah will never call out these northern Nigerians and the nonsense that they're doing. You guys
who's
never
burning? Who's burning who?
So let me finish, please. You can Google it. Just Google burning Christians northern Nigeria.
You talking about like the Boko Haram?
No.
Oh, okay. Sometimes people conflate Boko Haram with like all majority Muslims.
I'm from Nigeria. I would never do that. I would not do that. Again, so now it's happened many times, and you know that's haram. The Ummah never calls out these northern Nigerians. Then the other issue I have is the hadith, because one will give me Bakari, one will give me this one. At the end of the day, the Quran says, show me a hadith better than this one, and there is none. I don't need to know how to pray 15 times. I'm going to just follow the Quran and Quran only. But if I do that, you guys know the rest of the Muslim world will say I'm not a true Muslim. So that's why I tell my Muslim brothers, that's why I can't take Shahada. Because you know and I know that if I go into the Bangladeshi mosque as a black man, they're not going to allow me, to marry their daughter and all these other things. You know it, and I know it.
Let me ask you.
That's why I can't be Muslim.
So you mean to tell me?
I hear you. Great point.
Let me ask that man a question, right? So, because I'm assuming you don't speak the Hausa language, do you?
No, my Hausa is limited. Nagode,
So you mean to tell me, like, when Shekau, arose from Bordeaux and was spearheading the Boko Haram movement, are you telling me that the Islamic clerics weren't against him? Like, is that what you're saying? Like,
no. Again, you see. Let me answer you.
Yeah.
What you have done, you have actually conflated the two issues. The attacks on Christians in northern Nigeria predates anything Boko Haram. And funny enough, the guy who started Boko Haram, in many of his grievances, he was actually correct. For example, Pfizer, they did drug tests on northern children, gave them vaccines that harmed, killed, and maimed them. And the Nigerian government allowed this to happen. So his anger was, this Western BS has got to stop. That's why he called it Boko. Book is haram. The Western book is haram. I'm not saying I agree with his end result of the excess that he ended up doing, but the initial anger, I understand where they were coming from. But I don't want you to conflate. Boko Haram has nothing to do. When they burned that Christian girl alive in northern Nigeria, I just told you to Google it. My brother, Google it. It's there.
Where
Oh,
exactly?
3
Where
seconds.
exactly? Where
Brother,
exactly?
oh God, now what for Africans? Brother, open another tab, type in burning
Yeah,
alive,
but the
northern
reason
Nigeria.
the reason why I asked, I get what you're saying, but the reason I asked you is that.
Charlie, you too
But wait,
stubborn, no. But
that's
Charlie,
not. Wait,
Charlie,
wait, 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 wait.
Charlie,
No, I'm not trying to like. I'm not trying to, argue
wait,
with you.
Charlie, you're not arguing, Charlie. Please, again, open a tab. You did it. Open a tab, eh?
I
Type
had it
in
as still.
born
Gazimop is right.
Northern Nigeria.
Tango, that
You
was
see
quite.
article after article after article, burning alive.
That's fine. That's
Read
fine.
it.
No, I agree.
Wait,
People like I've heard of
you know,
stories
you
like that.
agree. Wait. You see, nothing to do with Boko Haram or headsmen.
No, I've
These
heard
are
of that.
non-
Even recently, there was something that happened. I think it was in Sokoto. A girl was
Yes, so
supposedly
that's what I'm
killed.
saying.
Yeah,
So what I'm saying
but I'm
is,
just saying. I'm just saying. Are you assuming that people never chastise that or something like that? Is that what you're assuming?
Atiku tweeted that it was wrong. The Muslim mafia in northern Nigeria told him he better take that down. He took down the tweet. I'm telling you now. That's how powerful they are.
No,
He
forget
took
about
down-
Atiku. I'm saying what happened in Sokoto.
You see what I'm
No,
saying? You see.
talking about-
I just told you what happened is, Charlie, please, I beg, come on the wax for your ears. The tweet that happened, the girl that was killed, Atiku tweeted about it and said it was wrong. The mafia told him he better take that thing down. They told him to take it down, and he took the tweet down. So what I'm saying is, you West African Muslims, correct their behavior. Tell them that we are not Wahhabis. That is bad.
Yeah, but this
For
is
you
nothing
to
about
never
Wabi.
do it.
I'm talking about the house of people because, like, what happened in Sokoto, like, I remember, like, a lot of my colleagues were the house of people. I speak the house language, like, fluently, actually. I mean, a lot of people actually criticized that they were using Islam to kind of justify a killing, when in fact it was not even the case. They were saying she insulted the Prophet, and it was even a lie. I mean, the conversation we had, like, I mean, they were supposedly saying that
she never insulted the Prophet. That's my point.
Listen, Zongo. In a lot of Muslim societies, right? In a lot of Muslim societies, insulting a prophet is that's death worthy. That's like a death sentence right there, isn't it?
But she never insulted the Prophet. Hold on, listen. She never insulted the Prophet, and I'm saying to you, as you're a Muslim.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying.
Brother, please address it before you respond. The Ummah of West Africa, you people are failing. Address northern Nigerians. And I'm telling you, your response is a typical response I get from you guys. You dance about, you parry about. Can you ever once condemn their bad behavior? Can you go back to your mosque and bring this up and say, look, our fellow African Muslims, their behavior is wrong. We need to do something about it. Because let me tell you, if you don't, that is why half of Nigeria does not like Islam. That's why when you see these Nigerian Christians come on and talk about Islam, they say a lot of terrible things because they are seeing an Islam from northern Nigeria that is ridiculous. Please address it and stop being a
wait. See,
I agree with you. No, is on point.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Yeah.
But when he spoke about the Sokoto case, I mean, the reason why I heard about that news was because I was mostly among the northern Nigerians. If I was in Ghana, there's no way the news would come to my hearing. But the Boko Haram case, it came all the way to Ghana. A lot of Muslims heard about it. I mean, Sheikh man, a lot of Muslim clerics was against Sheikh
Is it a Kanuri or a Hausa?
No, he's a Kanuri guy. You know,
yeah,
he's a Kanuri guy, right? So you get what I'm saying. But I'm saying like the case in Sokoto, like what happened, you know, because I was among northern Nigerians, so I heard it within close-handed within them, right? A lot of them say, listen, wait, see, what really happened is that I think she did something wrong, right? I think the person killed her, and then he knows how Muslim felt about the Prophet, right? So he used that as a justification.
She didn't do anything wrong. Listen, what happened is they were talking, they had a group chat, and it was an educational group chat. And so what happened is they started to bring ideologies of religion. And she said, please, this is not a chat for religion. Keep your religious views to yourself. He was angry. And
also, she committed shirk. She committed shirk right there. Shirk.
Also, I believe perhaps they might have tried to, date her, and she was one of those Christian girls who would not go along with maybe dating her. So they now responded and burned this girl alive. Now, when they did this, you would think
That's
you would
insane
think
right there.
you would think that the Ummah of other parts of West Africa, because this
Yeah,
news
because
spread,
it wasn't a
they
big
would
news, man.
condemn
It
it.
wasn't a big news, man. You can't say
Okay,
that.
not just that. It's been happening numerous
It's a
times.
local, it's
The
probably
type
a
of
local news.
Zongo, don't try to minimize it, okay?
Zongo, the type of
I heard
Islam
about it because I was around Nigerians at that time.
Zongo, Charlie, cool down. The type of Islam that is practiced in northern Nigeria, the Wahhabist type of Islam, is not practiced in Senegal, it's not practiced in Morocco, it's not practiced in Malaysia, it's not practiced even in freaking in what's this country with
Senegal, Guinea,
Senegal, Guinea. No, this other
Gambia.
Middle Eastern country that they fight, they shoot rockets near Palestine, not Libya.
Iran.
No. This other one. When you visit them, they shoot the guns in the sky. What's this country? It's near Sudan. It's a Middle Eastern country near Sudan. Abi Somalia.
Libya.
No, not Libya. The other one.
Yemen.
Mauritania.
No, not Yemen. It's near not Algeria. The other one.
Lebanon.
Lebanon. The Lebanese.
But
The
Lebanon is
Lebanese
the
people
Middle East, though.
Yeah, you don't even see the Lebanese, and they have Christians there. You don't see Lebanese burning their Christians. So my point is this, right?
Yeah, they're very tolerant.
And they are very, very, they are tolerant, but you don't go and play around with their Islam. They are serious Muslims too there. But my point is, they are not killing their Christian Lebanese. So my beef with Ummah is that until they address that, people like me will never, and I love Islam, but I can never take Shahada because this is the behavior that is never called out.
Zango, the problem is, right, it's got some up. You see, if you look at the Fuller and the Hausa people, the way they practice Islam over the years, they're very peaceful brothers, they're very welcoming, and they're very cool people. But Kanuris are our brothers. I'm not going to badmine Kanuris, but one thing I noticed with the Boko Haram, with their group, because Boko Haram is a Kanuri group, I don't understand how the Hausa and the Fulani and sat on their hands and let Boko Haram and the Kanuri extreme Islamic ideology ravage northern Nigeria and destroy our system, and they haven't stand up.
Wasn't the founder of Boko Haram? He was Kanuri, right?
He's a Kanuri.
Let me tell you something. See, God,
but not to condemn the Kanuri people.
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
making a
I don't same. Yeah.
Let me say something, right? So you see, like the Wahhabi version of Islam. Mostly, even in northern Nigeria, they are not Wahhabis, man. They are mostly Sufis, man. Tariqatul Tijaniya is a Sufi version of Islam.
Yes.
People like Tahiru Bauchi and all those kind of things. They are against a lot of the Wahhabi version of Islam. Okay, wait, let me make a point. They've been Islamic cleric that way during like the Boko Haram insurgency, right? There've been a lot of like Islamic clerics that were vehemently against those people, and they were killed. People like Sheikh Jafar was killed from Kano State. People like what is his name? This imam from the same state of the Shia cleric. What's the name of that state? Zaria. They saw people were against those version of Islam, and they were killed when they were impressed. So, guys, what are you talking about? Like, do you know? Like, do you really understand that outside life?
What I'm saying to you is very simple. I'm saying that I'm not telling you.
Guys, sorry, apologize, guys. So, Zango, how can the Hausa and the Fulani, which are the majority of the people in the northern Nigeria, sit on their hands and allow these people to butcher our people and change our way of life? How can that happen?
Like which people? Like who?
The Boko Haram.
Oh, I mean, the book. They don't have like a kind of like stationary point where they can. You get what I'm saying?
But gentlemen, you have to address what happened. Why did Boko Haram and headsmen? Because it's not just Boko Haram, headsmen as well. What happened is listen. You see, when that idiot came, I was talking about Black Americans and all this stuff, and I mentioned Abacha. I mentioned Abacha for a reason. Abacha is a man who understood power, right? If Abacha is alive and running Nigeria, there's no Boko anything. Boko Haram will be turned to glass. He will bomb that sand and with enough firepower and heat that will turn to glass. And he's a Kanuri man. You can't try bullshit when Abacha is around. Not to say I agree with everything I did, but he understood power, right? So my point is this, is that if you are now seeing that Boko Haram is allowed and headsmen is allowed, you know that these are all political agitation, which is being used to further, one, Nigeria now gets funding. Because Nigeria will now run and say, please, look, we need terrorists, anti-terrorist funding, give us this. They'll take money. And when let me finish, brother, now. Let me tell you what's happening in Africa. Most African leaders, we don't want to say the truth. Africa is piss poor broke. We don't generate enough internal revenue to move any activity in our country. So they have to take borrowing money, like Ghana and all these places. They have to borrow money. They'll now come to the local people. They say, we're going to build a road and 3 bridge. Now, some of the road and bridge, yeah, it makes sense. Whatever, sure, will benefit, but they don't maintain it. They'll build one big stupid road, one big stupid bridge that none of us will really get to use. And then the contracts and everything, they are eating the money on the top. Because you can best believe that majority of those contracts are going to their friends. They are overinflated. There's no audit of the contract. I've said this thing. The previous Nigerian administration received almost $1 billion to be given to Nigerians as palliatives to ease their suffering as they remove the subsidy. You ask any Nigerian, did you receive any money? They'll tell you no. There's nobody looking into that 800 million, $1 billion that was given by World Bank before that previous administration. So what does that mean? That was a handout to say, job well done. Go and retire in peace. So my point is this, gentlemen, is that when you are seeing Boko Haram, when you are seeing headsmen, these are all political stooges being allowed to destabilize the Nigerian state. If the Nigerian state is at the time of Abacha, also keep in mind, the Nigerian politicians purposely stopped funding the Nigerian military because they realized that the only source that could check their excess has always been a disgruntled military. They never, what Abacha put the Nigerian elite through, they never want to experience it again. Abacha jailed Obasanjo. Abacha jailed so many people. Like I said, I don't agree with all of his excess, but Abacha, man, he had no friends when he came to this game. So the Nigerian elite said never ever again. So they've been defunding, just like America. They say defunding.
Same thing in Ghana too.
So they've been defunding their military. So now that Boko Haram has gotten out of hand, their military don't have the power to even fight. Their soldiers are skinny, hungry. Let me tell you what just happened recently in Nigeria. There was a mall. They beat up 2 soldiers. There's videos after video. You see civilians beating up soldiers in Nigeria. Now, the soldiers go and they come back with force and they kick the ass, right? But in those days, you wouldn't even dream, whoever that is, please mute, you wouldn't even dream or dare say you're going to lift your shadow or your eyebrow near a Nigerian soldier. You're dead. But now, the citizen, the people, the population, they feel confident, they can kick the ass of a soldier and they'll get away with it. You understand? So this is what, look, Nigeria, Africa is purposely, in America, they call it benign neglect. They are making sure our industries are being decimated. Our infrastructure is crumbling. This is what's happening. So that's why you see a Boko Haram. So now you have a crumbling infrastructure. You have a shitty monetary policy. You have a shitty fiscal policy. You don't have a manufacturing base. You have a crumbling industrial base. Then you add Boko Haram on top. Then you add corruption on top. Then you add stealing on top. Then you add tribal politics on top. Man, as Fela said, the confusion, break bone. The overtake will overtake the overtake. It's just confusion upon confusion.
So that's him up. Are you advocating for a future military, strong, still zeal leader in Nigeria then?
I prefer, listen, like I always say, democracy, as Fela sang to us, is demonstration of grace. I prefer a benevolent dictatorship. If you look at China is a dictatorship. You look at Russia is a dictatorship. They don't give a damn about fucking democratic ideas. You need a free democratic ideas. Let me tell you guys something that you guys don't know. The UK is not a democracy. The UK is still a monarchist parliamentary system. The United States of America,
they're autocrats. I think
the United States of America is actually a military government. You ask me, how is that possible, guys? What are you saying? The president of the United States is the commander-in-chief. The people that run the United States are the Joint Chiefs of Staffs and the heads of the intelligence agencies.
Right.
is a fact. The president is a military dictator for 4 years, and then if he wins, he gets there for 8 years. He's just a revolving president.
That's
The people who really run
principle.
But the same applies to all countries, though. All presidents are the chief of army staff.
No, but that's what. But you see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You see, my brother, when I said it, I didn't say it because I'm crazy. I know it applies to all countries. But when it comes to Africa, you see an Africa will tell you, you need democracy. You need democratic leadership. Democracy.
Someone is asking a question.
I know. I'll answer the question in a second. Him
on the chat, yeah.
Wait, let me finish, please. Let me finish now. So now they will shout, we need democracy. We need democracy. They'll be shouting this BS of democracy, right? Yet, like I just told you guys, America is not a democratic nation. China is not a democracy. The Yakuza run Japan. In Russia, we know that Putin runs Russia. So we need a strong leadership. That's how Africa has always run anyway. We've always had a leader. We had a council of elders that would check the excess of the leader, and we had local representatives that would come and report to the leader and the council to say, look, in my district, this is what we need. That's how we ran things in Africa. That's what we need.
Let me respond to that, brother. What it is you need rule of law.
Your mic is...
All right, hello, is this better?
Yeah, a little bad now.
Okay, what you need is rule of law. That's actually what you're describing in the modern world, and that's basically when you have an administration, set a precedent or they set a law or whatever. Those laws and precedents are still respected by all the other officials as well as whatever administration comes after that. Okay, now as far as like what you're saying about governors and stuff and or provinces should go to the.
I think your mic is not really good. Your line is
but hold on, is this better? This should be better.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, but as all right, hello.
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah.
No, we can hear you, but it's like a feedback, like you're in a popcorn bubble thing. It's just some feedback. Maybe your microphone is rubbing on like your sweater or something.
All right, this should be better, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Okay. Because what I was saying is, what you need rule of law, where when edicts and precedents and stuff are passed. They are respected by all the bureaucrats as well as successive administrations, and that's really what you're talking about. All right, because we're not gonna go back to like 500, AD where you have kings and councils of elders and all that. We're not gonna go back to that. We're in a modern world now. But what we can promote is rule of law. In situations where
they do have it in
Iran, where corruption, when you have corruption, right, the corruption has to be punished. And what Africa needs, hold on, bro. What Africa needs is they need stronger anti-corruption laws. That's what they need.
Saudi Arabia have it, Iran have it, all the Gulf states have it.
If they get that, it'll solve a lot of issues.
But this is why I get frustrated with us as Africans. I'm not disputing you. Yeah, perhaps on the surface level, let's implement rule of law. But we do have laws in Africa, and we do have rules in Africa. The problem is you don't have a power to enforce them. That's why it's called the police force, right? Because the police come in and use force, and the law uses the police to enforce the law, right? So you need a force. We don't have a force that will enforce the law. So you can have the rule of law all you want. If the people choose, or if the elites choose not to adhere to it, nothing's going to happen. That's why I always give the example.
That's what I was talking about, is the way that you get these elites.
Wait, let me say this. That's why I said, if you look at China, if you look at Russia, and I'm not saying they're perfect, but when you see their societies, no one is above the system there. Alibaba, he's a very wealthy, connected man, but he said some things about the Chinese Communist Party. They sidelined his punk ass and threw him in Japan. Now, that might not have been the best thing to do, but they taught him a lesson to say, look, we don't care how much money you have. you are not going to be able to make anything happen unless we allow it. So the same thing with some of those Russian billionaires. Putin got rid of those guys when they, when he saw that they were not going to listen. So my point is that it seems, because when you get to Africa, I don't know how long you've been in Africa or how long you've engaged with it. Africans are a funny kind of people. If you don't, if there's no force, if there's no rule to listen, they won't listen. Look, let me tell you, you go to Nigeria, the rule says you should drive in one direction. A Nigerian will tell you he's going to drive in the opposite direction against traffic. And he will bribe the hungry police officer $50 to turn the other way.
Yeah,
and
but it's
you will
everywhere
see,
though. I mean,
that's my point. So my point is this: is that if you want, you need a strong. Africans don't respond to democracy in the way that we would like to think. Africans respond to serious behavior. That's why when Abacha was around, motherfuckers knew not to play games. That's why they all ran to America. They all ran to the West, begging to get rid of Abacha, because Abacha made it hot for these motherfuckers. So we need an African leader who can appoint administrators who are also going to do the right thing and make life difficult for these elites.
Let people respond. Don't just keep going on and on. You made your point. You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk for 5 minutes to make one point. But all I was saying is this: is that the thing is that it's better to have what keeps those elites in check is when you have laws. We have strong anti-corruption laws. Okay, where if you steal money from the state, or if you go and you build infrastructure and the infrastructure collapses and it hurts and it kills people, you have to be held accountable for that. And that's and everything can't just be based on just having one leader, because leaders and stuff come and go. Okay, leaders, I like the system that Kenya has, where they're eliminating a lot of the corruption in their system. That's the kind of stuff that Nigeria needs to look into. They need to consider that, because what's going to happen is if they allow all this corruption and they do things like not fund the army or not fund the police, and if the police are underpaid and they're all hungry, they're going to be corrupt. Okay, that's the last place that you want to take. But brother, that's the last place that you want to take resources from. See, and here in the States, we don't have as many corruption problems with police, because a lot of the police here are well paid. There's only a few places in the States where the cops are not paid that much, and then a lot of the cops on those places, they just don't stay there long. They transfer and go to other departments where they're paid more. But like I said, it needs to be rule of law. You need to actually fund your military, fund your police force. Okay, and don't just think that they can just go around and steal money and stuff from the government. That's where it all needs to start. Having one leader, that leader can still be corrupt. He can be the one going around stealing stuff, like basically what you had with Jonathan Wade in Liberia, Reese. That's why he got voted out of office.
Yeah, well, the corruption.
He couldn't stop the corruption in his own government. But go ahead.
Yeah, but the corruption does not only stems from the higher political elite. Even from the low class average person also engage in corruption.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, democracy as a system, political system. I mean, it is an expensive system. I'll use Ghana as an example. I mean, all these laws, even child support and all those kind of things, it does exist in Ghana, but the challenge is enforcement of the law, and it requires a lot of money to be able to enforce those kind of laws. So if you don't have that kind of money, financial capacity, it's going to be very hard to kind of enforce those kind of. It's not just limited to just the police. When it comes to crimes, the police can enforce, but even there are other institutions or agencies that are also responsible for even ensuring that the compliance are also observed. But because there's not enough capital to employ people or to ensure people go outside to enforce those kind of things becomes a big challenge. I mean, a lot of Africans even complain that, oh, America, when you buy a land, you're not supposed to buy property tax. Man, in Ghana, you have to pay property tax too. But I mean, people don't pay property tax because there are no compliance personnel to actually go out there and go take property tax from these folks.
But sir, why would you pay property tax when you know, for example, you look at a local government, I don't know about Ghana, but I'll say Nigeria. I've told Nigerians, I said, they give the so-called local government chairman however many millions of naira. You ask, okay, how much they gave you for the year? Can you show me the projects? Can you give me an audit of what this money was spent on? You'll never get it. And if you start challenging them for audits, they will say, you think you're going for America? You think, kill him. They'll either kill you or they'll sideline. They'll make your life.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Because when you look at Ibrahim Traore, right, in Burkina Faso, one of the things that he's doing is he's showing the people of Burkina Faso the accounting ledger of the government. He's showing where all the money is going, and he's
Man, they know that. In West Africa, man, they know accounting to the highest level.
And hold on, bro. And so the thing is,
these guys are
that
funny. You know that.
you guys in Nigeria, see, this is why I get disappointed in Nigerians and stuff. You guys want to run to the West when you should be pushing for laws, for transparency of accountancy. Stop letting these corrupt politicians run the show. You guys let these guys run this show, and you let them intimidate you, and then you want to run to the West. Stop doing that. You guys gotta fight for your rights in your own country.
Sir, with all due respect, if you're ever going to Nigeria, I will give you some money towards your ticket. And when you land in Nigeria, there's some political names. I don't want to say them over the phone, but there's some powerful bosses in Lagos. I want you to go there, call them out, say their names, and hang around long enough and see what happens to you.
I don't need to do that. That's your job. I'm not from Nigeria. You go and do that.
I mean, you're gonna say like accounting, like what Traore is doing in Burkina. Man, do you know how many business schools are even in Ghana and Nigeria, man? Like, man, they know all those things, man. If they're gonna steal, man. Forget about it, man. They know all those things, accounting, all those ledgers at the highest level.
Because he just said that we don't need a strong leader. Traore is an example of a strong leader doing something. And that's why I said Africans don't respond. You see, you're using an outside lens to look. You're an African, my brother, but you're not understanding. When you get on the ground and see our people, particularly in Nigeria, I don't know about other places, Nigerians don't respond to all this grammar you're talking. Nigerians go chop your money. They go hustle you, and then later you guys will get disappointed and come back to America and say the Africans are scammers. They don't respond to grammar. If you want to do business in Africa, you got to have a strong man with some freaking muscle and a strong connected woman that if anybody play with the money, somebody going to get their head roll off. And that's when the Africans will respond well. Because if everybody knows you play around with Dangote's money, your family come up missing.
Yeah, man.
No questions asked. That's a fact.
Guy, man.
Wait. So my point is that when and that's why I say I don't blame so-called Nigerians or Ghanaians on the ground. People don't know that the truth is the Africans on the ground are powerless to their elites. Other than just straight causing chaos, they're powerless and they got to feed their family. You got to pay your school fees. You got to do this. If you go outside, say you want to agitate, your wife is home with 3 children and school fees. Ain't nobody, she's going to look at you like, oh, you want to save Nigeria and you haven't fed your children. You're a fool. Because guess what? You that's fighting, the same people you're fighting for are going to disappoint you. So that's the problem, my brother. So it's easy for us who are in the West, who are educated in the West. Look, on the ground, Africans don't respond to the rule of law. There's rules already. There's democracy already. Africans don't respond to that shit, bro. Africans respond to power. They respond to strong power. When they, hey, that guy get power, everybody behaves themselves. You say, I know that guy, a powerful man, live more. They will kill you.
But we're in the 21st century right now, okay? And what it is Africa. What it is African nations that they have to act like in the 21st century, okay? Just because just because you get some guy in office or whatever, and he thinks he's the big shot and all that, you know what I mean? People should follow the law There should be an incentive to follow
Do
the
you know
law,
why, my brother?
regardless
You know why?
regardless of who is in power.
My
Okay,
brother
But that's
wouldn't
not
because
have
see,
to
telling
in
me
lose
America, and see,
one.
here's the thing: here
what.
in America, people are gonna pay their taxes in America, regardless of if Joe Biden is the president or if Donald Trump is the president. Okay,
Agreed.
if Joe Biden is a fucking president, nobody's gonna sit up and say, well, shit, it's Biden in there now, so I'm not gonna pay my
You know why?
taxes.
Anyway,
But let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. You know, and so if Trump gets in there, they're not gonna say, oh, well, it's Trump, so I'm gonna pay taxes now because it's Trump. No, you have to pay your taxes regardless who's in the White House. Otherwise, you will be held accountable for it, and you'll be prosecuted for it. If you do. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about when I say rule of law.
That's
the problem. That is the biggest problem African nations have. They do not. A lot of them don't have rule of law.
And Chance, guys, can you let Chance? Can you let Chance speak? Chance,
Okay,
can you
but let's just
contribute?
a second.
Are you
But
still
the
there?
brother has to acknowledge this. Okay, but the
Chance,
brother
are
has
you
to
still
acknowledge
there?
this.
Hey, I'm here, bro. But I'm
yeah,
doing.
Chance.
Y'all can keep talking, man. I'm doing shit right now. I'm doing something right now.
The brother has to acknowledge this.
I'm just listening to y'all, man. I just got shit to do.
All right,
Listen,
John, you can come in next.
John's from the worst borough of all time. He's from Brooklyn. He's not from the Bronx, so we're not paying attention to him. But listen, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, the point is this, gentlemen. When Ndoma is saying what he's saying, right? He's saying rule of law. Remember, if you don't pay your taxes, the IRS will send federal agents and they will come after you. Go and send federal agents to go and meet one Nana or Kunfo in Accra that didn't pay his property taxes and see what happens to that hungry federal agent. It's not gonna work, bro.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example in Ghana. I think there was one time people were supposed to pay. They watch the national television, so they were supposed to pay some kind of like dues to the national television in Ghana or something like that. And people say, "Oh man, they don't even produce good shows, so they're not gonna pay." So by law, the national television were required to tell the police so that they can send people to go and apprehend like people who are watching the TV and decide not to pay. And the whole country say, okay, no problem, we're gonna go to jail. I mean, it's counterproductive. It's not gonna work. So they just let it go because everybody agreed that they were not gonna pay. You get what I'm saying? Here's the situation: they were willing to enforce the law, but everybody was willing to go to jail. Even the enforcement personnel, it's gonna be overwhelming. The court system wouldn't be able to prosecute every single Ghanaian in the country. It's not gonna work sometimes.
And that's why Africa doesn't need rule of law. Africa needs strict technology, because now if you now get proper technology and everyone's getting their wages on technology, now I'll seize your wages.
Exactly, right?
Exactly. That's how you get them. When you start hitting them in their pocketbooks, Nigerians will pay their taxes, because by the time somebody says, can you imagine? The computer just seized my account. All my 15 million naira gone. The Nigerian say, you know what? Let me pay my taxes.
You guys are not enforcing the taxes right now. See, what you're actually talking about, what you're actually describing, bro, I'm not done yet. What you're actually describing is blockchain.
It's pointless what you're saying. If
that's what that's called. It's called blockchain technology. It's supposed to be a continuous ledger that you can use in business or in government transactions, and you'll actually be able to see where all the money is, and then a whole like history and stuff, where the money that you got came from. And so that's technology that's coming online now. It'll probably be a while before they can implement it in Africa because it's expensive. But it is a solution, though.
Sir, the African leaders have banned blockchain. They got rid of PayPal. They don't allow us to use Bitcoin. I spoke with
when did they ban blockchain?
I spoke. Listen. I spoke with one of the heads of crypto development at PayPal, and we were talking about the whole issue that happened in with the Binance situation, right? And it's just look, listen.
Okay, but specifically, when did they ban blockchain? I want to know because I haven't heard of it being banned.
Okay, when I say they banned blockchain, I mean they banned the technology that blockchain would be used. For example, they banned Bitcoin transactions in Nigeria. That's why they just went after Binance. So obviously they didn't ban.
Okay. Blockchain is not just with cryptocurrency. Blockchain can be with normal currency. Banks can use it. Industrial businesses, any type of business entity can use it. So unless they have an actual law that bans it, then it's not banned.
Let me see.
Hold on, wait.
Let
me tell you.
Let me tell a different angle. I don't want to speak about blockchain. I want to speak about the economy.
No, I'm not talking about blockchain. I don't give a damn about blockchain or this fake technology. Look, Ndoma, let me tell you something. You have to please stop being naive. We're telling you how Africans behave. And the solution ain't no rule of law, ain't no flowery English. Africans respond to power. Just like China with the Chinese Communist Party, just like Russia with Putin running the country. That's how Africans respond. When you're coming with the American way of democracy, this, it ain't gonna work. They're gonna hustle you. They're gonna scam you. I'm telling you because you're a guy that seems to love
I didn't say anything about democracy. I said rule of law.
My point
what I'm
is,
talking about.
when you come to your flowery language of rule of law, if you don't have a strong enforcer or enforcers of that law, you're just talking big English.
They need to just enforce the laws they already have.
But you need money to do that, though.
Who? No, wait. Who is they?
Okay, yeah, and the reason you don't have the money because you letting all the officials be corrupt and steal all your money. That's why you guys have your problem.
Let me give you an example. Wait, Gaston, hold on. Gaston, wait.
Who is they? No is saying they. There is no
you
they.
You guys and the Nigerian citizens.
That's what I told you.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
You're asking people to die. That's what you're asking. You're asking people to go and die.
Let me give you an example.
If John Zola there, can he come up after Zango, please?
Okay. So I was gonna say, Ndama, you gotta understand, right? The economy of generally the government workers, they pay taxes because the government is going to take the taxes when they pay them, right? It's the people who are in the private sector. The formal private sector, like the corporations, they do pay their taxes, right? But the informal private sector within the African economy, and I'm speaking of Ghana precisely because I don't want to generalize, right? The other ones sometimes, man, they might find challenges in taking those taxes, right? If these people are really struggling, they can barely even make a living from their businesses. Do you think they are willing to pay taxes? They pay form of tax indirectly, but the totality of the people in the private sector, they are the ones not contributing their fair share of the taxes, to help government to generate revenue, to actually, enforce those kind of laws, or even engage in infrastructural project like that. So you gotta look at it from that angle. There isn't like a synchronized system whereby the government will be able to take taxes, even like U.S. for instance, right? Most American employees get employed through the American corporations, so it's easy for them to be able to tell the government how many employees they have and how much they pay the employees, so that they can be able to look into the information or data, in fact, and go and get their money back. But in a country like Ghana, it's really hard, man, because there's no some kind of database, and mostly it's like sole proprietorship kind of business in the like informal sector, and they contribute significant portion of the economy. It's just really hard. There isn't that system where the government will be able to kind of like generate, taxes. If you tell people you want to do that, they're not gonna. They wouldn't be willing to pay taxes, man.
You see, this is what I'm saying.
Come up, Ja.
Okay, Ja, go ahead, Ja. But Ja, by the way, Brooklyn is the worst borough. It's always the BX. You know that.
I think Ja is far away. Go ahead, gas him up, man.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Let me just jump in. Yeah. So basically, I think the problem we have in Africa, the institutions are not there really. And and also no matter how much laws you actually put out there, if there's no one to reinforce the law, or also to make sure these laws actually follow through, it's not going to work. Corruption is not only in the government; it's actually within the people and our communities. We know that from the average policeman in the streets that actually take bribes to the immigration officer at the airport. I mean, you know that yourself, Gassama, from the minute you land in Africa at the airport, you see corruption right there. Corruption is legalized in the continent. Whether you go to a military rule country or a civilian rule country, you land at the airport. Most of the airport, if you don't have change to give to these immigration officers as a bribe, they will delay you, or they will oversearch your stuff, or they will treat you badly. At the checkpoints, if you don't bribe, you get the same problem because these officers are not paid enough. What is the average salary for a police officer in Nigeria? For example, if a police officer in Nigeria, for example, his monthly salary is not enough to buy a bag of rice, that officer there is going to be corrupt, right? Because he's going to find a way to feed his family. These are one of the problems that we face in the continent.
Yeah, but I mean, even here in the US, I mean, the cops also they don't really get paid like that too.
No, but they're paid enough. They're paid enough to survive, right? To feed their family.
But it's really hard to take take corruption from the people.
I understand. Listen, I understand. I'm actually on the same level. Listen, I get like £3,000 more than a police officer in the UK, and the UK police officers are paid enough. My annual salary, right? Mm-hmm. My annual salary is just £3,000 above a police officer, but trust me, the money that they get paid is enough to feed their family, pay their mortgages, have a decent.
I think some of them are greedy too. Some of them are greedy.
Exactly, but they're not paid enough. These officers in Africa, the military officers, the police officers, they're not paid enough. Let's be real. So if you're not paying these government workers enough, to survive, and there's no patriotism, also they're not patriots. These officers wearing the uniform. Someone need to mute.
I think that's Ndama, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Ndama, can you mute, please, brother? Thank you.
No, but I'm back. I mean, but
No, can you mute? Can you mute? No, we asked you to mute.
Mute for a second. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, if you're not paying these officers or the government workers enough money to survive on, I guarantee you they're gonna be corrupt. This is the problem. We have military rules in West Africa. A lot of people are clamoring for military rule. Well, how many years we had military rule in a lot of these countries? Nothing has ever changed. We have civilian rule. Nothing has ever changed. I understand what Gassama was coming about. Abacha.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think sometimes the corruption also plays a part into our culture? And I'll give an example about a conversation that goes on within the Ghanaian, spaces too, because in our culture generally, for instance, if I'll just use a practical example. For instance, my mom, for instance, I mean, someone sued her before sometime in the past, right?
Yeah.
And she went to the courts. I mean, the judge adjudicated the case. I mean, she was, not guilty, and she let her go, right? It was just a normal dispute. Right. But my mom, she hasn't been to the court before. Mm-hmm. And because she has never been to the court, she was shocked that her neighbor once took her to the court. Mm-hmm. And the fact that the judge was able to help her, which she was doing her job, the judge, right?
Mm-hmm.
My mom actually went to the judge and gave her a gold chain.
Wow.
Because culturally, when someone does something good to you, you want to go and give the person, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
do you get what I'm saying? My mom had no knowledge of the law. I mean,
yeah.
You get what I'm saying? But she had to go and give. It's not like she wanted to bribe, but she was just gifting it because she felt like
If you do that, if you do that in the UK, you'd be arrested regardless.
Right? Yeah. So the culture, I don't know. Sometimes the culture kind of plays a part into it. I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to tell people that we don't need their system.
Culture plays part in it. Definitely, I agree with that. And these are the things that need to change. But also patriotism, lack of pay, and also lack of institutions. There's so many reasons why corruption is rife in the continent. It's not just one. You know, if we're going to be sitting there and saying, "Oh, it's just because of lack of leadership," you know, it's because we don't have a strong military leader, that's not the case, because we have civilian rules in the past where leaders are actually putting their foot down. But if you do that, in fact, as a civilian, you only got to upset few people in this in the institutions. Trust me, they'll be working against you next. So the corruption in Africa is there for. I don't think it will ever end until we have a new generation with a different patriotic mindset.
Can you believe in Ghana there was this investigative journalist? He did an investigation on judges, and I couldn't believe that some judges were even taking goat just to rule on cases against, goats. Can you imagine that? Like, really? Like, it's hard to even someone. I mean, at that time I was in Ghana. It was even hard to comprehend that.
But do you know Ghana is probably one of the least corrupt countries? Can you imagine?
Yeah,
country in West Africa more corrupt, right?
Oh, of course, man. Like,
exactly.
I mean, there's corruption at the higher level, but I mean, judges, how can they be corrupt, right? I mean, you can bribe them to rule in favor of maybe defendants or something like that, but it's mostly in remote areas, if I want to be
to be honest, technology, this is where I think technology can actually change the continent a lot, because technology can create transparency sometimes. To say, well, everything have to be done with electronically, so you can see what someone's done and someone is not doing. But I think some of the countries deliberately doing this because they want to facilitate corruption. They want it to continue, because the reality is, no matter how developed a country is in Africa, corruption is still going on. Some countries
do you think education can help too as well? Or
oh yes, that's the key. Absolutely, 100%. That's the key. If people are educated enough to know, when you go and give that judge, like a gold chain, because he ruled against in your favor, basically you're not doing that judge a favor. You're actually doing your country a disservice. Because if you know that, because you're educated, not someone telling you, you basically and stuff. And also,
can I give an example? Even here in the US, someone took me to the court before, right? And it was my first time. I'm pretty much new or something like that. I went to the court, tried to understand the process, and she kind of helped me. And I was really happy that she kind of helped, because like it's an African thing. Like, oh man, I was like being very grateful. She was like, no man, that's your right. You get what I'm saying? Man, a lot of people don't really know stuff like that. I mean, but if you have never like actually been to a similar situation like that, you might think from an African perspective, someone really actually helped you. But she made it very clear, no, that's actually all right, man. I shouldn't be, be thanking her like she did some kind of remarkable thing for me. You get what I'm saying? No. It's just incredible.
And some of our chiefs are very corrupt. Some of our local politicians. This goes right deep into the people. So you can see why it's difficult to get rid of corruption. I think the only thing that will get rid of corruption in Africa is education and electronics. That's it. Where everything is transparent. Like when they go into the.
And that's why you see African leaders trying to ban Bitcoin, trying to get away from these things, because they know that the people on the ground will basically find ways. Like all these young boys, they're saying they're doing 419, Yahoo. Yeah, some of them are doing a lot of illegal stuff, but these cross-border payments of a thing, right? They're purposely going against us to make sure we don't have the ability to, navigate their system, and they know what they're doing. So, Al, I didn't mean to cut you off. You're 1,000% right. We need the technology, we need the tech, but it's the fight. So when, and that's why Ndoma, I love his energy, but I feel bad because Ndoma's being naive, in my opinion. Because look, man, you come to Africa speaking this flowery language of rule of law, they're going to just chop your money, chop them. They go chop you, sleep comfortably. Even we that are from Africa, we get scammed. We have so many stories of family members that they hustled, that they did this too, that they did that too. So we are not immune. So you can only imagine one, idealistic person who loves Africa comes down there. That's why they're making videos about it now. Oh, they scammed me. They did this. The land did this. Look, man, if you're not African people, Yeah, but
okay,
it's
I
not
was
just the
saying,
people in power. Let me end
I'm
with this.
saying,
There was,
like
you
the
guys
people
can
in
check it.
power, like they know the laws, man. They know it, man. Trust me.
Yeah, but let me show you guys something. There was Babangida, right? He was one of the former dictators of Nigeria. He gave this old civil servant guy a bank to run in Nigeria. This guy gave the loans to poor Nigerians, expecting they would take the money, do good things, reimburse and pay back. Do you know not one person paid back that loan? So Babangida now called him and said, Shebi, you see, you used to insult me that I'm a bad leader, I don't want to help the people. I gave you the opportunity to help the people. What did they do? They took your money, ran, and, shitted on you. So this is what we're dealing with. So it's not just something like, oh yeah, we're going to fix Africa, give them rule of law, give them a car, they will do the right thing. These are the same people that they gave them nets to stop mosquito from biting them. They use that net to go and fish.
But that's the man,
We're in trouble.
like looking at America, for instance, we understand like America have industries and factories that are really supporting the American employees. Do you think like in Africa too, if we have all these industries that are really employing our people? Because average American cannot create job for himself. People can act like they can create job, but a lot of us kind of rely on government agencies or even the big corporations to kind of employ us. Do you think Africans need more than that to also help them to kind of like, decrease the unemployment rates in those countries?
Yeah, of course. You need a large manufacturing base, and that's the problem. That's why when I was telling the other guy, I forgot his name, about de-dollarization, he kept on saying, "What do you mean by de-dollarization?" It's like he's an agent. It's like he loves the dollar for some shit. And don't get me wrong, yeah, we use the dollar, we make money, we're in America, but
He
we need
might not
strong
understand what you said. He probably didn't understand that.
He understood, man. The dude is just, he loves Mzungus because
he
every
didn't
time
understand.
he loves them. Nah, he understood, bro. He just, listen, he's one of those, he said it. He said, Mzungus died for black people too. he was crying. He was shedding tears. He got his help, So my point is, no, serious. There are people like that,
I had a South African here yesterday insulting my mom and stuff. Do you know why? He was actually so adamant that I actually criticized, how weak South Africans were for actually allowing the white man to take over their land and sit on top of their asses. And he's like, we're happy because, we got roads, we got this. And I'm thinking, when you look at South Africa, almost the entire black South African population live in shantytown. They only got black South African only get 5% of the South African wealth, and how many percentage of the land actually belong to them. And this guy is so fucking amazed. He's like, well, we're better than you West Africans. You should be lucky. We are lucky people. We got this. I'm thinking, then when I looked at it, 5% of the wealth in their country actually is in their hands. And I'm thinking, at least you might say Nigeria got a problem, but I would say 99% of the wealth in Nigeria belong to Nigeria. 99% of the wealth in Sierra Leone belongs to Sierra Leone. If you look at Ivory Coast, and Senegal, they're more infrastructurally developed than any East African country I've seen, and the economy, most of that money is belong to the locals. And the guy was so adamant. He was like, you know what? We're lucky we have white people coming into our country. These people giving us. The guy ain't got even toilet to shit in their country. I'd rather be sleeping in a fucking shithole that I know that's my house than sleeping in someone else's fucking garage. Sleeping in there. It's crazy. It's like these guys, this is how low Africans have been. They have their self-esteem has been so lowered. Their expectation in life for who they are, is actually been so taken away from them. There's no fucking sanity left in them. And it's funny because even their behavior, how they act and how they speak, you can see it's actually been taken. When humanity has been taken off someone, no matter what you give them, they will appreciate it. It's sad.
Guys, I want to ask you a question. Including Gastamap and I've actually, being a student ruler before, in student leadership before, right? Man, it's really hard to lead people.
Very difficult.
Do you think African politicians are actually finding it very hard to rule the nation states?
Do you know what? They need to stop taking money from IMF. They need to stop going there. When they stopped doing that.
Where are they going to get the money from though? They don't have an internal revenue system to get the money
right.
from.
In the UK, they had this in the UK. What they did when the Labour government, the Labour government were in power in this country, they spent so many money of the British coffers. They sold all the gold, even in the streets, to the local banks, right? And that's there. So when they did not expect in losing the election. So the last Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK, when he was leaving, he left a note for the next Chancellor to come in, which is a Conservative, saying no money left. So the Conservative government that currently in power, which I believe we're going to kick them out very soon in the election coming, right, out of this country because they brought what they call austerity. They came into
austerity measures, right?
Yes, right. They came into power. They thought, right, we are not going to lower ourselves by doing this, borrowing more money. So what they did, they brought what they call austerity measures. This is what the Africans need to do. Live within your means.
Yeah, but they're not doing that.
Stop buying those expensive cars. This is what. That's what.
Do you think those African government are going to implement those kind of? I mean, because in Ghana, for instance, because me personally, I think austerity measures might actually work, right? But recently in Ghana, Akufo-Addo government even created additional, I think, 6 more regions to make the regions from 10 to 16. It means he has to create new additional ministries and employ more people. That means your expenditure is gonna go beyond your income.
No, you
so they have to go outside to go get the money from.
This credit agency, they look at how you borrow and spend your money, right? So basically, if they see you are spending money between your means, when they borrow you money, you will get better agencies to go to than the IMF. This is what the British government did because they saw how they manage the economy. Their rates, they managed to go somewhere and borrow money with a much more lower rate than what they would get if they were to go to IMF or to some, stupid shark loan. Our African government are not doing this. They just use desperate measure. And also, we have mineral resources as a leverage. They don't use this kind of thing.
But brothers, here's the thing. Let's be honest, right? And that's why I always tell us, look, we have to look at Japan. The truth of the matter is, when you go into these meetings, whether it's the World Bank, whether it's whoever, they're never going to give you the deal that you deserve. So, for example, you'll see these African leaders, right? They will go to these places. They'll say, oh, I went there. They gave me $50 million trade deal, $18 million trade deal. If you now do an audit of this trade deal, you'll see some of them are tax credits. You see is one revenue, blah, blah, blah. You'll see that if they agree to allow, different family arrangements into their nation state, then they will now possibly invest. They'll give them third-class weapons that they no longer use. All kind of things. That will be the trade deal. The trade deal will be like, okay, we'll export 15 probably water damaged cars. It's just BS that they will tell you, and they say it's a trade deal. So it's not really money that they're giving them.
Yes.
Right. And then the part of the deal is you have to open your economy. You have to open. Look, like I said earlier, I walked by Obalende Market. I walked by Yanopaja Market. I walked by all these markets in Lagos, Nigeria. All the clothes that we wear are Western clothes. Now, we do wear our fancy so-called Nigerian clothes. Wait, hold on, brother.
No, I'm just you mean the second-hand clothes? Is that what you mean?
Yes, those second-hand clothes that we import, right? So we do wear these fancy African clothes during party days, which is good. But most of us don't wear that on a day-to-day, which is what we should be wearing. We should be wearing our clothes,
I agree.
We don't do that. So now, when you look at the Saudi Arabian, when a Saudi Arabian goes into business or a person from Dubai, they wear that their Dubai, this thing, tie their head with their wrap, and they look like a shawarma. Whatever you call it, they look like a shawarma when they walk out for business. And they are proud to look like a shawarma. But you view as the African to wear his clothes, these traditional clothes to go into business, you tell you he's not proper. He must wear his suit and tie.
So the Hausa people do that. That's not the Hausa.
Wait. Now, I'm not saying all. But my point is this, right? So now we Africans when our leaders get into positions of power, the real question that we have to ask ourselves is, how are we going to build and reindustrialize, because Africa has industry. It's just this crumbling industry and crumbling infrastructure. So now, in order to do that, let's look at the Japanese model. How did the Japanese generate internal commercial activity and get taxes? Is there. The blueprint is there. China was only able to grow because, remember, China replaced Japan. Remember, in the old days, Japan, after World War II, Japan was where you made cheap goods for American manufacturers. Then, as Chinese, as Japanese, wait now, but wait. So, as Japanese,
does it include Europe too, or what?
Hong Kong and Taiwan.
Wait now, gentlemen, let me finish, please.
I'm saying, like, does Japanese, were they providing it to American or include European manufacturers too?
No. What I'm saying is that the Japanese, after World War II, after they dropped the bomb on them, right? The Japanese now had to their economy now changed to where they were now told, like, okay, you're going to be making cheap goods for us. So as they made the cheap goods for the Japanese, the Japanese started making cheap goods for America, but Japanese, they scaled up their production. So their goods were really high quality. So in 1970, Nixon left and decided to come from, because remember, also at that time, the civil rights movement was happening. So the industrial base, really, a lot of these industrial workers financed the civil rights movement. So Nixon goes to China in 1970, and now production is now allowed and agreed upon to go into China. That is why when I was mentioning Abacha, and that idiot was saying, you keep saying Abacha, that stupid guy that came to insult us. I told him Carol Mosley Braun was a U.S. senator. She's a U.S. senator, Black American woman. She was telling the U.S. government, say, look, you people are hypocrites. You are doing business with China. China is doing even worse human rights crisis than Abacha has ever done. But you are not angry because the agenda and the agreement is that it's okay to do everything as long as it's not a black man that is the person that is doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give an example. Like, as far as like the loan in Ghana that recently, the money that they took from IMF. I mean, majority, I think more than 50% of the loan will go to paying paying the salaries of government employee, pretty much the civil servants, right? And I think about like 40% of them will be used to pay, an outstanding government debt, to foreign countries, right? And the remaining one is what they're going to use to probably invest in, some kind of like infrastructural project. So I mean, the money that they took for the loan, it's not really productive, man. It's not really capital, right? The only part, about 10%, is what they're going to be using to do some kind of like productive investment. The majority part of the loan, paying government employees and paying outstanding debt. So I mean,
but this is what I'm saying. So that's why I keep telling everybody, if we look at the Japanese model, Japan in 1800s to 1900s, they restructured their shogun, they got rid of the samurai, and they said, look, we have to modernize in their own way, and they readjusted everything. They now were able to compete. They defeated Russia. They were able to compete in a large scale. Right, so we Africans have to look at how did the Japanese do this. If we're not looking at that, we're going to just be deceiving ourselves, thinking that if we open call centers and all this other stuff, we'll defeat the West. It never happened.
Even in Ghana, I mean, the incoming government, they had this campaign: one district, one factory. They know like industrialization is what's going to like improve the living standard of the average Kenyan, right? But how to really do that, I think it's really it's really challenging, considering the fact that they have like four-year timeline to kind of wrap things up. It's really hard, man. I don't think the 4 year.
Who's gonna be next president of Ghana? Is it Mahama? Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it could be an incumbent political party. It could be Mahama too. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't think Mahama will come back again?
Man, all of them, man, they're in the same basket, man. I think, so. Man, none of them are really. I don't think the governments can really, help the economy grow. I mean, the governments can establish good regulations to kind of enable the private sector to thrive, right?
Yeah.
But they shouldn't just be following regulations being done by Western society. They have to, readjust themselves to find
Yeah.
themselves within their own uh, West African region, and find ways to kind of make money. And they have to push their own local manufacturing companies for them to be able to, to grow and compete. I mean, free market makes sense if your own companies are the ones on top, but it doesn't make sense if other companies from the Western world,
Is Ivory Coast taking over the Ghanaian cocoa market as always? They always dominate the cocoa market anyway. But it seems like Ivory Coast is very it seems like they bully you guys all the time when it comes to
really?
trading.
It's hand in
But
hand.
they're a very powerful economy, though, aren't they?
I mean, hand in hand, though. I mean, but Ghana cannot rely solely on the cocoa to kind of like to thrive. If you ask me personally, I think the industry should be privatized, should be given to the private individuals, instead of just nationalizing it.
Is it not private? Is it not private?
No, it's not.
No.
Cocoa farmers. No, the cocoa farmers have to sell it to the government of Ghana.
No.
The government of Ghana is the one who's responsible for selling it to the outside market.
What a silly socialist and communist policy. That's silly.
So how can the private individual make money, man? You can't make money too. It's very hard,
This is why Ivory Coast is reigning in West Africa, because Ivory Coast with their private sector initiatives, and they always signing trade deals.
I think it's also a national. It's been nationalized. I mean, a lot of these African countries have some kind of national something. In Nigeria, they have NNPC and all these government-related, corporations. I mean, Ghana too. I mean, you are speaking of the cocoa sector, right? I mean, you're speaking about the oil and gas too. We have a Ghana National Petroleum Corporation too.
This guy Chukwu is an idiot, man. I don't know how many times you see Atiku wear modern clothes. Most of the time I see Atiku wear is his kaftan. He wears his house after.
Yeah, it is a good thing because at least it provides employment to the local tailors, right? Which is a good thing because if all of us are wearing Western clothes, it means you are providing employment to the Western manufacturers. Then I mean, our own tailors are not going to get money. My dad made his living for sewing stuff when he was in Nigeria, Abuja. You get what I'm saying? It was source of revenue for this, people who are sewing those stuffs. I think we can scale up beyond that level too, because a lot of the times the challenge that they face, gas them up, is that.
But when you say scale to who? Scale to what? Because I'm telling you guys the truth. My fear of Africans, and that's why I say I think we're naive. For some weird reason, I think we believe that we can sell our products to the West.
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that.
The West will never buy our products en masse. They will always find a way to undermine it. That's how I've seen these people operate. If you come up with a product there from Africa, refined. Let me give you an example. Forget cocoa. Look at how they destroyed Kwame Nkrumah when he tried to, keep cocoa and manufacture it at home, and they just destroyed the cocoa market. Go and read what they did to him. Look at gold, for example. Ghana has gold. But do you guys know that the price of gold is not even set according to the market? The price of gold is actually set in London by 5 men in a room. Literally, Google it. They call it a ritual. They go in a room and they set the price of gold.
That's about most of the stuff.
Wait now.
I work in this area.
Oh yeah, let me finish out. There you go.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. My bad.
But what I'm saying, Al, is this: if these people are setting the price of gold in London, how then can one African who read a book on demand and supply tell you that it's just the markets now? You just have to demand and supply, and then you'll be able to look at the micro economic factors of raising your interest rates, and you have success. It will never happen.
Man, see, Africans have read economics. They know everything, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, basically what I noticed, right? Know that you're very, very right, both of you guys, Gasabot. I used to, when I was years ago, I used to date a girl, English girl, who her father actually set up this organization to tackle this kind of things, that you talk about. because most of the stuff in the world, most of the product in the world, you know, they speculated in London. I don't know if you guys know that. You know, from cocoa beans to gold to rice and all this product that we use in the world, in London market dictate the price. They decide how much is the worth of, you know, a sack of potato is going to cost. So you know, this organization was actually to tackle this, because the UK do not produce any of this product, but they actually making the price of it. So but you know what, it was shut down very quick. But the reality is, these are only like the lefties, you know, these rich people who have money, you know, tend to want to, you know, counter this narrative and trying to fight against it, because most people with money in the UK, you know, don't like it. Obviously, what's going on is total injustice, you know. But yeah, you're right. The markets, you know, the speculation market in London is what made the UK, you know, for what it is. So can you imagine that stopping? No. What Africa needs to do until we start deciding what a sack of cocoa beans is worth, nothing is going to work. These are the sort of things I always say to us in the continent. We need to stop extracting raw material. We need to stop doing it. If Africa wants to be respected in the world's eyes, the African countries need to work together and form a cartel and say, right, nothing is leaving the continent raw. Nothing. No mining.
So you're basically saying we should have an OPEC. You see, because when the Arabs make an OPEC, it's okay. But if the Africans make an OPEC, you know who will come? You have, like that guy who was attacking me today, you have all these other Africans that tell you, well, do you know that if you study basic economics, anytime you have no, this is what they'll come. They'll tell you, they say, do you know that you are distorting the market? Because what you are now doing, you are now interfering with market forces, because the demand and supply of foreign direct intervention and foreign direct investment in your economy is determined by, they'll start using big words that don't mean shit.
The same people the same people that will come up and pretend to be the original black people, and they love black people more than anybody else. This is the same fucking fuckery that we deal with. Yeah, so 100%.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like, see, there was this Ghanaian. I mean, he stayed in the US for very long. His name was Kofi Wayo, right? He went to Ghana. He wanted to, you know, become a politician. But I mean, Ghanaians didn't like the way he was thinking, right? But he was smart, man. He's been telling a lot of Ghanaians that they are foolish. The white man doesn't like them. The white man in America thinks about himself. I mean, a lot of them, they just want to be, you know, bureaucrats and act like the, you know, white people, right? But I mean, how can the cocoa industry, for instance, the farmers, they're making a living from, you know, growing cocoa, and you don't want them to kind of like have some kind of like private industry like for themselves? Like, why would you want to nationalize it? It just doesn't make sense. You don't want them to be rich. I don't get it. Like,
no, I think, listen, if you nationalize, the problem is look, the truth of the matter is this. Ever since Africa abandoned, okay, I might do a video, I might not, who knows, because I don't have time for this shit anymore, I'm busy. But the truth of the matter is, any African that has love of themselves will never tell you that free market is what Africa needs. And I'm not a communist or a socialist. Let me tell you why. Africa's wealth was never created under a so-called free market economy. If you look at Mali, Songhai, Ouagadougou, you look at Egypt, you look at Benin, all of these were central command economies. That's what they were, with a religious base, right? So they generated activity, commercial activity internally. Now, as they generated this activity internally, now, particularly West Africa, how did West Africa grow? We had what we have abandoned, which is our trans-Saharan trade networks. Not one African leader has said, particularly in West Africa, this useless ECOWAS, which they claim is for the people, it's not for us. It's bullshit. Because if ECOWAS was serious, they would open the trans-Saharan routes and they will say, you know what? We will start producing and trading amongst ourselves. African consumption doesn't exist for Africans. African consumption exists so we can give whatever we generate to the West. And that has been our downfall since we encountered these people with the Atlantic trade, right? Because now world trade is basically Muzungu trade, which means everybody's natural resources somehow, somewhere ends up in the Muzungu economy. Your dates that you grow become fig Newtons. Your cocoa that you grow ends up as Cadbury or Hershey's chocolate. That's the world system that they created. It's a genius system that makes sure everybody's natural resources get refined and brought to their table. So we Africans have to abandon world trade and trade with ourselves. But what would that mean? What that means is that now our cars might not look like Bugattis when we first start. That means our cars might look like some fucking funny style shit. It might look like some beat up jalopy bullshit, but it's our beat up jalopy bullshit.
They don't have to look like that. The thing is, Africans can make nice things. Okay, we can make nice things. We can make modern things.
Holy shit, man! Dude, can you control yourself for 30 seconds? I'm almost done, brother. Please control yourself. Again, like I said, I am not saying that everything Africa makes will be bullshit. I am saying because we don't have the technology to properly mill the steel, to properly get the things that we'll need to make a running, functioning, top-of-the-line car. The local cars that we will manufacture will not look in the very beginning as nice as the Toyota or the Honda, but it will be our car and it will be specific to our local roads. If we start doing that and we start selling our locally made cars with the scraps and the stuff that we have, and we make them safe, and we have a national industry that says, look, if you're going to make a local car, there have to be safety standards. If you do anything against the safety standards, then we're finishing with you. By 5-10 years, as these local cars start to be produced and people start generating money, we'll start importing more better materials. We'll start finding better ways to restructure the steel and the metal that we need to make even better looking cars. That's what we'll do to build our local industry. But that's
can we respond? Can somebody respond?
I'll let you go, dude. Let me finish. God damn, chill out, man. So when we do that, but the truth of the matter is that the African elite, and I'm sorry to say the African diaspora, they don't want to hear that. That pisses them off because what they want is basically a European version of Africa. And in order to get that, that means we have to borrow from the West. And the West will never allow us. So to me, we have to abandon everything Western for the most part and say, look, we're going to do our own shit. And even if our own shit doesn't look as good as yours, it's still ours. And slowly and gradually, we'll build it up to a standard that can compete internationally. But by that time, we won't need the international markets because we generate enough commercial activity locally. But right now, for example, Innocent is producing cars in Nigeria. The guy that's producing cars in Nigeria. Please mute your mic, dude. Please mute your mic. I mute my mic. Please mute your mic, man. There's feedback. So Innocent is producing cars. The average Nigerian civil servant, the average Nigerian who is working cannot afford an Innocent car. He can't because he is making his car to the standard and the luxury of a Western appetite. Now, unless he can find a way to make that car very, very cheap, he's going to have a problem. His sales are going to be limited. So that's why I said the local production of our cars has to fit the budget and the appetite of the local people. But what we're doing is we're making products for the elite people who are a small minority. That's why I said our cars might look like those early 1920s.
Okay, yeah. Let someone else respond, man, because you just going on. You stop going on for 10 and 15 minutes.
I'm almost done, sir.
The thing is this, right? And I said this earlier.
No, I'm not going to let you do this. Let me finish, because I let you finish and I let everybody finish.
You got to wrap it up.
Listen, dude, you're getting very rude, and I don't want to be rude to you. Patience is your problem, okay? I was patient when you said your nonsense. So please, like I said, at the end of the day, please mute your mic, dude. You're being disrespectful, because when you talk, I mute my mic and I let you go. At the end of the day.
Yeah, guys, finish, let him come in, because you guys have a lot of time.
I'm gonna let him go. My point is that, but when he rudely interrupts me, that's very jarring and it's not nice. That's ridiculous. We're grown men here.
Cool. Let
My
him,
point is
cool.
this. Yeah, I'm
When it's done,
almost
you can come next, brother.
Okay,
Yeah.
30 more seconds. My point is this. When we produce these local manufactured cars, they're not going to, realistically, they're not going to look as nice because we don't have the ability to make it look up to the standard of a Toyota. So we're going to make local cars that might look like those early 1920 Ford model cars. That's what they'll look like in the beginning. Now, as we start selling more of those cars and more people buy them and the technology, because we have an advantage, unlike Ford, we have better technology now. In 5-10 years, we can ramp up our production to now start competing. That's my point. And I don't think the elites of Africa are ready for that.
Good point.
All right, and this one, I'm responding to this. First of all, you're not going to be able to do, just like what I said earlier, brother. You're not going to be able to do any of that stuff you say you want to do if you don't find a way to get the best and brightest of Africa to stop leaving, specifically Nigeria, to stop leaving Nigeria and get them to stay in Nigeria to build Nigeria up. The thing is, and from what I've been talking to Africans on here, is a lot of you guys really don't care enough for your own country to really want to invest in. As soon as you guys get the chance, people like, you guys and people like Jude and Mike and all them, as soon as y'all get a chance, y'all want to come to the West. You'll never ever build up Africa. You're talking about bringing back the Trans-Sahara trade networks where do you have the engineers that can make freeways through the Trans-Sahara or build railroads through the Trans-Sahara so you can actually get goods from West Africa to East Africa? Do you have that? Or all your engineers, are they all in Europe working for, or Canada or America working for Western firms and stuff? See, that's what you need to start talking about, brother, because you sitting here talking about cars and what kind of cars you're going to make and how they're going to look like. You'll never get to the point of manufacturing your own cars if you cannot convince the bright young people to stay in Nigeria and stay in Africa and actually build cars there. You got to let me know what plans you're going to do with that first. I need to hear it because I've been hearing you talk all day. I like hearing you talk. You're a very bright guy. But I need to hear how are you going to keep your own people.
Hold on 1 second, whoever that speaker is.
In your own country.
If anybody wants to come in now. I'm only here for a minute to let people in. So if you want to come in now.
Yeah, guys, one man is giving you opportunity to come up. Otherwise, it's going to be busy because he's running on the show. No, I hear what you're saying, brother, but, I can't see the possibility because, I'll give you a good example of the African Union initiative that we had recently. Brother, your mic is quite disruptive. Okay, we had recently the African Union is trying to connect the continent through railway links, right? And I noticed, we Black Africa, we always talk, and in fact, when we talk about Africa, it's like Africa has only belonged to Black Africa, especially those Bantu people when they come up here and talking rubbish. Recently Algeria managed to build their own railway bit to connect to the southern plank of the continent. Guess what? It's where Algeria stopped. That's why the project have stopped. No other country next to it have continued the project. So when we talk about connecting Africa as the African Union, all these other countries in the north, they're doing their bits, but the Black Africa, we're still sleeping on our feet. It's embarrassing. We're not doing anything. We're not building the roads. The North African countries are actually building the roads. They're building the railways. They're trying to connect, all these things. Ivory Coast is doing a little bit more, actually, because I noticed they're actually connecting their grid to the other West African country through the ECOWAS or African Union initiative. But other African countries are not doing anything because they're not capable of doing it. That's the reality. Sadly, Black Africa is still behind. We're not getting anywhere. All we do is talk, and we like to show some fake pride, of being Black. That haven't got us anywhere. That's a sad fact. That's all. We talk African Union. We need to connect trade and all this bullshit. But we're hitting on those North African brothers in the north, calling them non-African. But when we're trying to connect the continent, they're building the infrastructure to connect the continent. But us, the Black African that are talking about Pan-Africanism, are not doing anything. They bring in the railway right into our backyard. We're not doing anything. The biggest threats that face Africa right now is climate change and desertification. The desert is moving southwards over the years. No one ever done anything about it. God bless the Republic of Senegal and the high IQ people of Senegal who are actually building the Green Wall. Now, my Bantu sister, so-called Bantu sister, but I wouldn't say call her Bantu. I know she's a Gola Kichi, the Juju that came on. She mentioned that because she's been there. I think she mentioned she's been there. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think she's been to Senegal. She mentioned that also. But no one talk about the real project.
But wait, Al, you see, when we say these things, when you say, oh, we are not doing, again, the people on the ground don't have the power to force their elite to do this. So we have to be specific to say our elite are not doing. And the real truth of the matter is, if you ask an African elite to care about these things, they'll tell you straight to their face, they don't give a flying fuck. They don't care. So that's why I've always said the truth of the matter is, if we don't acquire power, we're always just going to be talking on YouTube.
Let me just finish my point. In Senegal don't have gold. They don't have all these mineral resources that people fighting over in Africa. They might have gas and oil that they obviously exporting, in Europe, and they got their pipelines. But that's quite recent. But what the people in Senegal are doing, they're building the Green Wall to protect the country and revitalizing the desert, turning the desert into green. They're doing it right now. The Fula people in northern Senegal already started the project. Now you can go online and see exactly what these people are doing right now. It's absolutely beautiful. This in the near future, it will even stop this farmers herders clashes in northern Nigeria. Because most of these herders that will live in Senegal or live in some areas in West Africa to go to Nigeria, they wouldn't even need to do that anymore because they're revitalizing their desert. They're turning it green again and decide the areas that's already been revitalized, that's turned green. My God, it's beautiful. It just kind of reminds you how the desert, how the Sahara, that desert, that area of Africa, how it used to be. When you go online and look at the video, what they're doing in Senegal at the moment, bro. It kind of reminds you Africans actually really used to live where the desert is. Where the forest is now, people never used to live there. They run away and hide there. It is sad. We got amazing land. The land that we call desert today is not a desert. It's a fertile land. Fertile land. Kaizo, are you there?
I agree with you.
If Kaizo or one man there, because they've done it before, they actually shown the area that they're doing. It's when I saw it the first time, I was speechless. Right?
No, but what I'm saying is that listen, I'm not telling you. That is a perfect example of when the elite are trying to do a smart thing.
I don't think it's done by the elites also. I think it's done by the group.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that this is an example of people, whether it's the elites or it's grassroots, and they're taking the initiative into their hand. I'm trying to tell you and the gentleman that, listen, that's why I said, for example, car manufacturing in Nigeria or in Africa, when you start, you see, because like I gave the example of our local African cheese puffs when I was coming up. The African cheese puffs were not the same, quality as cheese doodles or Cheetos. But if it was continued, it would have been able to keep up with it. However, that was it's impossible to run a manufacturing business in Nigeria because your electricity bills are, crazy. Your petroleum bills are crazy because you have to buy diesel for your generator. So many nonsense like this, right? So it's frustrating, and so it's killed industry. Many people lost jobs because of these things. So that's what I'm saying now. If we're going to say we need to create, let's say, just a simple car manufacturing industry in Nigeria. This is why I said this innocent guy. I like what he's doing, but the truth of the matter is, look, when I talk, man, it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking. It's flying over people's heads. The Ford, the guy who created Ford company, he made the Model T. Two things he said: I want every American to have a Ford, and I want to pay my workers a wage so that they too can afford a Ford. So he made sure he paid them a high enough wage so they could buy a car, and he made sure that the car was affordable so that most Americans could buy it. When Innocent is making this car, the average Nigerian can't buy that motherfucker. That's just the truth. So that's why I said, if you're going to manufacture local made cars in Nigeria, they're probably in the beginning going to look like those old Model 4 cars. Now, the technology that we have available to us might make it a little bit better, more sophisticated, so we won't make the same mistakes. But that's how it's going to start, and that's going to be our local cars. But the African right now would never take that car. The African will tell you he'd rather import the Toyota. He'd rather import this thing and take the water damaged car. Let me finish, gentlemen. Let me finish now. The question is, how do you force the Nigerian or the African to accept the locally made car in the beginning that might not look like the Toyota or this one or this? These are the frustrations, because that's what has to happen. We have to start from scratch and use our own shit. But if we don't do that, we're just going to keep talking in circles. We have to abandon this stuff with the West. But when I say it, it's like people get angry. They're like, so you mean I'm not going to be able to go to the UN and get a white chick on the side, so I can sleep with her after the meeting?
Man, that's not what I mean, actually. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, your comparison is almost like comparing apples and oranges. Like, I mean, Henry Ford, he revolutionized the automobile industry. He was the one who made it possible.
Sorry guys, I just posted the link. Is any one of the guys can actually play this link, please?
Okay. I mean, he revolutionized like the automobile industry. He made it possible for like average American to have access to automobile, right? So, I mean, you can't compare it to this day and age whereby there's intense competition from other like competitors, right? So, and also, like, I mean, your argument, you are looking at it from the manufacturing point of view. What about the consumers? They also have, freedom to be able to decide what kind of, like, make they want to buy from. I mean, is that what you want to propose? I mean, what kind of economic model are you proposing, Gaslamap? Because I think you're not being very clear.
I'm proposing a model that says fuck the consumer. We're producing what we produce. Let me show you. Fuck the consumer. You know why? No, listen, let me tell you why. Because the African consumer is a white ass kisser. So you both show him.
That's true. That's true for a fact, though.
African consumer, local, this local product is not the best yet. It's not going to kill you, but it doesn't look as fancy as the Davidos of the world and their side chicks and their wives and the politicians. All of these people, they say, "Are you crazy? So you mean to tell me no more Chinese food for me? No more fancy living? I didn't come to this world to suffer. You're dealing with sick people." So seriously, you need a dictator that's going to say, fuck you, fuck your Western ass kissing, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out of my country. We're building this shit from ground zero. And if you try me, I shoot you in the fucking head.
We can't completely just push, Western like manufacturer artists. Okay, I get it. Maybe you are speaking in terms of like when the local manufacturers are able to meet the current demand within the country. Is that what you mean?
Exactly, that's it.
Because at the initial stage.
Sorry, guys. Spellcaster. Hang on. Sorry. Spellcaster is actually on the private chat.
Oh, okay. Because the initial stage, they wouldn't be able to meet the consumer demand, so they have to give some kind of leeway for outside imports.
But wait, brother,
to meet those demands.
if Henry Ford, when he first started his car, right? When they started the manufacturing, if a German company was going to fuck up Henry Ford, you think American government would have allowed it? If a British company would have, wait, brother, Charlie, wait. If a British company would have messed up Henry Ford, America no go allow him. If a French company would have destroyed Henry Ford, America no go allow him.
Of course.
So let's grab our blockers and be man.
Which American are you referring to? Which American? I mean, if you ask me, American system, right?
Wait, brother. Wait, I'm saying, I'm not to answer you now. The American
let me respond. It's a rhetorical question that I made, right? Are you speaking in terms of like the manufacturers having a coalition to influence the government to control the consumers? I mean, because the consumers they don't give a damn about trying to buy a phone or something like that, right?
No. I'm saying let me give you an example of what I mean. Right now, if you go to Accra or any part of Kumasi, right, there are local people who cannot afford how much is a 2000, let's say a used Toyota Corolla right now, average Toyota Corolla in Ghana, how many cedis?
Which year? Like
Spellcaster, I reposted it again, Spell.
Okay.
How many? I mean, let's say if you hold like $4,000, $3,000, you're gonna get it. You know.
How much is that in CD?
In T, man, I'll say let's say 50,000 cedis. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So 50,000 CD, no problem. Okay. So now, right now, let's be real. For the average Ghanaian with the hardship in the country, average. I'm not talking.
They don't have that money, man.
So wait now, but if I give them an opportunity to drive a car that might look like those old Ford model cars that gets them from point A to B, that I make sure that as they are producing it is standard. Wait, now, god damn, brother, please. If I give them the opportunity and I have a manufacturer that comes in and manufactures a low budget from point A to B car, that we say, okay, there has to be safety, you have to have a door, you have to have a this, you have to have a that. And so instead of 50,000 CD, now it's maybe 10 or 15,000 CD. And is used with old parts that we've restructured and reholstered. We had to melt it down again and put it together, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, it's not going to look as nice as the one who imported his Toyota Corolla. But now, as I'm in charge of Ghana, if you import Corolla, I kill your mother. God punish all of you. We are building this country. If I do it like that, in 5 years, I guarantee you, by the time enough people buy it, and we now look and find ways to, with the profits we put, and the government gives them tax incentive, and they now take that money and they build a better car. They now find a way to get better steel, and this, you see that car will now can somebody mute their mic? This guy, please, man, mute your mic. To stop being rude now. You see that in 5-10 years, that car that we were laughing at for the common man, the poor man, is now able to compete as a luxurious mid-size sedan or whatever. That's what we'll see. But the initial step is you have to tell the elites of Ghana that, look, if you import, we kill you. It's Ghana, fuck the consumer. We are building Ghana. I don't care about your love for Bugatti. You Bugatti, we kill you and your family. If you don't take that approach, you'll not go change. That's all I'm saying. But that is a very hard approach. And I know my African people, if you talk like this to them, they'll be the first ones to kill you. We Africans are not ready. We are not ready for serious building of Africa. We are bullshit artists. We're just talking. I know my people.
Yeah, but you gotta start from. I kind of feel like. I mean, that's a very good proposal, a good idea, right? But I kind of feel like it gotta start from the elites, this political party, the government agencies. They have to be using this kind of cars, man. In Ghana, for instance, they have Kantanka, right? Kantanka was producing his own locally manufactured engines, but he felt like he couldn't compete with those. I mean, that's the aspect of the free market economy, which is now to kind of protecting these like locally manufactured companies, because these advanced manufacturers, I mean, they're gonna outcompete you and outshine you at any time, at any cost, right? So I mean, they had to restructure their business model. They have to now go to China to kind of like have some kind of a cost-effective approach to manufacture those cars, and then they will sell it over here in Ghana, in the Ghanaian market, so that they can be able to compete with other competitors in that region. But one
Yeah,
of the challenges
let me
that
respond to the brother. Let me respond to that.
oh,
If
who
nobody wants to manufacture cars in a country where all the politicians are corrupt, they all looking for a payoff.
wait wait
And
wait
if
wait
you
wait
call,
wait wait
and if you
Indama
call them out, they'll kill you. Who wants to
Indama
manufacture cars?
Indama your mic.
All right, is this better?
Oh, he's better now. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I'm saying nobody wants to manufacture cars in a country that's corrupt. You have a country that's corrupt, and you want people who are manufacturing cars and stuff there. And you know the logistics that goes into manufacturing cars.
Yeah, you have a point too, man. You have a point, man.
Logistics network. That's why I think that Kenya and Ghana will actually beat Nigeria to that by decades.
No, man,
You guys,
there's corruption in Ghana too, because Ghana had to, like the
yeah, but
local
they have a
manufacturers
better
have to.
system. And the thing is, y'all,
Man, there's corruption in Ghana, man. There's corruption. I
you know,
think
I know
Kenya.
there's corruption in Ghana, but the system is still like I'd still rather go to Ghana than Nigeria because the horror stories that I hear about what's going on in Nigeria.
Have you been there before? Actually,
There's no way I'd
have you been there before?
do business there. It's too corrupt. There's too many people you're gonna have to pay off. They have industry, but it's all shut down and stuff because all the factories and stuff, are old and decrepit because fuel prices are so high. Now I can't believe Dynas is sitting up there trying to tell people that they should go to Nigeria. That's a joke, man. It's a total joke.
No, you can actually maneuver in their economy if you don't come with a Western kind of mentality. If you try to understand them from their thinking and kind of go from that angle, you get what I'm saying? Because the Chinese people do it,
I don't need to
the Indians
understand a
do it.
corrupt system.
Can I respond to him when he's done?
Oh, okay. I think he was responding to you,
All I
Glassman, actually.
need to do is avoid it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's a decisive business approach to. Go ahead,
Okay,
Glassman.
okay. So here's the problem, right? You see, when people say corruption, the most corrupt countries in the world are still the United States and the United Kingdom and France. Now, let me go back to the same Ford. When Ford was building the Model Ford car, let's not forget, at that time in New York City, you had a man named Boss Tweed, who was part of Tammany Hall in New York City. This was probably the most corrupt, state institution that we've ever seen in history. Boss Tweed is famous for saying you can always hire one half of the poor to kill and beat up the other half of the poor. At the same time, you had the Irish mafia, Italian mafia, Jewish mafia running rampant in the United States, corruption in places all over. Yet, commercial activity, industry still was able to be done. Why? Because you had an understanding that, yes, there's corruption, but the corruption still has to be geared towards the movement for the betterment of the United States as an industrial powerhouse, right? So if there's corruption in Nigeria, as I'm saying, that same corruption, if you force the people to say, because someone in the comments said, if you only make those type of cars, that's not a status symbol, only the poor people will buy it. Well, guess what, my brother in the comment? Majority of Nigerians are poor. Nigeria now is implementing a so-called student loan scheme to pay for school so that the people can go to university. Mind you, you don't have a manufacturing base so these people can get a job and pay off this debt. You see, Africans, I'm sorry to say, we are naive and we're just useless and stupid. Anytime somebody is coming to bring debt into your life, you have to be very careful. They have studied Africa and they know that Africans don't have high personal debt. So what they want to do, by any means necessary, they want to saddle us down with personal debt. And this debt remember, Africa is not a country that there's no rules in place to make sure that you have, for example, what you call usury laws to prevent excessive interest rates being charged. The elites won't give a damn. They will allow 60-80% interest rates to be charged. There was, I believe, in Kenya, a police officer. The debt was so enormous, he went in and killed like 6 people, the lenders, because the Africans are not looking at these things. So now the Nigerian government is trying to tell you to go and get student loans for a country that doesn't have jobs to give you. This is a game. This is an IMF game. But instead of us to address this shit, we're here telling ourselves about corruption. Look, my brother, if we manufacture our local made cars and only the poor people buy them, yes, in the beginning. But as one person buys a car, that one person who bought that poor man's car might have created 12 jobs. Then if another person, before you know, enough poor Nigerians have cars. As enough poor Nigerians have cars, you do other things like open up the ports, you make high-speed rail a priority so people can move goods back and forth within the country. You now start to create strong commercial economic activity. You tax that commercial economic activity by tying it to technology. Look, Nigeria can start to work even with the corruption. So I'm not going to use corruption as an excuse because the most corrupt countries are still the United States and England and France. Still the most corrupt countries. That's a fact. So let's not kid ourselves about corruption and say it's corruption. No. The truth of the matter is we need local consumption, local production. What that means is that these foreigners and this foreign taste that our elites have, if we don't stop them, we're in trouble. That's all I have to say.
So whatever it is that you're doing, it's not working because you're not attracting entrepreneurial people to come over there. It's just not working. You talking all this stuff about manufacturing cars and all that kind of stuff, but if you can't attract those types of people to come to your country, it's not gonna work. Yeah, I feel like we going in a circle with this argument.
What's not gonna work? What are you talking about? What's not gonna work, sir?
You're not attracting those types of people. People that want to go set up a car company and stuff, they're not doing that in Nigeria.
But there are 2 car companies already. There's 2
okay,
car
so, but then if you already got 2 car companies, why you keep on saying you need a car company when you already got car companies?
Okay, sir, please, until you go to Nigeria, I can't really have this conversation with you. It's going to be very difficult because you're going to keep
go there. I can just research it.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think researching is going to really help you because if you really understood the local politics at play, you wouldn't be parading that we need rule of law. There is rule of law. There's no enforcement of law because the enforcers are part of the corruption. So you could say anything about we need more. We're not attracting. There are 2 car manufacturers already, right? Dangote is a large industrialist already. There are other industrialists. What I'm saying is that the way that they're making products, and shout out to Dangote actually, because Dangote, him and Bua are one of the few industrialists that understood, like, look, I'm going to make my product for what the average Nigerian has to consume. And so they didn't go out and make a product that is only for the elites. And that's Dangote is the richest man in Africa because his products are consumed by.
He's the richest.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he's the richest man in Africa because his products are consumed by the average African on the ground. So right. if you are making a car and you can't make a car for the average African to consume, you're in trouble.
Kasim, where's Rabiu comes in? Is Rabiu becoming the 3rd, 4th? Rabiu, because it's making a lot of money also, right? And what is his industry? Because I don't know, I'm not Nigerian.
No, Rabiu does cement. He has other things. He's actually building his own refinery as well. Okay. But what I'm saying is that when you make the cars, if you're only going to make a car, and that's why I said Africans don't think. If I were to talk to the owner of Innocent and say, my brother, please, Henry Ford revolutionized the car system in America by making his cars affordable for all Americans. Make this your car affordable for the average Nigerian. He might spit in my face. Are you stupid? I don't even want poor people driving my car. God forbid bad thing. They are cost. They are poverty stricken. I'm not saying he would say that, but that's the mentality.
Right.
So I'm trying to say that it's difficult. So if you don't have, so this is why this guy Chooks is saying I'm advocating proletariat communism. They're not getting it. I'm actually the biggest pro-business guy on this platform. I've been pushing pro-business ever since I've been on this platform. I gave everybody the free blueprint, particularly if you lived in the United States, on how to build business credit. I told everybody the free blueprint on how to do it. By the way, I'm not a financial advisor, so make sure you consult your attorney, whatever. But my point is this, is that this is not a proletariat argument. This is just the facts on the ground. Poor Africans have to be your largest consumer. If you're going to only make a product for your elite Africans, nothing will change because elite Africans don't give a fuck about consuming locally. Look, we live in a country, right, where we're importing wheat, we're importing rice. But do you know, and I know as an Hausa, as a Fulani man, they have ancient African grains like acha, millet. You guys make cocoa, you make kunu, you make things, cereals with these local African grains. I've made jollof fonio, I've made jollof millet. Yes. If I give it to, I've given it to Nigerians. I tried this jollof millet. It tastes somehow. It's not like rice. Fuck you and die. That's why the country is fucked up. You want rice? Jollof rice is not even Nigerian. Stop eating that shit. Stop promoting that fucking bullshit. It's not Nigerian food. It's bullshit. But if you tell this to a Nigerian, they'll get angry with you. You don't want me to enjoy. God tell Nigeria. So we're done, bro. This is what. Look, I don't waste my time with Nigeria. I know my people. Well,
jollof rice is West African dish, just leave it like that.
It's not a Nigerian dish.
Yeah, but it's West African.
Listen. No Nigerian should even open their mouth. That is a Senegambian Wolof dish.
It's true. Even us in Sierra Leone, we cook jollof rice. But
as in Sierra Leone people, that's their dish. If you're not from that region, keep your mouth shut. Thank you. Maybe you cook some of it. That's it. We have our own local dishes. We have our own local grains, our own local foods. Nobody, if you go in the villages, the poor people eat them. But the rich, go ahead.
Fufu come from Nigerian region, and the Yorubas brought fufu in our country. Also, we eat fufu in Sierra Leone.
Listen, but you've never seen a Sierra Leonean argue fufu with a Nigerian to say there's a fufu war. But Nigerians are so stupid and arrogant, they'll argue with the Senegambian people about jollof wars, which is madness. We shouldn't even be eating this jollof rice, period, because the rice is not native to us. We have our local rice, the Ofada rice, and that's it. Yes. If you're not making local Ofada jollof rice, shut the fuck up and go and sleep. But you tell this to Nigerians, they get angry, they get offended because the reality is they want to live like elites. But the truth of the matter is we don't have the infrastructure to live like that yet. We will get there. Let's close our economy off. Let's build what we have. Let's steal the tech. Let's reverse engineer this shit and build something. So now within 15, 20 years, we can now start to open our borders a little bit to compete, to see if our goods can compete with those outside.
Yes.
But we're not worried about foreign direct investment because we have our own.
The rice we grow in West Africa is that rice with the red stripe on it. It's really good rice. It's a better rice than the one we import. But sadly, we're not eating our own rice. We're not actually growing enough. So we have to import rice. It's sad. It's actually really sad that in this day and age, we have 60% of the world arable land and we're still importing food. It's fucking sickening, bro. I don't know what to do because the reality is we shouldn't have any business importing food in Africa. Our land is the land of basket. I wish someone is actually there that can actually play the link that I posted at the back. About the Sahara turning green, because it's happening. People are doing it on the ground right now as we speak. That's enough.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like Kaizo. What stream are they on? Are they on another stream? Are they on another stream?
Yeah, Yeah, are you there? Are you there? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, I was saying, are they on another stream? Is that what happened? Everybody ran
No,
to another.
no. I think it was me. It was my system. But yeah, we actually there's so many.
And the rest of these guys, did they go on another platform?
No, I don't think so. I think Zango, are you there? I think it's just me and you left now. I think that's how this place went. Some of them just fall asleep. But
Yeah,
yeah,
man, I'm not happy to be going, man, because I've had enough of my fill.
nah, man, it's good, man. You contribute greatly. But basically, we need to stop importing food. We need to stop bringing food from. There's one thing that you might not like about. You might say a lot of stuff you might say about Buhari, but when Buhari puts the policy of banning the importation of rice, that was a good policy because he got people growing rice in the country and actually become self-sufficient. A lot of African leaders need to do that because if we don't stop importing food, and the food that we're importing is actually really bad food anyway. None of this food is good for us because I've seen a program in Nigeria where some of the custom actually confiscated rice coming from India. There was actually lead found in the rice. These are the sort of stuff that we're buying from outsiders and eating. And the grain from Ukraine, the way they grow their food in Ukraine, the type of grain that the Ukrainians are sending to Africa, is so bad for us. How did cancer started killing our people in the continent?
Hey, Gassama, what the Isoko people? Where are they from actually? In part of Nigeria,
Just
which
Google
part?
us, you see it. ISOKO, you see it.
Is that why
But
you?
listen,
Is that why you are?
I like the fact that sometimes, some Nigerians come, they don't speak of the dominant groups. I like to know more about like
The
the
minority
other
group.
groups the other groups that are really not
I'm not
spoken
a
about.
minority. I'm not a minority. I
I
don't
don't
use
mean
those words. I
minority.
don't use minority.
I don't mean
But
minority. I mean the
but
other
my point,
groups that people are you don't
yeah, no,
hear
you
about
didn't say
them.
that. I said you said other groups. Thank you. You
Yeah.
said other
Other
groups.
groups.
But
I apologize.
BB, I'm not a socialist, BB. Again, you're friends with Nakmizi, I'm sure. I will say it again. I've told everybody, especially if you're in the United States, go online, go to busy.com. Again, this is not financial advice, so consult your broker, your financial advisor, and your attorney or your CPA. Go online to busy.com, register your LLC. If you're making less than 50K in your business, it should be simple LLC. If more, make it an S corp. If you're making over $1 million, make it a C corp. When you register your company, then you open up a business bank account. When you open up a business bank account, you apply for a low business credit card. That business credit card, you spend on it, you buy things with it. You'll start to go. You register your business with DNB, Dun & Bradstreet. You get a Paydex score, and that is how you build your business credit. If you do that religiously within 3 to 4 years, you can be able to have up to, let's say, anywhere from $20, $30, $50,000 in business credit. You can use that money to get your first home purchase, right, as a down payment. So it's there, people. Let's work together. Let's build these businesses up. Let's get these, business credit profiles up. Gas them up is not a so-called socialist because, BB, there's no distinction between socialism and capitalism or Marxism. It's all bullshit. They're all command central economies. None of them are free markets. The last time I was on the show, I had to show this. And when I said this to the white boy, he, blew his mind. He came on and started attacking me. And I said, well, there's no such thing as free markets. And he said, well, mixed economies. And, so they're morons. Don't fall for their BS. If they
Sorry.
believed in free markets, hold on, brother. If they believed in free markets, they would move to Somalia where there's no government intervention. They will never move to Somalia. They're liars. So these people are all bullshit artists. They say they want free markets, but they have a central bank. They're all pieces of shit. They're liars, right? Just like they'll tell you they're Greco-Roman, but they're also Aryan and they're also Caucasian. So in one hand, they're Crip, the other hand, they're Blood, other hand, they're GD, other hand, they're Mexican Mafia, and they round it up by being Pyru. They're psychotic. You can't believe this shit, BB. You understand what I'm saying? So no, there's no communism here. I'm only saying what every other country did to
So you
build.
don't believe like America? It's kind of mixed economy, but it tends to lean more on capitalism compared to like socialism. There are social policies and program, within the American system, but then the
You can't have a
overwhelming.
you can't have a free market or so-called capitalism when you have a central bank.
Right.
It's impossible.
I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that
No, but you're saying,
I mean,
I get what you're saying, but here's the problem. It doesn't hold up to their theories. And when you start asking them these questions, they get frustrated with you. Then they tell you nonsense. So that's why I say Africans, just like with the whole Bantu ideology, don't go for
no,
it.
it does. Because I mean, free market is all about market system. Like they want
No, that's not true.
Wait. They want demand and supply to determine prices, right?
No.
They don't want like they don't want. I mean.
That's not what happened. Okay, let me not say. Don't think I'm being arrogant. Let me educate you on what it was. There's never been a such thing as a free market. It never existed, right? The anthropologists have never seen it. The idea of so-called free markets comes from the French mercantilists, right? The economic system before capitalism was mercantilism. And these French merchants, they went to the state ministers and they had a meeting and they told them, laissez-faire, right? Which means leave us alone. And why did they say leave us alone? They said, no, just leave us alone. We will do whatever the hell we want and we will generate income so you can take tax revenue, because the history of the Western state is tied to the history of taxation. So the West had to invent, and that's why you look at the word entrepreneur, right? And if you went to school in Africa, they teach us in economics, the modes of the inputs to an economy are the entrepreneur, capital, land, and labor, blah, 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 right? So this is a system that they had to invent. Right. So they invent these things. They come up with these words. So Adam Smith tells you the wealth of nations. But what Adam Smith doesn't tell you is he steals his entire thing from Newton. You guys Google it, Adam Smith and Isaac Newton. He steals the entire thing from Isaac Newton and tries to apply the rules of calculus to so-called political economy. But they're trying to separate the economy from church, which is part of their whole separation of church and state, blah, blah, blah. But the history of the world, you've never had it separate because economics and religion were always intertwined. Commercial activity often was intertwined with religion. That is why even in the American dollar, they put in God we trust. I don't know which God that is, but they put it there. So they're telling you this.
I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that.
No, so wait. I'm just gonna.
I don't want to go too much in the historical part of it.
I don't want to go too. Yeah, but I'm just saying. So when they tell you free markets are about demand and supply does not exist. It's BS. What they're saying is that they are trying to organize an economic system based on capital. But equally, you can arrange an economic system with labor. You can also do the same with land, right? They can do it. But the point is that when they tell you free markets, if you look at the countries that developed, Japan, China, Russia, none of them followed the free market system. None of them follow the free market system. Even the United States is not a free market.
I mean, the point I'm trying to show, like the distinction I'm trying to share is that, I mean, you look at capitalism, right? I mean, the call, like the definition is like the economic system in which the means of production is owned and controlled by private individuals. This is contrary to most socialist state. I mean, in the case of even Ghana, I mean, Nkrumah himself, he was a socialist when he came to power. He was nationalizing all the industries. It wasn't owned and in control by private individuals. That's why even the current party in Ghana, like pro free market, because they feel like Nkrumah kind of infringed their rights. So there's some kind of distinction, Gastabab. I mean, for you to say that there isn't like free market.
There isn't. No, there isn't.
But I'm saying in America, they tend to lean more on capitalism.
No, America cannot have capitalism. They can never have a capitalism when you have Medicare. Medicare is a government.
I said, wait, time out. I'm saying they tend to lean more on capitalism compared to. I'm saying it's mixed economy. I get it, but they tend to lean more on capitalism over socialism. That's the point. There are social programs like Medicare,
but here's the thing.
And also even social, the social security system. I mean, all these things. These are all socialist programs.
These are all. That's my point.
But I'm saying, but not in its entirety. That's what I mean. In its entirety within the economy.
But nobody does. But hold on. Here's the thing. If you look at, for example, Cuba is doing the same thing that Sweden and Denmark are doing, and Switzerland are doing. You know the difference? Cuba has sanctions. America has guns pointed at Cuba, and America says, if you look at any Cuban and do business with them, we'll kill you, we'll finish you. But Denmark, Sweden, all those Nordic countries are doing the same socialist practices, and they have a way better way of life than even America. And they're doing the same shit the Cubans are doing, but the Cubans cannot enjoy the benefits because they're being sanctioned. So my point is this: when they tell you free markets, we have to look. That's why I always say one thing about the Muzungu. When that guy, Free Flow, and all these people come on here, read and let's read and
yeah, but we
not
all
read to-
reading. I mean, I'm speaking in terms of
wait,
I'm having a conversation with you.
wait. Now I'm saying when we read, we need to read to destroy their system, not read to become in their system. That should be our goal. When we read, when you have these people come on here like this Free Flow and all these people, they at the end of the day, they want to make sure we blacks are at the bottom. That's why I say their mentality is do as I say, not as I do. They will come and tell you in Africa, subsidy is bad. But you and I know in America and UK, they subsidize everything. I just told you guys, every week in the US, there's a fast food store called Arby's. Every week, Ving Rhames goes on Arby's and says, Arby's, we have the meat. The new bacon, pure water Liberia sandwich is filled with beef. So delicious. Arby's, the new fufu eba jollof rice sandwich is filled with pork. Why is he doing that? Because the USDA is subsidizing these farmers, so they have an excess of beef and pork and other material and other animal products.
I agree. These
So
are
they
like social policies, social programs.
yeah,
I agree.
but that's what I'm saying. So they give this to the school children so they can have free or low cost food to eat. They give it to their army soldiers, and they give it to the fast food. So the fast food people can feed the people for like $3. Well, not $3 anymore, but back then you could feed your family with $12 at McDonald's and get diabetes and get on, Medicare, Medicaid.
Do you know
This is what?
But the question is, within the industry, wait. Let me ask you. Wait. Let me ask you.
Charlie, ask me the 2 seconds. So my point is this: when they are now telling you, when people like Free Flow come and tell you with their granola eating, jujitsu doing, New York Times reading bullshit, when they come to you, you need to ask them, wait, you are telling me this, that I should remove subsidy, blah, 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 free markets, but why don't you remove Social Security? Why don't you remove these things from your country? They will never do it. So that's my anger with us Africans. We believe in their bullshit. Let's stop believing it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I get it. Like American government is not like it's not like a full supporter of like free market. Because they they tend to believe that social policies is there to like to help like the poor Americans, which is really understandable, right? But I'm saying the whole economy tends to lean more on capitalism over socialism. You look at all the industries within American economy. You're not going to tell me American government is controlling some kind of sector within the industries. Is that what you're saying? Does American government own something that is deciding the means of production for some kind of company?
Yes. I'm saying to you, whoever's in the chat, you can reach me at gasthemup@gmail.com. But I'm saying to you, so again, gasthemup@gmail.com. I'm saying to you, for example, if you look at Oracle, if you look at big tech, if they don't have if they don't have government contracts, they failed. That's from Facebook, Amazon. Amazon has never been profitable. But if you take away government contracts that Amazon is benefiting from, they fail. You understand what I'm saying? So my point is,
what I mean is the government deciding the means of production. I mean,
no,
government chose.
The government will not decide. They will not decide the means of production. But what they will do is they will regulate means and methods of production to make sure that things are being spread out so that people can get access. So that's what I'm saying.
Regulation has nothing to do with that. Regulation is just to make sure they have a level playing field for all like the players within that particular industry. There has to be some kind of regulation, especially if you don't want to practice the free market economy.
Then you don't want a free market. Then you don't want capitalism.
Yeah, the way you kind of like say like Milton Friedman economics, because Milton Friedman, he doesn't want too much regulations because he wants free market in its entirety. And in the past, he used to highlight, I think, which country? I think was it Singapore I think which country? Hong Kong as a model of free market economy because they have like free import duties. The government wasn't regulating like the economy and stuff like that, right? We don't have it in the US now. Yeah, that's like
Yeah,
extreme.
but Milton Friedman, once again, Milton Friedman and Ryan, all these people is do as I say, not as I do. Milton Friedman will tell you free market, free market. Milton Friedman worked for the Chicago School, which is a government institution. Milton Friedman, before he got his job as a professor, worked as a government bureaucrat. And Ryan was on public welfare before she died. So they're all bullshit artists, bro. Look, my thing is, I cannot take them serious when they didn't live up to what they say. If they live up to what they say, then sure, I can say, okay, you know what, they live up to what they say. These people don't live up to what they say. Is do as I say, not as I do. So he is telling you that it's free market, free market, free market, but he himself was a beneficiary of public expansion and public access. Is that fair?
Guys, I'm going to drop off. It's late in the UK, but it's been a great conversation. I must admit, and
yeah, I'm going to drop off too, man. I'm going to talk to you guys later, man.
Yeah, nice,
all right, man. All right.
Nice to catch up with you guys here, man. Zango, take care, brother.
All right, take care, man, guys.